Precisely the kind of information do you want from the sun? What do you want? What do you want?
Okay, and here we are at the Hawkes Bay BMX Club for day 2 of the 2024 BMX New Zealand National Championships. I tell you what, it's coming out, the sun is out, the guns are coming out, and it's going to be an epic day of racing. We got our challenge class finals on today, and we've also got our championship riders and joining us to get into the thick of it. I tell you what, you can see the crowd going wild. Are you excited? I tell you what, are you excited to see our elites here today? Elites, are you excited to be here today? I tell you what, it's going to be action-packed out there today. Make sure if you're in the crowd, make sure you slip, slop and slap. If you're back home watching this on the YouTube, let your friends, let your family know, dial them in, and let us show them how we do BMX here in New Zealand. So all about you, I don't know, I'm going to have a great day. Make sure, are you all going to have a great day? I guess we better go racing. See you soon.
Hello.
All right, welcome to day number 2 of the 2024 Hawkes Bay BMX New Zealand Nationals. Big welcome to those out there in YouTube land. Also, huge numbers on the YouTube yesterday. It was awesome to see viewers far and wide getting a little piece of the action down here in Hawkes Bay as riders went bar to bar. And they fought tooth and nail for all important points going into what is going to be the penultimate day. This is where the plates are got. The money's made. Well, maybe not the money, but it is the time where we put it all on the line, seeing who is going to walk away with that coveted title for the year. So don't go anywhere. It is going to be absolute awesome racing today. We've got our elites in the house as well. The absolute best of the best in terms of New Zealand BMX. It's going to be exciting to see them out on the track a little later. And if you haven't already done so, find yourself a spot trackside. If you're at home, jump on that YouTube chat. We'd love to hear exactly where you're tuning in from. And awesome to see all of those messages coming in. It's going to be a great day and a little bit less wind than yesterday, which is going to be nice. And we can see the sun is out, the temperature is warming up, and it is sure going to be red hot racing out there on the track. Final few checks, and we are going to be getting underway with our Sprockets 5 and Unders very, very soon. All right, looks like we are locked and ready to go. First race of the day, day 2 here at the 2024 BMX NZ Nationals. And we've got our Sprockets 5 and Under. First up, Cohen Phillips, Sage Lawrence, Gary Robertson, Hudson Hislop, Hugo Houlihan in this one. And that is going to be the East City rider, Hudson Hislop, out to an absolute rip snorter of a start. I think he might have had something special in the old wheat mix this morning. He's got a couple of bike links back on the rest of the pack as they head through that second corner. We'll pick up who is there. And it is all the East City rider as they come down this third straight. It is going to be none other than the 484 of Cohen Phillips there, followed by the 885 of Sage Lawrence. But it is all the East City riders' day. First up, and our Sprockets 5 and Under.
Welcome, Greg. It's what a cracker day it is today. As we go into the next lot there, this is race number 370. Moto number 5, again another gate of Sprockets 5 and Under. Out there at the moment, battling for some positions is Jake Anderson, Fletcher Stevens, Haru Shimada, and Freddie Stanfield as they come around that first corner. They're lining up that rhythm section into the number 2. Here we go. I think out in the number 2 spot at the moment, it's the East City rider on the 419 plate there of Haru Shimada. He's pushing hard as we look to see who's out on the 1. I can make out the mountain raider there. That's Jake Anderson. He's coming around there on the 120, but coming down towards us now on the 301 plate That is Freddie Stansfield. He's in the spot. That's the Wataku rider as he goes pushing down and racing through. He's into it. They're down the rhythm straight into the finish line as we round out race number 370.
All right, straight into Sprocket 6 boys, and it's going to be a big dive from the city rider trying to find a way around the 256 of Liam Wang, the North Harbour rider, but it is Liam Wang out in the top spot as they head into that second corner. Mr. Shimada, though, he is ducking and diving, busting and weaving, trying to find a way through. Not so much luck, but it is, again, this third straight here at Hawkes Bay BMX. That is the money maker. And going into that final corner, what can he cook up? It looks like Liam might have it under control. Shimada makes a late run, and that is going to be another great first up race from our 6 boys.
Here we go. We're into 6 boys again. Second gate of them, I believe we might be. No, we're into our first gate there. Race 371. Oh, no, it's 372. Sorry, getting a bit tricky here with the technology, but we're into it now. We've got from Te Aomuru on the 882. It's Ryan McBride. He's pushing hard out there for a spot. We've got the Hamilton rider on the 925. That's Carter Lynch. He's going for gold. Topewell rider there, 661. Riley Smith. Luke Richardson on the 687 from the Hutt Valley Thunderbolts. Arlo Peters on the 673 out of New Plymouth. He's pushing for a spot in the 534. He's going for gold, but in the front at the moment, it's your Topewell rider on the 661. That is Riley Smith. Oh, look at those kids getting some air. I tell you what, they've obviously been watching our championship class riders pushing hard as we round out race number 372.
All right, Sprocket, 6 boys. Finn Hudson, Finn Duckett, Jack Green, Oakley Mitchell, Ludovico Rosenberg and Ryan Enswell in this one as they head into that first corner. That is nothing but the Alex Plaid out in the top spot. That is going to be Ryan Enswell in the front of the pack as they head towards that second corner. Looks like we've got a shark in the water there, mixing it up. Finn Hudson, he's locking it in the 2 spot. We'll see who's in that 3 as they come back towards us. Ducking and diving again. It is absolute bar-to-bar stuff as they head into that third corner. It's going to be 825. Jackie Green, the Whangarei rider, changing up the shirt for today. Well, these 3 are going to go all the way over that line.
Here we go. We're into it. It's race number 374. That is our 7 sprocket. Sorry, we're into it. It's the 547 into the whole shot. That is Maddox Gardner from the Hutt Valley Thunderbolts, and he's bolting along as he races down the second straight into that corner. Chasing him down, though, from Cambridge on the 919. That's Archer Griffin. New Plymouth right on 993. Hudson Ryan, he's in the thick of it too as we got him coming back towards us. Maddox Gardner still out the front of the 547. We're looking to see who's in the number 2 spot. It's the 919. That is Archer Griffin. He's hanging on, but he's got the Westie coming up beside him. What's the Westie going to be able to pull out as he rounds it in? I can see there out there, Carter Phillips on the 915, out of Te Araha, and a Hawera rider, William Hetherington on the 207.
Sprocket 6-7 girls, and it is on like Donkey Kong through that first corner. That is the 354 bike. Evelyn Zhu, the mountain raider, gets in those ahead. She picks up that whole shot. We'll see who's in the 2-3 as they come back towards it. But great to see Evelyn out there representing in her first nats. Absolutely into her work. Couple of bike lengths back on the 2-3 as they come down this third straight. The 140 bikes got company in the rearview mirror in the form of the 880. That is Pippa Walker trying to find a way around, but it's going to be Evelyn too. She'll take the one.
Here we go. We're into it. It's our first group of 8 boys into the hill they go. And it's Matua Nui Hill from the North Harbour Club on the 111 plate. He's pushing hard into the thick of it down the second straight. He's got his mates chasing him. In behind him there is the other North Harbour rider. That must be Daniel Chen. He's going into that second corner second as we can make out an East City rider in the thick of it too. We're looking to see Bogoff out of Dunedin, Cameron Denson from Christchurch, McKinley Foreman there. He's in the thick of it from New Plymouth. There we go. North Harbour 1, North Harbour 2. It's the 808 plate in the 3 at the moment. That's Cameron Denson with the East City rider coming up the outside. What's going to happen here as we round out race number 376?
All right, we are up to the gate again. Race 377, 8 boys, locked and loaded, ready to go. All right. All right. There we go. We're in the mix. That is good. All 8 boys locked and loaded, ready to go. And it's going to be Archie West, Blake Lynch, Bowden Lamb, Liam Fye, Penn Vent, Brock Wellington, Samuel Grubb, and Caleb Southey in this one. And that is the Cromwell Watt rider, the 505, Samuel Grubb. out in the top spot. Looks like it's going to be West in the 2 for now, but there is company either side of West as he heads into that second corner. The Cromwell Rider got a couple of bike links on the rest as they head into this third straight. What is going to happen? It is going to be upsets aplenty, I'm sure, as the day progresses, but the Cromwell Rider, he holds it down as they go through that third and final corner. West locks in the 2, and it will be the best of the rest.
Here we go, race number 378, motor number 5, 8 boys. There's a big pack of them there as it looks like it's got a cross just right of there. That must be Jihu Hong, but no, he did. Jihu got the whole shot with Nikhil Simeon though, the 416 rider out of Tauranga. Battling it hard. It looks like it's going to be a battle on here, I tell you, into the second corner. As we look to see who it is, we got Flynn Robinson from Hawera, Sam Pritchard from Taupo, but it's Nikhil Simeon. He's on the run shot at the moment. Jihu Hong chasing him down. In the number 3 spot, we've got the 274 plate. That's Flynn Robinson. There's a Hawera rider on the 340. That's Kellerester. He's pushing hard, but the 364 plate there. Coming around the corner, the Taupo rider, Zane Pritchard giving it a go as we race over race number 378.
These 8 boys keep coming at us thick and fast, and it is going to be none other than the 351. Thor Piso leads them through in the whole shot. Looks like the pocket rocket, Jaden Verrett. He's tucked in on the 2. We have to see who is in that 345 as they come back towards us. Thor, though, Thor's hammers throwing it down as he comes down that third straight. Jaden in on the 2. We've got action in the form of the 641, chasing hard down this rhythm section, trying to lock in as many of those points as we can as we head towards finals time.
Here we go, 8 girls, motor 5, race number 380. We're ramping through them already this morning. Out the front there, though, I can make out the 611. That's your Cromwell rider of Isla Reid. She's into the whole shot and getting her work done early. And behind her, though, must be Dita Hahura from Southland on the 822. These South Island riders, they've come up to the north to take some plates. They want to win. They've travelled a long way for this. Here we go, Greta Z from the Mountain Raiders on the 128 plate. She's chasing it down, currently sitting in third at the moment. As we come into looking at, we've got Matilda Burley on the 624 out of Taupo, Stella Torrens on the 93 from Te Araha, and Asher Probum on the 454 from New Plymouth. But it looks like it's going to be a Cromwell rider, Isla Reid, taking this one out.
Hard to believe we are into 9 boys already, and it is the 356 bike of Hendrix Kakura charging hard around Jackson Ropati, the East City rider, in on the 2. Looks like we got the Waitakere rider of Isaac Allen locked in the 3, but these 2, my goodness, skills to pay the bills. What is going to happen? Jackson gets across, manages to shut the door. He'll take the one back as they turn for home, but the Alex rider, I tell you what, he is going to be going hard all the way to that line.
Here we go, thick and fast, 9 boys, race 382, Flynn Sutherland. He got to the bottom first. As we come into the first corner, we look to see who's who. There we go, we got Otis Rapia from Capital City. He's managed to get the whole shot with the rider from Alex. That's Flynn Sutherland on the 836, now sitting in the number 2 spot. Archie Murray there, looking for a spot from Hawkes Bay. He's the local lad, he knows this track, and he's showing them around there. As they come back down towards us, we've got Charlie Mitchell from Cambridge on the 51. But it is the 156 plate of Otis Rapia. He's out the front at the moment, and he looks like he's going to have it his own way. We've got Peter Gibbon there from Harvard on the 113, Logan South on the 151, Jacob Smith on the 120 from Taupo.
All right, another rack of the 9 boys locked and loaded as they come into this first corner. We've got Taylor Crine, Cuttenbold, Ezra Reynolds, Archer Brown, Max Hayden, Jacob Crawford, and Tom Wycroft Jenkins. They are going to be battling hard, but it is Archer Brown out in the top spot, followed by the 430 of Taylor Cron, the Dunedin rider. But again, we're seeing them drift a little bit wide on that third straight. They are looking to try and absolutely hug that inside line. That is the money line as they turn and burn towards home. What is going to happen? It looks like it was a beautiful pass there, but the 964, he's going to go hard. He'll pick up the 1.
I'll tell you what, Craig, I just looked up to see the Taupo rider there, Donovan Wallace, getting some airtime as he comes around the corner into the whole shot. He's pushing hard as they come into it. Here we go. We got it, motor number 5, race number 384, as they come into that second corner there, lining back up down towards us. I'm pretty sure there, it's your NZ3, Donovan Wallace out the front, but he's got company. It's the 150 plate there of Harrison Cullen, the local lad out of Hawkes Bay. Oh, the corner. That was the local knowledge. What riding we're seeing here, and these are only the 9-year-olds.
All right, back into more 9 boys. We've got Katie McDonald, Zahn Light, Luke Buckley, Roman Thompson, George Wu, Fletcher Smith, Noah Perringham, And Hudson McConkey. Oh, Caden McDonald, he leaves the door open and the breeze comes flying through. We'll pick up to see who that was as they come back towards us. But Caden, he's locked in the 2 as they head on to the 3rd straight. Who's that rider that we got in the 1? That is going to be the 505 plate. No, 505 George Wu, but these 2 are going to battle it. Hammer and Zong. Caden says, I want that back. Creates a bit of a space. This is going to be the tone of racing all day, I tell you what.
Quick, 10 boys into the thick of it they go. We got Max Olsen from Rotorua. There he goes round the corner, but in the NZ4, it's the whole shot. It's Baden Prescott there, pushing hard as they come rounding it out. We've got another rider there from Max Olsen, Michael Shearhat out of East City, Archie Berg from the Waitakere Club, but it's your NZ4. It's Baden Prescott out the front at the moment. The 600 plate in behind him, that's Sam Hickey, and the 940 of Max Olsen in the number 3 spot. As they're around the final corner to take themselves home. That looks like how it's going to be, but here we've got a bit of action at the back of the pack as we round out race number 386.
Back into 10 boys, we've got Tate Bird and Kobe Keys, Eli Taya, Dylan Lee, Liam McDonald, Felix Zell, and Jaden Victorious. And it is, again, tighter than a tight thing as they head down towards that 2nd corner. We'll see who is going to go under. What a beautiful pass. And it is going to be the NZ6. Tate Burden, he takes the 1, but the 811 bike of Jaden Pretorius. Oh, they're going left, they're going right. They are absolutely banging bars, trying to lock in as many points as they can.
Here we go, though. Race number 388. It's not stopping for anybody. We've got Travis Anderson on the 64 plate into the bottom of the hill first. But it looks like we've got the 888 plate there, the 2 on the right of there. That's Cole Hills. He's out in the front at the moment. He's working hard for it. We've got Casey Southey from Kapiti on the 51 plate in the mix there too. Henry Johnson there from Waitakere on the 902. As we round that 2nd corner, they're coming back down towards us. Here we go, the 51 plate, looking for some options. Lining up this first, the third corner, I should say. As they round it out, into the work they go, down to the final stretch. Here we go, the battle's on, the pedals are being thrown. Who's going to get it? Who can throw the pedals down? We're going to want to check that one out upstairs.
All right, 10 boys again. Katie McKenzie, Kean Thompson, Jordan Dawson, Dylan Hicks, Harley Logan, Caleb Potter, and Dylan Johns. And that is none other than the skinny digit Dylan Johns. He's got into his work nice and early, rocking and rolling down that 2nd straight. We'll see who is in behind him as they come back towards us. It is Dylan in the 1 for now, but it is going to be Harbour Rider 2 and 3 in the form of the 121 of Harley Logan, followed by Jordan Dawson. These 2 are going to battle it out. There might not be any club love lost, I think, as they try and lock in.
Here we go, the 10 boys just keep on coming, and I'll tell you what, this is going to be a cracker one at the front though, into the whole shot. It looks like it's going to be none other than, oh, look at the double manual there from Matatini Hill on the 563, the North Harbour Rider, showing the skills that pay the bills as they come chasing them down. We've got company though, he's got Luke Harrowfield, Sam Maisie, Enzo Torrens, Bowie Williams, Jet Mercer. The whole lot is changing like you can't believe, but it's Matatini Hill out the front. It's your NZ3 of Eli CCV. He's in the number 2 spot, in the 306 rider there. That's Sam Macy out of Cambridge. He's in the number 3 with the North Harbour rider there. Sitting in the 4, that's Jake Pamari, pushing hard to round out race number 390.
All right, we are into 10 girls, and it is going to be none other than Ruby Rocket going bar to bar with her mountain raider compatriot. Cameron Colhoun locks in on the 2. Lily Hansen in there in the 3 with Olivia Anderson and Olivia Foss battling hard. And it is going to be Ruby Buckley as they come on this 3rd straight back towards home, followed by Cameron Colhoun. Lily Hansen in the 3. Olivia Foss up into 4. She is looking to make moves on this last straight, I tell you what. Ruby's going to go low through this corner and see if she can't lock in another one. Cameron's right on her heels.
Talking about right on their heels, here comes the next motto, or next game, so I should say, of 10 girls, race number 392. We're going to abreast into this first corner there. It's your NZ6 looking like she might have got the whole shot. That is none other than Ellie Morgan from North Haven, Canterbury. She's got her nose out front at the moment, but we've got a North Harbour rider in there next to her, and I'm going to call that as Mia Grant as we round out that 2nd corner. They're coming back down towards us. Ellie Morgan, Mia Grant, Savannah Hogg, 1, 2 and 3. Here we go. They're going to be pushing hard into their last corner before they hit the home straight. Coming past me now is the 915 there. That's Jada Gillard from Waitakere as well. Into the last corner they go, lining up the home stretch. Pushing hard for a position here on race number 392.
Oh, so awesome to see these 10 girls still coming at us hard and fast. It is the W6 plate. Mika Wallace out in the 1, followed very closely by Skylar Hansen. And it's north versus south as they come through on this third straight. Going back into the 3 spot, we got Amelia Tetheri. But it is all Mika Wallace as they head down this third straight. Skylar Hansen charging hard, seeing if she can't cook something up in this last corner. Protecting that inside line like life depends on it. And it is going to be one for scores. I tell you what, that is one for the ages.
Oh, I tell you what, here we go, legs 11. That makes it our 11 boys for race number 394. Into the whole shot is your 112 rider. That's Kano Goff out of Dunedin. He wants a piece of the pie. Coming in behind him, though, we've got Adam Stevens, Nathan Swain, Robbie Zillwood, Finn Barrington, Kano Goff and Case Gibson-Groot, all wanting points to get themselves through the last rounds of the finals. But it is your 112 rider. That's Kano Goff. He's in the lead at the moment. The 305, that's Finn Barrington out of the Sunset Coast in the 2. Adam Stevens, the 115 out of the New Plymouth. He's in the 3 with Case Gibson-Groot, the East City rider, currently in the 4. Is he going to hang on? He's got a battle coming up his right-hand side. Oh, it's going to come down to the pedals, Case. Don't stop pedaling.
Oh, great stuff from our 11 boys. Just while we got a little break, big shout out again to our YouTube family. Great to see viewers from all around the world. And I'm going to take a little bit of license. I want to shout out Grandpa Sullivan all the way there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He is watching in, and it's his birthday. So big shout out.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to Grandpa Sullivan. He is there on the live stream, and big fan of New Zealand BMX all the way over in the US of A.
Nice. Talking about exciting times, no doubt some of you may have seen me up on the start gate. Hopefully we'll be playing it later. Talking about international guests, mate, we got Laura Smolders in the house.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, mate, and I told her there's a chair up here for her if she wants to come through a couple of lines down in the commentary tower. She said she might take us up. Maybe not so much on the commentary, but come checking out the best view in the house.
I reckon. Oh, come on, Laura. You know you want to.
But, yeah, keep an eye out as we drop that interview onto the live stream. That'll be cool.
And it is fair to say that she's obviously here to see the domestic racing, but also might be paying a little bit of attention to our elites, throwing it down this afternoon.
Oh, mate, the way our elites have been riding, she'll be looking for all the advantages she can get out of there.
All right, we're into 11 boys, and this is going to be race 395.
Sorry, it was the airtime there, the rider, the 800 rider there of, he got so high, Cooper Beck, mate. I gasped as he saw him fly through the air there.
Oh, no, racking in the emails, but back to racing it is going to be Brocky O'Neill. He is out in the 1, trying to pay some bills with them skills. And it is the 300 bike of Nelson Urata, locking in on the 2. These two are going to bail it out all day. I tell you what, Harbour the rider of, that is going to be Cooper Beck. He'll come through, lock in the 3.
Oh, we go. Here it is. It's race number 396. Another group of 11 boys coming at us. Jackson Carroll from the Sunset Coast on the 247 getting to the bottom of the hill first. But it looks like it's a Hawera rider, the NZ3. That is Finn Lawrence. He's got into the whole shot. He's got company, though. He's got a number of riders. Alex Shank, Jackson Carroll, Sam Glover, Lachlan Burley, Austin Shaw and Nixon Sears from Rotorua in the mix of it too. But it is your Hawera NZ3. Coming down back towards us in the front. He's getting some space. The battle's on, though, for 2 and 3. It's the 905 plate. That is your rider, Alex Shanks from Hamilton. He's battling with Jackson Carroll out of the Sunset Coast, but it looks like they might have just broken up a little bit there. Battles on at the back of the pack as well with some great skills as we round out race number 396.
All right, another one of the 11 boys, and that is going to be none other than the skinny digit of Nico Meyer, charging hard through that first corner. There's a reason why he's got a 1 on his plate. And he is going to be a couple of bike legs back on the best of the rest. But my goodness, she's some pretty tight going in there, I'd say. That is some pretty hairy racing as they go back into the 601 in the 2 spot, the 149 in the 3. And they are going to be going 4 wide onto that final straight, seeing what they can cook up.
Here we go, coming in thick fast behind them is race number 398. Oh, look at the skills there. That's none other than the Mountain Raider, Jai Martini on the 88 plate. He's pushing hard, but he's got company with Jack Kelly on the 118, Sebastian Bassett on the 104, Monty Garden on the 161, Toby McCusker on the 92, the 927 of Toby Ryan and Bradley Perham on the 139, but it is all Jai Martini at the front at the moment. He's got the 118 in behind him. That's Capital City's Jack Kelly. He's pushing hard for a spot. Your North Harbour rider getting in high and low. That is your Sebastian Bassett. He's going to throw the pedals. Can he make that happen? As we finish that race there.
All right, 12 boys, Charlie Burke, Abel Bird and Braxton Hook, Colter Joyce, Ryan Marshall, Billy McRae, Jargo Hagen, Caleb Lilly. Oh, the NZ8 sneaks through on the inside. That is Billy McRae. He'll take the whole shot. Colton Joyce almost had it, but he just left the door just a little bit open. But he says, no, thank you. I'm going to take that back very much. He is going to light the turbos, get out in the top spot again as they head back towards us on the third straight, the 1-1-2, throwing it down in the 3 spot. And again, all important points on the line as these 12 boys head towards semis and finals.
And we're into it again with race number 400. Can you believe it? 400 gates have dropped. And we're going through it with another group of 12 boys, but into the whole shot there. It's your 1-3-4 rider there. That is Cooper Murphy out of Christchurch. He's been bashing it out all day, but he's got his teammate there, Austin Stronach. He's in the number 2 spot there on the 2-6-4. The East City rider of Cade Patterson there coming around the corner on the number 3. As we round out down back towards us there. Looks like the third has changed. It's the 1-3-3 currently. Rocky Branks. He's pushing in hard. So it looks like we've got the South Island 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. The North Islanders are pushing hard as they round out race number 400.
Wham bam, thank you ma'am. We're into 12 boys again. And it is going to be Ree Fredericks, the best haircut in BMX. He goes low and he comes out with all the spoils in the whole shot position. As they go into that second straight, that mullet is going to be flying down this third straight. We'll see who was there in the 2. I think that is going to be the Christchurch City. No, Jono Hansen charging hard with Dylan Sarzi locked and loaded in that 3 spot. Again, these, elbows out already. Dylan says, I want that 2 spot.
I'll tell you what, mate, it's only Moto 5. We've still got finals to come, and this is the action. And here we go, back into it. Rico Ryan into the whole shot. But he's got the NZ5 of Charlie Withington, the Mighty 11. He's in behind him. They're going to be battling it out into the second corner. Sitting in the number 3 spot, though, we've got a North Harbour rider. I'm going to put my money on Caleb McCabe as he comes into that corner there. Rico Ryan 1, Charlie Withington 2, Caleb McCabe 3. But he's got it his own way. The battle's on for there. It's the 917 plate. That's Braxton Gillard. He's the rider from Waitakere. He wants a piece of the pie. Oh my giddy aunt down that final straight. And it was not a good way to finish, unfortunately, there for our North Harbour rider as we cross the line there for race number 402.
All right, back to 13 boys, and it is going to be none other than Benny Anderson, the 911 out in the top spot, the East City rider, followed by Cleo Alexander. Jack Buckley's locked in the 3 spot as they come back towards us, but it is Ben Anderson into his work, trying to get that lap done as quickly as possible. East City 1, and it's going to be Alexander in the 2, Jack in the 3 as they turn for home. Another lightning fast round from our 13 boys.
Lucky for some, unlucky for others, but this is another gate of 13 boys into Moto 5, race number 404. As we get into the whole shot there, we look to see it is none other than the 205 plate. That is your Tauranga rider, Dylan Fox. He's been banging bars all day. Kataka into gold and black. I get those colours mixed up, but that's okay because he's in there. That's Blake Cover. He's pushing hard for a spot, but he's not got company up his left-hand side. It's the 550 plate there. That's Fletcher Lawrence of Harwera. He's got a nose in front. Into the last corner down the finish track, but we've got the 717. He's sitting Tyler Grant. He's sitting in 4th as we round out race number 404.
All right, another 13 boys coming at us, and it is going to be Liam King, Jesse Lindop, Liam Clifford, Jacob Lyman, Max Short, Kemp Hancock, Cooper Halitama, and Aidan Hebendale. And it is the NZ for the Tauranga rider, Liam Clifford. He locks in that whole shot as they go down that second straight. It's not swimming. Anyway, back to racing. We got Liam out in the 1 as they head towards the 3rd and final corner. It's the 482 bike in the 2 with the Cromwell rider with a bit of company on that outside shoulder. We have to see what's going to happen as they turn and burn towards home.
Here we go, though. Race number 406. It just keeps coming at us thick and fast. It's none other than Noah Evans, Timothy Cresswell, as we look to see who's in the whole shot. It's the the 77 plate of Noah Evans, but he couldn't quite hang on to it. He took a chance on that first corner, and that's what it's going to be about today, taking chances on finals day. But coming out towards us in the number 1 spot, it's Timothy Cresswell and Tauranga, but none other than the Noah Evans. He's pushing hard. He might have got a nose in front. I don't know. Let's see what happens in this corner. Oh my, giddy out there, locked in together as they go around. This is some exciting stuff. This will be a replay on YouTube.
All right, another one of our 13 boys going hard. And it is going to be none other than Nixon Banks. My goodness, this kid is tough as nails. He binned it yesterday, but he is back up on the bike and absolutely ripping that NZ1 hard. He's got a point to prove. He's got a bit of work to do to try and make it through So he's making good inroads into that as we go back into the 2 spot. It's the 700 bike in the 2 with the 456. Big Maxi Hey from Sunset Coast. He's locked in the 3. And these guys going to rack up those points. Big effort still required for the rest of the day.
And we're into it now. It's the 14 girls as they come down into the whole shot. It looks like it's going to be Beth Walker up there. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, here we go. It's the 555 plate there. That is Nicola Marpus from Hamilton. She's pushing hard, but Beth Walker's got her nose back out front. They're into the thick of it here. We've got Isabel Anderson from Waitaki on the 166. I believe she's currently sitting in the number 3 spot. Ruby Zelger on the 322 out of North Canterbury. She's going hard. Beth Walker, your current NZ1 into the last corner first. As she rounds it out, what can Nicola do? Is she going to be able to catch it? As we round it out, there we go. Race number 408.
All right, 409, 14 girls. Reeve Napier Anderson, Lucy Lardner, Sophie Calhoun, Catalina Morris, Holly Tribble, and Gemma Almers. And these two know love lost. To tell you what, it is Sophie Calhoun gets the whole shot by Holly Tribble. She is going to be right on Sophie's back wheel as they head into the second corner. What are these two going to do? Holly goes low, trying to get on that outside line. Gets the nose in front. That is going to be the most hotly contested line all day. I'll tell you what. Holly's going to go through that third corner in the 1. Sophie's going to trade blows. Can she get it back? Looks like it's going to be Holly 1, Sophie 2. And we have to pick up who's the best of the rest.
Okay, it looks like we might have had a bit of a change of the race order there because we're into race 411 as we come into the corner there. It's your 303 plate there. That is Regan Smith. He's out the front. Currently there in the number 2 spot, James Wallace, Jacob Shaw, followed by Flynn Harrison. Ashton Cahill-Fye on the number 7, Louis Anderson currently in the rear. They're coming through. But it is the 303 of Regan Smith, the Mountain Raider, into the last corner first. Here we go. How's it going to play out? James Wallace there in the 2nd, Jacob Shaw in 3, Flynn Harrison in 4, but it looks like the battle's on for 2 and 3. It's going to come down to the end as they battle it out.
All right, back to racing, and we'll see who we got. We are back into 412, and it is going to be 16 boys: Corey Carpendale, Isaac Thompson, Will Stewart, Ryan Hurley, Maxie Richardson, and Dario Fasilic from Whangarei. But it is all Maxie Richardson out in the top spot, repping the harbour jersey hard, and it's going to be the 53 bike of Dario in on the 2. We'll see who's in that 3. The Whangarei rider, the 337 of Isaac Thompson, throwing it down for those 16 boys.
Okay, I think we're into our 17 to 24 at the moment as we come into it. No, yep, I'm looking for where we're up to. Yes, it is. That's the first gate, the race number 413. This is 17 to 24 male into the second corner first. It must be the 98 plate there of Logan Clark from Christchurch. He's coming through with Lewis Atkinson, the 151 out of East City, and behind him. He wants a spot, but it's the 82 plate there from Dunedin. Cameron Lang in the number 3 as they come rounding it out. Into the final corner there. The battle's on though, 4, 5 and 6. There we go, Xavier Dunn, Callahan Treadway, pushing hard. Oh my giddy aunt, it's going to come to the last bit.
All right, we are back in. Oh no, he's bended in the corner. What do we got here? What race are we in here?
It looks like, mate, I don't know what's going on here. We seem to have jumped all over the place. Maybe we're back up to 16 boys.
All right, we need to get back on our numbers. 16 boys. Look up who's in this one. All right. Looking up to the gate, I think we are 17 to 24 male. All right, into racing, and it is going to be the 112 bike. That is Corey Walden, the Sunset Coaster, wrapping the club hard. And in the Sunset Coast jersey, it's the Nelson Brothers Racing jersey in there on the 2. The Cromwell rider of Hamish Earl locked in the 3 spot. Corey Walden, this dude knows how to ride a bike. I tell you what, double classing all weekend as well. He's got a nose ahead as they head into that third and final corner. What can our NBR rider cook up in that last straight? Looks like Corey's going to keep a nose ahead. Maybe commentator's curse. Who knows?
Here we go. It's 17-24 male again. Race number 415. We're into it. It looks like it's none other than the 541. Out of Tauranga, that's Zachary Arnold in the number 1 spot. We've got Ronan McCursier from the North Haven Canterbury in the 421. He looks like he's sitting on the number 2 at the moment. Harry Ferv on the NZ6 from Harwera there. He's in the mix too. Not quite sure where he's sitting on. Maybe he's 4th. Here we go. Your NZ6 making a move up the outside. Harry 5. Can he get it? Is it going to come down to the pedals? These guys are bar to bar. It's going to come down to the who can throw it. It looks like it might be your NZ6 in the nose, but we'll have to go upstairs.
All right, 35 to 39 male 20-inch, and we called it yesterday the Harwera Hustle. These three riders have been making it pretty hard for anyone else to get past, but it looks like it's going to be our our Jason Jolly. He's busting up the party. I tell you what, he's got a rose between a few thorns, perhaps. I don't know. The 666 bike, though, Rob Robertson, he's got a nose ahead, but it is all action stations back in the back as they fight it out for the best of the rest.
Here we go, and we're throwing it down now. It's getting to people who should know better. 40 to 44 male, 20 inch into the whole shot goes. Your 117, that's Brad Andrews out of Whangarei. He wants a piece of the action, but it might not get all his own way. Scott Silver seems to have got into that now. He's into the work as he comes back down the rhythm straight towards us. That's the 117 plate out of Te Awamutu. In behind him, though, it's the 168 plate. That is your rider, Glenn Richardson, with the 198 sitting in there behind him. Dwayne Moritz from Hutt Valley Thunderbolts. He's pushing hard, but this time
45 to 49 male 20. It's Nathan Cornelius, Phil Gill, Mark Lewis, Gath Lachlan, and Derek Jubismar from Dunedin. And whoa, they're going. That line is getting wider and wider and wider. I tell you, it is going to be on right onto the pro by the time we hit semis. It is going to be on for young and old as we go through the day. But it looks like it's going to be Big Derek in the one for now, the 511. And on the two spot, that's Phil Gill. We'll see who's in that three as they turn for home. I think that looks like it's going to be Nathan Cornelius. He'll lock in the three.
Here we go. We're into JT Napier. He's pushing hard there. That's why he's your NZ one out of Gisborne at the moment, and he wants to keep that plate. Sitting in the number two spot, though, Danny Alexander from the Hawkes Bay. This is his track. He wants to get in front because he wants to be there too. Andrew Badman on the 125 out of Christchurch. Tony Thornley on the 246 out of North Haven, Canterbury. And we've got Brett McKersey on the 423 out of North Haven, Canterbury as well. So Tony Thornley from North Christchurch as they're pushing hard into the final corner. Here they go. Three abreast. This is where the battle's at for these three. Here's going to go. Who's going to get the points to get them through to the finals?
17 to 24 female 20 inch. This has been one to watch all weekend, to tell you what. The 551 Renee Coleman Savage. She takes aggressive line through that first and gets herself the spoils of a couple of bike links back to Selena Pfister. And the two, we'll see who's in that three spot. It's the 114 of Abby Hurst. 458 though, coming up large on the outside shoulder. Turning towards home though, it looks like Renee's got that one locked in the bag. Selena in the two. And we'll have to see how the best of the rest shakes out.
Here we go. We're back into it. This looks like it must be the second gate there of 17 to 24 females. There we got the 71 plate. That's Ellie Bittick out of the Mountain Raiders. She's got her nose out front. She's got company, though, with Brooke now and out of Christchurch on the 955. And Zoe Hartwell, the other Mountain Raider, there on the 119. As we come into the second corner, it's still Ellie Bittick out the front. Maya Watkins now in the 356 and behind her with the 955 Christchurch rider there. Brooke now in the 3. Here we go. It's going to come down to this last straight. The girls are battling it out. Ellie's not going to get it her own way. She's going to have to push to keep it as we round that race out.
All right, we're into the Mad Masters 30 plus 20 inch, and it is going to be the 68 bike coming in hard. Oh my gosh, we got action out on the Pro Straight already. Tell you what, that is going to be Richie Stratford, I think, out in the top spot. And go back and see who's in that too. It's the NZ1, Adam Coker, followed by Timmy the Tank. He is locked in on the 3. Adam goes low, aggressive lines all the way around. I think he's going to be able to hold on to that one. Tough luck for the 361 of John Hayes.
I'll tell you what, he better get a move on though, because right up behind him, we've got the next group, the 25 to 34 male 20 inch. This is race number 423 if you're following us on scores. As we come into the first corner there, it's the 54 plate, the Waitakere rider. That's Softy Wee. We've got Scott Donaldson. He's chasing him hard. Maybe needs an extra shot of coffee as he comes around the corner, still sitting in the number 2 spot. In the 747 out of Hamilton, Hayden Stockman there. He's in the 3. What are they going to do in this last corner with this number 4 going to? Lee Chapman out of Christchurch. Brandon McRae on the 86 from Waitakere in there too. We got the 433 out of New Plymouth, Alex Swell.
All right, 25 to 34 female 20 inch, and they might be mates off the track, but tell you what, they're absolute going bar to bar all the way around for this first lap. Tony James, Amy Martin, no love lost there. They might be rooming at Worlds, but my goodness, it is going to be action aplenty as they come back towards us. Amy, though, home track advantage. I'm sure she's done a lap or 2 around here. She wants to lock in as many points as she can. She's in the 1, Tony for 2, and I think it's going to be Caitlin Cantus in on the 3.
Here we go, we keep this going. It's race number 425, 40 plus female 20 inch. Out the front though into the first corner, taking the whole shot. None other than the 88 plate there. That's Jeanette Davies out of Rotorua. She's got company though in the form of Donna Head on the 151 out of Christchurch. As they round out into that second corner, it looks like it's still going to be Jeanette Davies out the front. Donna Head on the 151 coming through. Sonia Rennie there sitting in the 424, currently in third. Holding on though, Joe Coombs on the 146 out of Capital City. She's going to make a move. The 96 plate though, the Westie Lisa Anderson. She's coming around the corner. And alongside Nancy James, the 91 Waitakere rider. Rounding out race number 425.
All right, our 50-plus male. I'm not sure whether we should be in admiration or scared, but these guys, my goodness, they might be old enough to know better, but they certainly know how to get around here at a great rate of knots as well. Lightning Lee Wilson, he's out. Couple of bike links on the best of the rest as they head into that second corner. We'll see who's in there. Looks like Golden Wheels is tucked into the 3 spot. We'll see the 187 bike, 167, my apologies, but that's Ryan Gilliford. And on the 2, Golden Wheels on the 3. Darren Sue looking to snipe his way into that 3 spot from the 4, but it'll be Lightning Lee Wilson. He'll take the 1.
Ashton Cahill-Fay, can you please make your way around to points with your bike? Ashton Cahill-Fay, can you please make your way around to points with your bike? I'll tell you what though, it's going to keep on coming. Here we go, race number 427. Into the work we go. Mike Head on the 88 place out of Christchurch, but he's got company. Greg Hughes wants a piece of the pie too as they come back down the rhythm straight towards us. That's where it's sitting. Mike Head first, and then Greg Hughes in the 2. Carl Berryman on the 100 plate there, the local lad of Hawkes Bay. He's trying to get us around this track. Aaron Hodder and New Plymouth in the mix with Matthew Allen, the 266 out of Waitakere, and Derek Harrison on the 149.
All right, we are into the 12 girls, and that is none other than the unmistakable shape of Maddie Newcomb coming through that first corner in the whole shot position. We got polka dots in on the 2, the 2-3-3. Sorry, the 2-2-3, the Chloe Dinsdale in the 3 spot as they come back towards us on that rhythm section. It is the 247, Indy McMullen, and on the 2, chasing hard for that top spot. We'll have to see what is going to happen. Can Maddie hold on to it? Looks like she might have a couple of bike links on her, and not quite enough to get over that line.
Into it though, 13 girls, race number 421. Holly Nilsson on the 111 plate, into her work early, into the whole shot, into the bottom of the hill first. On the number 2 though, that's Luca Penny out of Te Awamutu on the NZ2. Courtney Smith, the Mountain Raider on the 303, she's in the thick of it. But Beatrix McCusker on the 725, the other Mountain Raider, she's chasing hard, coming in through there with the Taupo rider on the 702, Taylor Mortensen. But it's your 111. It's the BMX emergency there as Holly Nilsson goes round the corner into the final straight, being chased down though by Luca Penny as we round out race number 429.
Oh, and it's the Penny dynasty continues with Sister Sophie out the gate, and she is fighting hard for that whole shot, but it looks like, oh, she's just got a nose in front and making our NZ3 of Asha Nipi Anderson work for all she's got. It is the Waitakere rider charging hard up on that outside shoulder though. Miss Penny, though, she has got her pump on as they head towards us in the commentary tower. NZ3 going hard in the 2 spot. The Waitakere rider looking to try and maybe conserve a little bit for the rest of the day. She'll be happy with that 3.
Here we go, 14 boys chasing hard. Race number 431 into the whole shot, though, goes your 420 plate there. That is your rider out to the Mountain Raiders. He's been doing it all weekend long. That's Lucas Martini. He's pushing hard. Case Silver, though, on the 237 at Te Awamutu. He's in there, too. He's trying to catch it up, but Cooper Harvey making a move there. He's on the 289 plate. He's coming up the outside. The back riders, though, so close you could throw a tea towel over them. But it looks like Lucas Martini, he's going to run away with it. Here we go into the final stretch for race number 431.
Another 14. Oh, no, 14 boys bended on the gate. Not good to see, but we'll go see who's going to pick up that whole shot. The 600 bike, Riley Smart. He is out in the smart part of the track, which is the clear air. Going back into 2, we've got the Cromwell rider throwing it down. Charlie Loiser in the 2, the Harvard rider in on the 3. Caleb White throwing it down. He's going to try and make a run for that second spot, I'm sure. But it's going to be Riley Smart. He'll come through. The big fella takes the 1. And again, a big ups to our fallen rider. That is the 1, 2, 3. Nick Armitage from Waitakere back up on his bike. Built Westie tough, I tell ya. And we got
Tell you what, mate, it's only not even lunchtime and that racing is heating up like the sun.
I tell you, yeah, and it's funny. We have an interesting vantage point up here in the commentary hut. We get to see the racing, but we also get to feel the atmosphere, and it feels a little bit thicker, a bit more intense.
Talking about atmosphere, talking about intense. This is the race we want to be watching. 4-3-3 into the go. Here we go, 2 wide. It's the 3-1-3 plate though. That is down low. Keeping it in real, it's Cohen Ludham out of Taupo. He's got his nose out front. He's got company though. The NZ5 of Lockie Bartram out of North Canterbury. So yeah, he's pushing hard. He wants to go. Here we come though. It's the 3-1-3 plate. That's Cohen Ludham into the work. The NZ5 in the 2 spot. Nixon points in on the 79 as we round out race number 4-3-3.
All right, into the 9 girls. We've got Ali Campbell, Georgia Poe-Edwards, Mila McMullen, and Perry Rennie. And tell you what, Georgia Poe-Edwards, I think she must have the biggest support crew in all of BMX, because whenever you go to the track, there's always someone new in the Poe-Edwards clan that you're meeting coming to support her racing. And it looks like it's working as she is out in the top spot. The polka dots are back in play. Iconic Poe-Edwards polka dots. But back in the 2 spot, we've got the 285. That is going to be McMullen in the 2. The NZ2 of Ali Campbell in the 3. Looks like Georgia's got this one sewn up though.
Here we go, race number 435, Moto 5, 9 girls, we're into it. Here we go, I think I know who's in the whole shot there. That is none other than the Sunset Coast Rider. That is Hattie Barrington. She's been busting moves all weekend. In the number 2 spot though, chasing her down, Aislinn Lloyd from the Mountain Raiders on the 908. Coming through, the Cambridge rider there of Alicia Ashton on the 635 in the 3 spot. These girls are lining themselves up. It looks like it might be our Mountain Raider looking to make a move onto this last corner. What has she got? Here we go. Watching them into the back we go. We've got the 107 rider and the 110. Those are riders of Sienna Richards and Indy Smith battling it out here at the back of the pack as they're pushing hard to round out race number 435.
All right, Lexi Silver is going to lead the 11 girls into the first corner. We're followed by Nessie Rennie in the 2 spot. These two, they're pretty close as they head down that second straight into the big sweeping left-hander. And it looks like Silver's going to try and cover that inside line. That is I guess, the money line all afternoon. There is going to be battles on for young and old trying to cover that inside line. But it looks like Lexi's got a couple of bike links back to Nessie as they head down towards home. Locks in another moto and some more points.
Okay, here we go. Girls 11, moto number 5, race number 437, NZ1 into the whole shot. That is Addison Harrowfield. She's been riding smooth all weekend long. Starting off with the epic racing out there on Friday for our Mighty 11 trials. Bohuhura on the 134 from Southland though. She's chasing her down. Serene Hedges on the 945 out of North Harbour, currently sitting in the 3 spot. Battles on at the back of the pack though. Here we go. Liam Lloyd, the Mountain Raider. Kelly Mello from Christchurch and Aurelia Saka from the Hutt Valley Thunderbolts on the 111 plate. Here we go. The battle is on. Rounding the corner into the last for the final time on this race. Race number 437.
All right, 15 boys. We've got Deacon Connor, the skinny digit, leading them through. And oh, no, big high side. That is going to be, again, money of the afternoon, sorry. And it is going to be Connor out in the 1. As they come back towards us, it is going to be, what is it, the 170 bike in the 2 spot, the 233, charging hard to get into the 3. Elbows out as they head towards home. Can he get a nose in front? And it's going to be another fast and furious race from our 15 boys. And again, like we say, it is starting to heat up. I tell you what, it is getting right into the action. This is where points are being, I guess, fought tooth and nail for.
Well, mate, I guess if people are sitting on the cusp, right, they're really pushing hard, and you can see that by the aggressive nature of this riding. It's exciting. It's full on, and it's lining those points up for quarterfinals and semi-finals and then ultimately finals, right?
Absolutely, and I have to say, I've never heard so much talk of bubbles. Then I have trackside, being on the bubble, being right on the cusp. And again, that is what you're going to see as we get in, especially into the next round. There's going to be that last Hail Mary trying to get up above the bubble, trying to get into those quarters and those semis. We've got some big age groups. And that's when we get into cutthroat, dead man racing. And where it's going to be top 4 progress into the big show later this afternoon. And I can't wait. I don't know about you, Brenton, but I can't wait for that finals racing where the gloves are off, all bets are off, and we are going absolutely hammer and tong trying to get over that line first and come home with the coveted plate.
Yeah, the coveted NZ plates, right? That's what they're all here for. And that's, BMX is a sport of two halves, right? Like you've mentioned many times. You look around, what an atmosphere we've got here. The sun's out. It's like a mini city, as the Mayor of Hastings said yesterday. We've created our own little village here, right? And everyone's really, really good mates off the side of the track, but that gate drops, mate, and it is game on.
All bets are off. And what is the saying? In order to come first you must finish. Something like that. And it is, again, it is a 2-day event. It is also a lot of work to make sure just that you can actually get through one piece. We see, we start to see a few people winning it. And good to see our rider back up on his feet. And it is one of those things where you sort of, you park your friendships, you park all of those things. You go hard for 30 seconds, and you come back out at the end of it, shake hands, and you go for gold.
There we go, just like us, mate, helping each other out, one mic at a time. But yeah, definitely, right. And the cool thing is, you then get to the end, right, and everyone's fist pumping and high fiving again. It's that 40 seconds, right? Absolute 40 seconds.
Fast and furious 40 seconds. And again, good to see our rider back up on his feet. That is what we like to see. And a huge shout out. We've got another day of absolutely awesome viewing on the live stream. If you haven't already done so in your trackside here with us, make sure you get on your socials, pump it out to anyone and everyone that you think might want to be able to get on. That is how you can do your bit to help development of the sport and I guess progression of what we're trying to do with this live stream as well.
Yeah, mate, really exciting. Jumping in all over the place. We got Billy McRae, another great race to you. Big shout out. Cameron Denson, you got this, bud. That's from Cody. So some good shout outs come through.
Awesome support. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we are back up on the gate for race 439, if you're following along on scores.
Here we go. The gate has dropped. It is, like you said, Greg, race 439 into the mix, though. Bryson Joyce, the Mountain Raider, into the whole shot as he comes in. And to the behind him, those the 195. That's Zed Pickford out of Cambridge. He's pushing hard into the corner where they go. Finding it around the mix. We've got Tainted Theory there on the 508. Let's see where he ends up. He's still sitting in third with Connor King on the 77 plate out of Rotorua. Hanging out there in fourth in the 918. Rory Lawson out of Waitakere there. Blake Moore on the 94 from the Hawkes Bay, the local lad. He wants to do well on his home track as we round out race number 140.
Seth Merritts, Levi Banks, Riley Burley, Thomas Broxop, Nico Cogan and Rock Marshall in this one. Oh, we've got another one down. Oh my gosh, it is going to be Heartbreak Hotel this first corner, I tell you what. But back up to racing. We'll see who's managed to get through in one piece. That is going to be the NZ2 of Nico Cogan. And back in the 2 spot, the 242. That is Riley Burley in the 2 with the 199 of Seth Merritts in the 3. And it has been a tough, rough and tumble weekend for the Banks family. That was Levi Banks spinning it. But he is, again, a bit Waikato tough, back up on his bike. And he'll come through and no doubt dust himself off and be back up and going again, I'm sure. Big ups to these guys.
Yeah, while there's a lot of skill involved in BMX, there's also a little bit of luck, right? Sometimes things just don't go your way, and definitely feeling for the Banks family after this weekend. But here we go, no time to stop. It's 15 to 16 girls, Moto 441. Sorry, Moto 5, race 441. 3-1 into the first corner. What's going to happen here, Greg? It's the 68 plate though. It's the Westie. It's Nikita Clark. She's out the front. Into the mix she goes. But the battle's still on behind her. Let's look to see who comes in that second corner into the number 2 spot. Nikita Clark hanging on to a Brooke Day on the 211. She's got her nose in front at the moment. But the 708 plate, that is Madeline Hunter. She's pushing hard into the last corner. They're going hard, they're going low. Oh, there we go. I think that was Molly India pulling it on the cut there as we round out race number 441.
All right, Azaria Thornley, Jamie Davies, Hazel Gardner, Amber Bell, Tate Hancock, Danica Bergensen and Aurora Herbert in this one. And it is going to be the 5-on-5 with Danica Bergensen out in the top spot. Managing to get back out in that all-important clear air as we get into racing further and further in the afternoon. It is going to be absolute carnage back in the pack. But the 505, that's Amber Bell locked in the 3 with the 135 in on the 3. That's Azaria Thornley. It'll be Danica that she'll go through. She'll take the 1.
Here we go, we're into it, into the cruisers, the 8 to 10 mix. Harrison Cullen getting to the bottom of the hill first, the local ladder, Hawkes Bay. But it looks like a North Harbour rider. That must be Jordan Dawson into the whole shot. But oh no, there we go, that's the local knowledge. Harrison Cullen getting in low, sticking it hard as he rounds out into that second corner. We'll look to see what happens. Has he managed to hang on? I don't know. The scores will soon tell us. Yes, Harrison Cullen, the local lad, but he's got company. Jordan Dawson is back out in front. He's in NZ4 for a reason. In the number 3 spot, though, it's Tate Burden from Te Awamutu on the 200 plate. Here we go into the final stretch. Race number 443.
All right, 11-12, Cruiser Male, Rico Ryan, Finn Barrington, Dylan Sarzi, Nielsen Urata, and Jackson Carroll. And we'll see who is in the mix. The NZ3, that is going to be the wrong race that I'm looking at, apparently. I think we've jumped ahead. Race 445. That is going to be 11-12 Cruiser Male. Ryder Wheeler, Angus Morgan, Caleb McCabe, Tyler Cochrane, and Jago Hagen, and Jared Rennie in this one. And it is the NZ3 of Angus Morgan in the 1. The 210 bike of Caleb McCabe in on the 2 spot. Not sure who's just squeezed into the 3, but again, a beautiful pass on that third corner.
Here we go, though. We're back into the 35 to 39 Cruiser Male. Into the pole shot, though, is your 120 plate. That's Ben Waters out of Capital City. He's got company, though, in behind him. We've got Jade Peters and Adam Coker in the mix there, too, somewhere. He's sitting currently on the NZ1. Sam Torrens on the 298 at Tauraha. Oh, the positions have just changed again. Adam Coker in the back of the pack at the moment. It's the 120 plate, though, there from Capital City of Ben Waters. Jade Peters in the number 2. What magic can Adam pull out as he comes to the corner? It looks like he's got nothing left in the tank. It looks like it's going to be the Tauraha rider taking the 3.
All right, 35 to 39 Cruiser Male. Luke Anderson, Brad the Theory, Joel Perriam, Adam Lawrence, and Scott Murphy. And that is the 990 of Adam Lawrence out in the 1 spot. It looks like Scott Murphy is snuck into the 2, but again, ducking and diving, busting and weaving. The 372 fighting hard to get that elbow out to get across on that inside line. And it will be the 990 of Adam Lawrence that will take that one.
Okay, we're into it. 40 to 44 Cruiser Male, Moto 5, race 448 into the whole shot, though. It's your 996 plate. That is 986 plate, I should say. That's Kim Fife from Waitakere. He's busting some moves, but he's got company. The pack behind him is chasing him hard as we go into that second corner, coming back down towards us. It looks like it's Dwayne Moritz on the Hit Valley Thunderbolts on the 198, sitting in the 2 spot. And the number 3, it's the 95 plate there. That is your Waitakere rider, Tim Martin. Brendan Tate, the Mountain Raider, currently in the 4, with Pete Macy out of Cambridge on the 298, pushing hard.
All right, 40 to 44 Cruiser Male, Lindsay Verrett, Tony Carpendale, Grant Reddy, Daniel Donaldson, Lance Dinsdale. And it is Lightning Lance on that flash new whip of his, looking absolutely awesome out there in the front. I reckon that is good for at least a couple of seconds. The old prophecy there, but it is going to be the skinny digit out in the 1. Lindsay Verrett in on the 2 with Grant Rennie chasing hard in that 3 spot. Looks like Lance has got this one in the bag as they head back towards home. Lindsay and Grant, though, that's a different story.
Here we go, race number 450. Wayne Shanks, Derek Joe Guzman, Matt Harvey, Mark Harrifield, Rob Higgins, they're coming around the corner into the thick of it. Oh, look at that beautiful bit of skill there as they're coming down that second straight into the second corner they're going to be. We look to see who's out in the front. Has Derek managed to hang on? He sure has, but he's got Wayne Shanks, the NZ4 from Hamilton, coming up as outside this last corner. It's going to be where the action's at. It's the 648 plate though, Matt Harvey in a tote ball. Here we go, Wayne Shanks making a move. Can he throw the pedals down? I don't know. Is he going to get enough? We're going to have to check that one out.
All right, 45 to 49 Cruiser Male. And it is well. And what have we got? We got the 77 bike. That is going to be Steve Schmansky in the top spot. We'll see who is in that 2-3. It looks like those elbows are out already. Again, battling hard for that all-important points outcome. Steve Schmansky in the 1, though. Alexander charging hard up into that 2 spot. And again, it will be one to follow on scores to see how everybody's tracking.
It will be, but it looks like we're jumping back to race number 444. We must have had a mechanical little likes because it's the 11 to 12 Cruiser back into it with Rico Ryan, your NZ1 out the front. He's got company though, Dylan Sarzi from the North Harbour Club on the NZ2, and behind him, sitting currently, I think in 3rd is your NZ1, Nielsen Urata out of Rotorua. Here we go as they round out, coming into the thick of it, pushing hard, Rico Ryan 1, Dylan Sarzi 2, Nielsen Urata 3. Here we go, coming in behind me, I can still see Jackson Carroll and Finn Barrington. There's going to be a battle on the pack here into the last corner. What can these boys do? It's all about the points over on this one, I believe. Oh, it might not be, actually. We're looking to push hard. I don't know what I'm talking about, so I'll just move on.
Oh my goodness, we are into the 13 to 16 cruiser mile, and it is going to be Mr. Dinsdale. He is taking to the air, trying to rack up the air miles as he goes into that second corner in the top spot. Leaves the door open though, and it is going to be Mr. Richardson comes sneaking on through. Dinsdale though, he has got the turbos lit again. He wants to make sure that he takes out that one. It will be bar-to-bar action as they head towards home, but it looks like Mr. Dinsdale making it look easy.
Here we go, we're back into it again. It's, I believe, the race number 453, Motor 5, 17 to 34, Cruiser Male. Into the first shot there is the 54 plate. That's Softy Wee out of Waitakere. He's pushing hard, but he's got company. Zachary under the Turong is not going to give this away for sure. Here we go, it's the second corner, back down the rhythm straight towards us with Hamish McDonald on the 1-3. Oh, out of Hardware are currently sitting in third. Casey Walker on the 3-1-6 and the 4. And Brock Bomber Nelson on the NZ2. I tell you what, a day older. Here we go, pushing hard, Brock. Get it home, son. Here's the Softy Wee. Zachary Arnold battle it out for 1 and 2.
Oh, back up on the gate and double classing today. Corey Walden trailing just in behind our 98 bike of Logan Clark, battling it out for that 1-2 as they head down into that second corner, the 17 to 34 Cruiser Male. And it looks like our 98 bike, Logan Clark, he has got a couple of bike links back on Corey as they head towards the third straight. Big skills from Corey. 270 of Hamish Earl, the Cromwell rider, come up for Nationals. He's going to go through. He'll lock in the 3.
Here we go, so listen, moto number 6 is about to start shortly, so we've got to make sure that if you are supposed to be around in the pits, you are there, because I tell you what, if this, you wouldn't catch this guy sleeping, the world number 5, that's Dion Newth. He's out there as we're into race number 455, 50 plus Cruiser Male, so the rest of you better get around the back for moto number 6. Here we go, Dion Newth coming back down towards us with Aaron Hodder, the NZ7, chasing him down. Darsky McCusker on the 56 out of the Mountain Raiders pushing hard too with Andrew Falhurt on the NZ2 from Kapiti. He's going hard. Where's Golden Wheels? As he comes around, we can see Golden Wheels making a move. I know he's got some places to climb. He's pushing hard as we round out race number 455.
All right, Cliff Wilson, Carl Berryman, Greg Hughes, Stuart Marsh, Greg Barrington, Liam Drew and Matthew Allen in this one. And it looks like, again, Greg Hughes, the 111 bike. He is going to be out in the top spot. He'll be coming, charging hard into this third straight back towards the commentary hut. We'll see who's in the 2 as they get a bit closer to the 100 bike. Carl Berryman in the 2 spot, the 133. That is going to be Liam Drew. He'll lock in the 3. And it is going to be another lightning fast round from our 50 plus Cruiser Male. 13 to 44 Cruiser Female, we're into it. And again, back up, a double classing. It is going to be Tony James takes the whole shot, followed very closely by Caitlin Jorgantis. And it'll be Amy Duckett in there on the 3, but Tony has got this one locked and loaded as they come back towards us. Caitlin, though, won't be giving up. She'll be trying to stay within striking distance as they head into that third corner. Looks like Tony's got this one locked and loaded, though. Off the wheels, I think, not too far away. And getting some good laps in.
Here we go, we're back into the mix. Thanks for covering me there, Greg, on the 458. That's the race number. It's the moto number 5, 13 to 44 Cruiser Female. Into the work, though, Amy Martin on the 67 plate, double classing this weekend. She's from Hawkes Bay. She's the local lass. She wants to take home the plate. It's Selena Pfister on the 581 from the Mountain Raiders. Catalina Morris there on the 320 from Southland. She's coming up the outside. What's going to happen here? The battle for 2 or 3 is going to be game on. And we've got Sonia Rennie there in the number 4 spot on the 424. And a quick message there to our championship riders. Those are our elite riders, our juniors, under 23s, and elite men and women. 11:30 in your staging area, please, for a meeting. 11:30 in your staging area for a meeting, all championship riders.
All right, 45 plus Cruiser Female. Again, great to see the ladies out there banging bars this morning, this afternoon. Are we quite there yet? No, this morning. Gone ahead, though. Christchurch City rider in the 1. Steph Hawk in on the 2. And again, these ladies are wanting to make sure that they make the most of these final couple of motos before they head into the pointy part of the day.
Here we go. Out by a long shot at the moment is your NZ1 in race number 460. 45 plus female cruiser, moto number 5. It's Jeanette Davies out of Rotorua. She's making a move. Hayley Puddle on the 149 out of Rotorua. Joe Coombs On the 146 from Capital City, Nancy James on the 91 out of the Waitakere Club. She's in the mix there too. And Nikki Bonsall from North Harbour on the 123. Pushing hard as we round it out into the mix. Game on for these ladies. 45 plus cruiser female, race number 460.
All right, just while we're getting set for round number 2, I'll shut up because we're back into racing.
We're into the thick of it, I tell you. We're not messing around. It looks like we're into it with our little sprocket rockets coming into the corner there. I can tell you what, I recognise that rhino, the 419 plate. That is none other. Oh, as I jump up into my sheets, it's Haru Shimada out of the East City Club. He's pushing hard with Sage Lawrence on the 885 from the Hawkes Bay. He's the local lad on the 885, looking for a spot. Cohen Phillips on the 484 out of Te Araha with Fitcher Stevens, the 100 plate from Whangarei. Jake Anderson on the 120 out of the Mountain Raiders is in the mix too, but it's all about Haru Shimada out the front at the moment. He's got the 100 plate though, Fletcher Stevens in behind him. Here we go, I can see it there, the 815. That looks like a local rider possibly cruising along as we push hard for this. Sprockets 5 and under.
Race number 462, Sprockets 5 and under. Looks like we have ourselves Hudson Hislop here in East City. He's out in front at 311. He's coming in. 301's in behind him. That's Freddie Stranford from the Whitehacks with the 208 in behind with Hugo Holohan from Hairoa. And we got the 173 coming in there tight, and that's Perry Robertson from Tauranga. Ladies and gentlemen, these boys will be riding their last race here, so this is their final. We've got a boy down, a little bit of a argy-bargy there, but it's Hudson Hislop at the moment, and he's looking over a little cheeky. He better run because he's got himself Freddie on his backside. It's a 311 at the moment on the front, but Freddie's looking to take it. So Hudson's going to have to be, it's a drag race to the end here. Hudson's going to have to push it all the way to the end, but Freddie's going to be there close. Oh, looks like he's just taking it out. All right, we've got 173. That's Perry Robertson from Tauranga, just finishing up through that roller section, giving a good little look-see around, sort of taking a good vibe in, making sure he sort of gives a little wave to the crowd as he comes by here. Just gives a little look around over the tabletop. Give him a cheer, everybody. This will be his last ride for the day. This is his final for the Sprockets 5 and under. Comes through that finish line. That's his first nationals. Done, dusted. Well done. Nice work there, Perry. Hugo Hallahan. Now it's unfortunate to finish on the day. He's been racing hard all weekend. Thrills and spills. Now up next on the gate, we have ourselves the Sprocket 6 boys, race number 463.
Oh, good. Just wait.
Beautiful weather at the moment here. Oh, now we've woken up Aaron here, so here you go. You're
finally woken up for the day, and here we go with the Sprocket 6 boys. Race 463, Moto 6, Harry St. Clair, Riley Smith, Ryan Entwistle, Jack Green, Grayson Pero. We've got the 866 of Ryan out in front. He's trying to make this race his own. He's going to own it all the way, I think. He's building a nice big lead out there as he comes down into that second thing. But the race is on for second. Nice wee dive down into that corner there. The 866 of Ryan still holding on to that lead. The battle's on for second and third. We're not even sure. The 193 out there is holding on at the moment. That's Harry Sinclair. Hopefully he can hold it all the way to the end.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's race number 464. It's the Sprocket 6 boys, and they're out here. Looks like they're going bar to bar at the moment. These will be their fine. That's Liam Wang out front at the moment. He's coming in from the North Harbour. It's a 420 in behind, and that'll be the none other than the Soto Shimada. Arigato, here he comes, Japanese rider. He's looking real sharp as he's coming through there. He's a lean, mean fight machine. He's a samurai warrior, that boy. We also have the Ryan McNabb in there and Arlo Peters. Luke Richardson coming in there from the Hut Valley Thunderbolts with Liam Wang at the moment in the front, but it looks like we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a battle as they come through that corner. He loses a little bit of a pedal, but he's coming through. It's Soto is going to have to push himself real hard at this moment, but it looks like he's going to have to take a second place. It's Liam Wang for the win.
And here we go with the Sprocket 6 boys. Moto 6, race 465, and they come down that first straight. And the battle's on for first and second already as they come into that first corner. We're looking at the 966 taking the lead. Odin Weird there. Carter Lynch. Oakley Mitchell in the race. Finn Watson. Cooper Rushbrook. Ludovico Rosenberg. These guys were fast yesterday. Looks like they're even faster today as they're coming through that second corner. The lead is still out there. with the 966 of Odin, but he's being challenged right now with the 934 of Cooper Rushbrook, making a move on that first spot. But I do believe that Odin's going to be able to hold on to that all the way to the end.
And it's the Sprocket 7 boys at the moment. They're going to go 3, 4 across, it looks like. Oh, and it's 5, 4, 7 at the moment. He's taking a nice little line in there. He's cruising in beautifully. That's Maddox Garner from Hutt Valley Thunderbolts. It's Arthur Gerfrin in the mix from the Cambridge and Hudson Ryan from the New Plymouth. Carter Phillips looking strong, and William Hetherington all the way from Haroa with Vincent Chan from the Whitax. They're lining themselves up. It looks like we have a nice little race in the moment as they're rolling through these rollers as they're coming down here. But it's the 919 in the second, battling it in there. 919, that's Archer Griffin from the Cambridge, looking like he's going to try and take it. But it's a second and third. And oh my goodness, they're going to be bar to bar on this line. It's going to be a push right to the end with a Whitax.
And here we go with the Sprocket, 6-7 girls. We've got Toba Luke, Pippa Walker, Luca Robinson. Go Luca. Tessa Maisie, Evelyn Zoo, Miller Crawley, and Woody Murphy. And as they come down into that second corner already, they are fast and furious. Today, they are absolutely hauling, as they were yesterday as well. We've got the 354 out in front of Evelyn Zoo. I didn't catch that. That number is different to the ones I've got, but that's it, Luca, into that last
All right,
straight.
here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 8 boys, and it looks like that's Torpezo, and he's just throwing it. He's throwing bombs and car alarms in this one. He's taking a lean line corner on that. Manitua from North Harbour is able to cut in under. It's bar to bar as they go down the second, over the double and into the double, step up. They're going into the second corner, and they're pinning themselves up like voodoo dolls. It's Thor at the moment taking it, but it's an undercut over there by Matua. He's doing a nice little manual over top of this one, and he's got the lead at the moment. It's Matua number 1. It's Thor number 2. But it's Christchurch looking like he's taking it in number 3. And it looks like a beautiful race as they're rolling in there with Henry Hogan from the Whitax and Carol Denson from Christchurch. Blowing it up.
8 boys, Leo Sheldon, Kingston Hislop, Te Aorangi Wheeler out, who we've got in front, and there is the 622 of Kingston Hislop taken away as he comes down that second straight, heading into for the second corner, making it his own, but I think the second place is going to give him a run for his money as he dips in really low and comes up nice and close to the first place. They're going to battle it out all the way down, all the way to the end, which is how we like to see it. This 199 out there in second place, he's aiming for taking that first off him. Leo's going for it as he comes around that corner, but I do believe it's going to stay the way it is.
8 boys, these boys will be shooting from the hip as they come out here. It looks like we have ourselves a good middle section here. That could be Brock Wellington from New Place. Getting a nice line in there. Frank Waters in from Carmel looking real good. It's the 800 rider, Hugo Bassett, none other than the North Harbour rider, looking smooth as he comes down here onto that double. And they're getting their mix in there as they're lining themselves up. It looks like we could have ourselves a little bit of a convoy here. Rubber ducky, come on, mothership. Here we come down here through that roller section. I mean, this could be an epileptic nightmare as they're rolling down this one. Hugo Bassett in the lead at the moment, and they're coming in there. That's Liam Flynn coming in as well with a Brock Wellington from New Plymouth looking sharp, but it might not have it all his way as he pushes hard to the finish line.
Good, here we go. We've got 8 boys again. Blake Lynch, Toby Friedrich, Jack Snippy Anderson, Bo Goff, Jaden Barrett. We've got in the front the 434, but I just think he's been overtaken. 434 of Jack's there. Has going to have to fight if he wants his first place. Got all the way. They're bunched up tighter than a Nun's Bible as they come flying around this second corner all the way down. They are battling it out. They're spreading out a little bit further now. But we've got the 539 in front right at this moment, and that is...
And the 8 girls drop.
I should say, Jaden.
And the 8 girls drop, and here they go. It looks like we got ourselves a good contester in there. Beautiful line as she's taking it. That's Asha Probrin coming in there with Daita Harua. With Greta Zoo coming in there with Stella Torrens looking real sharp. As they come rolling in through here, it's that Cornroll rider in the number 2 position. Now she's going to be battling it real hard. She'll be looking for a little bit of a door to be opening here on that second corner. She's lining herself up nicely and looking for a little bit of a pass, but she follows her through, so it's not going to be able to pass. But she lines herself up nice through this roller section, and she's trying to get in that inside line, which she's done. She's almost bar to bar at this moment. But it's the A2 rider that's going to have to look out. That's Diana from the Southland. And it's the Cornroll rider that has passed her, and it looks like she's going down that straightaway in the lead, taking it all the way home.
Here we go, 9 boys. And there they are. They're already at the end of the first line as we get into it. We've got the 964 out in front. That's Archer Brown. And then behind him is Parker Gibb, Carter Moore, Tate Moore, Hudson McConchie, Luca Hudson, Jacob Smith, Aidan Jans, And as they come round, it's a smorgasbord of clubs out there on the track at the moment. Coming down the end, we've still got the... Oh, it's changed. It's the 772 of Hudson McConchie. He's pulling away with that, but the 964 of Archer is still holding on second. Oh, he's just been past the third. Oh, but the Harvard riders actually made it back in again.
And the gate drops to the 9 boys. Now this is one you're going to want to be trackside for. It's Jackson Roputty at the moment riding out of East City in that first place. But he's getting a real good contender in behind him. Looking for a little bit of a gap. We got a spill. He's able to avoid any collision, so that's fantastic to see. But we got ourselves a Haruo rider in the moment and the second. But he's getting the battle. Out in the front, it's Jackson, but there's a real battle for that second and third. Good to see the other rider has got back on his feet. We've got Tyler Harrington in there with Leon Hayes. Another spill on that second corner. I tell you, they're putting everything on the line at the moment. Hopefully these boys are all right. It's a 68 plate coming in on that second place. That's Luke Buckley taking it. And it says 936, 836 coming. Flynn Sutherland from Alexander coming in on that 3 position. Running it through. Jackson in the 1. Luke Buckley in the 2.
Big clap
Finn
to
Sutherland
everybody
from
that
Alexander.
they've got back on their bike.
Haruo rider, looks like that could be Tyler coming in there, 267. He's coming through, getting his points in there for the final.
They really are lying everything on the line right there.
Well, they sure are, you know, and they're close on their points, a lot of these boys, and and they just want to make sure that they can get into that semis. And so it's a big push to get into that semis, and they could just be 1 or 2 points away, and there's a real good pile up in there. And so this is racing, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
We love this racing. We love
racing,
to see
you know,
this.
You're touching shoulders, elbow to elbow, as our young friend Brenton says. But it's always good to see them get up and get on their bike, especially if they can do it under their own volition.
Well, that's right. And we've got a few other races coming up here, actually. We've got the Mighty 11s. Now, we've had the Mighty 11s just yesterday on Friday.
Yes.
And that was amazing to see. So for all the newcomers out there, the Mighty 11s, we have the top elite 11 boys and girls that are able to sort of put themselves together, and we're forming a team, and it was done on points, and we've put that together, and they'll be racing shortly. Here we've got the rider up, so that's great to see.
Yep, he's up and he's riding on his own. It's really good to see. We're happy that he's okay.
Give him a round of applause as he comes through. That's Jacob Crawford there from Tauranga, ladies and gentlemen.
Give him a big hand as he comes around. Takes a bit of effort to get up off the ground when you hit that hard concrete.
Yeah, it's unforgiving. So up on the gate we have...
we've got race 4759 boys. And we've got a good lineup there. Fletcher Smith, Braxton Hughes, Logan Southall. And they're away. Absolutely moving. Making it look like it is easy peasy lemon squeezy as they come around that first corner. We've got the 356 out in front of Hendricks Kahukura. He's been having a great race all weekend. Been owning the track, making it his own. But as they come around, he's travelled all the way from the South Island, and it looks like he wants to own it and take it home. 946 right beside him there. That's Caden McDonald, and then in the 3 spot is the NZ4 of Brett. Oh, it might be the 744. They look the same. Oh, the sprint's on for the end.
All right, look at that. They're throwing some serious air out there. That looks like none other than Donovan Wallace out in the front at the moment, but he's not going to have it all his way. He's going bar to bar in there. And it's a 150 Harrison Cullen from the Hawkes Bay. It's his track, and he's going to leave it out on the line as they're running through. Noah Perryman in there from Hamilton, and Max Hayden from Haroa. Donovan Wallace taking it, but Nico Martini from Mountain Raiders is putting his foot down. Roman Thompson's in there as well with Otis. It's a real push at the moment. It's a 156 has got it at. He's going with Otis all the way from Capital. Donovan's going to have to push hard if he wants to get it, but it's Otis taking it home, and Donovan's going to have to hold hard if he wants to get that second. It's going to have to go up top.
9 boys, Archie Murray, Olo Hodua, and as we come around the corner, they're side by side. The 430 manages to take it as they come around there. That's the 430 of Taylor Cron from Dunedin. He's pulling away now as he's in that second spot. Coming into the second corner, drops it nice and low, keeps his bike safe so no one can come in underneath him. But we've got a challenger for the first place, and he looks like he's going to take it too as long as he can get past 432. That there will be the Isaac Allen from Waitakere. They come down, I think he might have taken it, but as they come down, he's managed to, whoever was in the front manages to pull away and come in.
10 boys here. Looks like that's Dylan Johns. riding out of the Mountain Raiders, and he's holding himself real strong. But it's blowing up in behind him, and it looks like it could be a pack of Hubba Bubba. It's so tight in there. They're squeezing bar to bar on that first corner. They're throwing themselves like rag dolls into that second corner as they come around. And it's going to be bar to bar action with a little bit of an undercut. And we have ourselves Max Owen with Olsen with Sam Hickey in there. Dylan John's in the lead at the moment with the 811 coming in with J.D. Pretorius all the way from Hamilton. Beautiful ride from Colin Hilton, Dylan Hicks, Dylan Lee in there from Capital.
Here we go with the 5-4, race 479 with the 10 boys, Bowie Williams, Jake Paul-Muddy. But as we come down through, thus side by side and touching bars, NZ6 manages to get in front. That's Tate Burden from the Tauranga or Te Awamutu. I can never tell with the TA. But as they come around the corner, I'm glad you know because I have no idea. But as they come down this line, they are really close. It's a bunch of grapes down there as they come through. They're going to make a nice bottle of wine. NZ6 has still got the front, but I don't know how long he can hold on to it for. They're side by side as they come down that last straight, but he manages to pull away. He's going to take the first, but only just.
The gate is slamming on this one, and it looks like that's Jordan Dawson. He's trying to get that whole shot, but he's getting squeezed out on that one. And it looks like you're going to have to get a magnifying glass on this one because she's tight. A good push by Jordan as he's coming through there. But it's Caden McKenzie with Liam McDonald in there. Enzo Torrance looking real good as they're flipping it and they're tricking it. It's shake and bake as they come into that second quarter. Jordan Dawson is able to bake it out, and it looks like he's rolling it down there. The 782 of Jordan Dawson looking good. NZ number 3 in the second place, and that's Eli Savvy coming in from Te Awamutu, looking strong, representing. Go Jordan Dawson to the end.
For race 481, we've got 10 boys once again. Michael Shearhill, Matatini Drolik, Cale Hill, and he seems to be taking the lead already. He's been a strong rider all weekend as he takes it down, but it looks like his teammate is right behind him, coming in second. There's a bit of a gap now. He's going to come down here. He's probably going to show us a bit of style with those manuals and jumps. As he comes through, he's got a strong lead. But in the second, we've got the 1-2-1 of Harley Logan. As he comes around, he's going to hold on to the number 2 as they come down around. It looks like the teammates, 1, 2, 3.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and the gate drops. Beautiful gate line there from NZ number 4. That would be Baden Prescott in there. Te Awamutu is really repping himself this today. Beautiful little jump over there. NZ number 4 does a cheeky little look back, but he's got himself a little bit of company in there with the 306. That's Sam Macy coming in there from Cambridge, and they're looking real strong in there. But there'll be a battle within this battle, and it looks like it could be that 3-4 spot. They're trying to get the points in there. But it's none other than the NZ number 4, Baden Prescott. Te Awamutu just throwing it down today. The 306 coming in on that second with Sam Macy, and the 154 in the close behind with the Luke Harrisfield from Mountain Raiders.
And here we go with the 10 girls. We've got Mika Wallace, and as she comes down, she jumps that first jump, making it look stylish and smooth all day long. Same as yesterday as she comes in, she's already got the first place. But in second, we've got the 68 of Lily Hansen. She's going to try and hold on to that second place, but the battle for second and third is quite intense as they come in for that second corner. Mika's looking at it all smooth. I think she's going to own it. She's going to lock them out like an upset housewife. She comes down here, absolutely around that third corner. She's going to own it. Second place, though, they're battling it really hard, making it look like the show is on. We don't know who's going to take it. It's going to be all down to the line. Hopefully the video's been watching.
Nice start here by Ruby Buckley. This is race number 484. She's taking a nice race line, a little bit of a look back in there. They're bar-to-bar action in behind there, but it's a 251 in there from Cameron Colquhoun, looking real sharp. Just past her there, so Ruby Buckley's going to have to do some serious work in there. And it looks like we got ourselves number 78 with Ruby Buckley in the front as she leads through here. As she's coming down that roller section looking real nice with the 251 with Cameron Colquhoun looking sharp. But they're coming into that final corner and going to be pressing it hard to that finish line.
Go EB, push hard all the way. Well, we've got the 11 boys. Lachlan Burley, Nielsen, Uirata, Austin Shaw. I am looking at the right race, eh? Nope. I'm looking at the wrong one. No, I'm sorry, it's 10 girls. Mia Grant, Skylar Hansen, Kate Entwistle, Olivia Foss, Savannah Hogg, and Olivia Anderson. I crossed off the wrong races, but as they come around the corner, I've caught myself up. As they come down here, we have the 7. I don't even have a 7. 723 of Skylar Hansen way out in front.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is the race you're going to be wanting to see. It's the 11 boys. It's Jai Martini from Mountain Raiders throwing some nice manuals. Beautiful over top of that triple step up. Taking it high. He's opening up the door, but he's able to close it off as he comes through here. It's a 300 plate. That's Nielsen Ultra coming in there from Rotorua. Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful jump over top of that double step up there. Beautiful as they railing it through. They're lining themselves up here through that roller section. I mean, this could be an epileptic nightmare as they're coming through here. But it's the 88 plate in there, followed in closely behind. It's a Jai Martini looking strong. That's Nielsen Ultra coming in real good from Rotorua.
All right, now we've got the 487, 11 boys, Finn Lawrence, Ryder Wheeler, Nixon Murphy, Charlie Shaw, Finn Barrington. These guys are absolutely booking. NZ3 out in front, that's Finn Lawrence. He's owning the race, but he's not going to have it all his way as they come down through to that second spot. Someone's going to be challenging for it. The battle for third and fourth is intense, and same for fifth and sixth as they come down here. But the NZ3 is way out in front. Finn Lawrence has got a good lead on the 666 of Ryder Wheeler. Nice manual over there, over that last jump in the third straight as they come down. It's going to stay the same. Oh, but the third wave is a battle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here they come rolling through. It's Nico Meyer taking a nice line as he comes through here. It's a 118. Jack Kelly looking from Capital coming in. He's looking to squeeze himself through this one. But we have Sam Glover in there with Jackson Carroll from the Sunset Coast. We got Chase Gibson Grout in there. He's looking real sharp as he comes banking in. He's looking for a little bit of a gap. But it's that third position at the moment, and he's coming in through high. It's a 247. That's Jackson Carroll looking to squeeze himself in. He's shutting down the door. He's eyeing himself up for this one. A nice little nose manual in there from Nico Myler. And it looks like it's a hard push to the end.
And here we go with the 11 boys. Race 489. We've got them coming down to the end of the first straight already. They are going faster than I can talk. It's the 905 out in front of Alex Shanks. He's going to try and hold off his challenger as they come down. It's side by side as they come to that corner. And he gets the door slammed on his face as they come around that second corner. Oh, we've had a bit of a down. He's going to get up on his own volition though. But the NZ7 is out in front. He's going to try and hold it all the way. That's Brock O'Neill. Powerful rider all the way through. Oh, there's no place to have a nap. But he's getting up and he's looks like he's okay.
Tobias Dickinson out there. He's back on his feet, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a good round of applause as he comes through. There might be a sniper out on that second corner because it's taken a few of the boys and girls out today.
I believe you. Someone's probably throwing tacks down there, but these boys are tough. They're built hard as nails, so it's good to see him get up and actually keep on riding.
He's feeling. So give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes through on that third corner.
He's done a great job.
Give him a good push.
Good work, bud. All the way to the end, man.
So up on the gate, we have 11 boys here. Race number 490 with some nice airtime happening in there. James Sinclair in there, but we have ourselves none other than the 142 with a beautiful little line as he's coming through. That's Joshua Berthwaite from the Mountain Raiders. Kanan Koff coming in there from Dunedin, and Nixon Shears from the Rotorua. Levi Haywood from the Capital with Monty Gardner from the Cambridge. Kobe Ryan. They're lining themselves up as they come through this rhythm section. They're down here looking real sharp as they come through here. The sharp end of the pencil, they might say. They're on that third corner. But it's 149 in that second. James Sinclair from Telpo. He's holding his line nicely, and hopefully he's going to be able to hold that all the way to the end.
Go Nixon, and here we go. We've got the 12 boys. Cooper Murphy, Jago Haig, Caelan McCaig, Reef Hendricks, Connor Wilkins, Braxton Gillard, and Abel Bird and Rocky Briggs. As they come down into that second corner, nice manuals up through that step up there. Scares the living daylights out of me because I would probably loop out and hurt myself. But as we come down here, we've got the 134 out in front. That is Cooper Murphy, followed very closely by, didn't quite catch his number, but they are moving. He's going to work for it all the way down. Nice manuals, great control of their bike.
All right, this is the 12 boys now. They're going to throw a little bit of secret hot sauce on this one. It's Dylan Sazzi coming in through there, and he's squeezing and he's pushing and he's pumping it hard. As he's coming into that corner, is he going to be able to make it? It's a 299. It's taking the whole shot, and he's holding it strong. That Dylan Gate all the way from Christchurch. Dylan says he's trying to push him out. He's trying to make sure he does it with a nice little jump over top of that double, and he's sticking it hard. This one's blowing off as they're trying to do a little bit of a crisscross, and it looks like Dylan Sazzi's coming in there. He's taking over the lead. It ends at number 2, and he's laying it down. He's throwing it in. He's trying to bend it all the way to the top, and it looks like it's going to be a battle for that second and third. Dylan taking it home.
To the top, no stop, race 493. Again, 12 boys, and these boys are fast and furious. Don Toretto's got nothing on these guys as the NZ7 takes the lead. That's Angus Morgan. He's owning it, but behind him, very close, will be Calder Joyce, Billy McRae, Ryan Marshall, Austin Stronach, Sol Probin, Nathan Grantham, and Guthrie McNabb. And as they come around that corner, the first 4, 5, 6, all of them close as we don't know who. NZ8 there, 3, 4, 7, both in the mix. As they come around that third corner, down the back straight, who's going to take second? It could be Billy McRae or Calder Joyce, we have no idea.
Okay, you're going to want to see this one, ladies and gentlemen. This one's going to be a tag and bag. It's Rico Ryan at the moment, and he's throwing his stuff down. It looks like that's Charlie out there in the 157, and he's trying to lay it down. It's a 156 in there with Jack Duckett looking real strong. NZ number 5, Charlie Wellington coming in. John O'Hanson with a Rico Ryan, NZ number 1, trying to hold it down. But he's getting chased down real hot, real heavy as he comes through there with some nice riding skills as they come through. NZ number 5 trying to get bag in it, and that Charlie Wellington trying to hold on to his third spot. Rico Ryan taking it home.
And here we go with the 13 boys. Blake Potter, Dylan Fox, Julian Colley, Tyler Marshall, Travis Marshall, sorry, Jack Buckley, Emerson Hoahaya. But as they come into the corner, it's the 205 of Dylan Fox, racing hard all weekend. These guys are not sure who wants to be in the lead. They always seem to be swapping and changing, and I'm not sure if that's because they have more skill than a skill saw. But here we go, Dylan Fox is just running away with it, and the NZ4 is close behind him though, not letting him have it for free. Liam Clifford making sure that he has to work for it. They're all trying to make it into that final.
13 boys, race number 496. This one's going to be a little bit of a shake and bake in here. We don't know who's going to be throwing themselves into this corner and who's going to be coming out on top, but they're squeezing it harder than a ketchup bottle. It's a 298 that's in that mix at the moment, and the 298 is throwing her down real hard. That's Lawson Grant from Christchurch in there, but it's a real mixed bag as they come throwing it down into that middle section. It could be the anyone's game as they come rolling down there. Arlo Rendy looking good from Hawkes Bay with Tyler Grant in the mix as well, all the way from North Harbour. Liam King coming in from Cromwell with Max Short. From Harrowa, Fergus Gardner looking good as they're coming through. But it's a tight race all the way to the finish line. Push your boys.
13 boys coming down into that first corner. We've got a really fast race on here as they come in. The 391 out in front. That is Xavier Bell as he's trying to own it, but we're not going to let him have it for free. We're going to make sure that he has to work for it. That's what all the boys behind him are saying. He's going to try and slam the door though and keep it out in front as he comes down that thing. And in behind him, we've got the 273. 271? Oh, I didn't quite catch that. But they are coming around that first corner. It's going to stay the way it was, but the battle for third is huge. They're going to come down. It's going to come to that last push over the line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's 13 boys here. We got a nice one coming in through. That's NZ number 1, Nixon Banks. Now, Nixon Banks, if you didn't watch yesterday, he had a big call on this first corner in here. Now, he had to be hauled off, but he's thrown himself back into the race, and this kid is looking real good at the moment. I got to give him props because he's just amazing to be able to come back from that. Coming in the second, it's a 414, and behind him, that's the 700. As they're throwing themselves down here, and they're looking lean as they're coming through here. That's all the way from Hawkes Bay, and it's a 414, Timothy Cresswell taking in the number 2.
All right, and here we go. We've got 13 boys again and come around into that first corner. We've got the NZ2. Oh, Ben Anderson, he's owning it, but behind him is Sherlock Drew, Ruben Scott, Marcus Ristrin, Khalil Alexander, Max Hay, Kemp Hancock, Noah Evans. And who we've got in second? We've got the NZ7 of Khalil Alexander, and then right behind him is Noah. No bias here. I do like the Rotorua Riders.
14 girls here, ladies and gentlemen, and get down this one because it's Jasmine Campbell coming from Harrow with Ruby Zelwer from North Canterbury with Cataline Morris all the way from Southland. The Gizzy girl, Gemma's looking strong as they're coming in there. But it's the 320 plate trying to hold it strong. Get Cataline Morris from Southland. She's come up here for a reason, and it means business. Throw her down into a business suit because she's all strictly business, and she does a nice rail line through that. But she's getting hot contested in there and behind. And you can see the pedals are coming fast and furious as they're coming in there. Raven from Gizzy trying to push her in. But there's nothing left into it as they come throwing down this one. Catalina taking her home.
Race 501. We got Nicola Mapu, Amelia Lane, Holly Tribble, Lucy Land, Sophie Colquhoun, and Beth Walker as they come around into that first corner. We've got the NZ1 plate taking it away. Beth Walker, she's trying to pull away from them behind. But second, third, fourth, they are fast and they are hunting. They want that place. They want their trophy. They want to put her head up on the wall. She's not letting them though. She's staying out in front. We've got the 1, 2, 3 there of Holly Tribble in the second, and We've got the 406, I do believe, in the third. I think it's going to stay that way all the way to the end. It's going to be an interesting
ladies and gentlemen, 16 boys. Now these races are going to be getting fast. I'll tell you that much is for sure. It's like spin the bottle because it's starting to heat up. That's none other than Will Stewart in there with Ashkai, and it's Finn Harrison looking sharp as he's in that fourth position at the moment. But it's Tyler Dinsdale in there with Ryan Hurry coming through nicely. Well played, boys, as they come throwing themselves into that section. And it's NZ number 5 at the moment. Getting passed by the 160, 185, Tyler Dinsdale, laying it down, going high in the corner, and he's taking it out wide, but he's taking it all the way to the end. That's Tyler Dinsdale from Whangarei.
And here we go, 16 boys, Flynn Harrison, Will Stewart, Ashton Cahill Folk, James Wallace, Tyler Dinsdale, Ryan Hurley, Kaya Timuana, but out front, I didn't quite catch that because they went high on that corner, and I've got a bit of a blockage. It's the man on the camera. We'll push him out of the way a little bit later, but as they come down around there, oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. And as they come down around there, we have the 559 of Jack Young out in front. He's making it look smooth. Smoother than Michael Jackson's Criminal, that's for sure.
Race number 504, 16 boys. All right, here we go. Whistle's Regan Smith in this one from Mountain Raiders, and he's hiding it tied. But it's Dario Pislovich in there as well. NZ number 2 looking real good. That's Tom Cohen all the way from Capital. It's a battle as they come through here, and it looks like they're going to throw themselves. But that's Tom Cohen from Capital in there with Regan Smith looking for a little bit of an undercut. It'll be interesting to see what happens under this third corner. Regan's going to try and line himself up nicely. It's Tom in the front. It's Regan in number 2. Regan's trying to see, where can I pass him? There's nothing left in it as they come strolling through here. Regan could be just holding her back a little bit.
And here we go with the 17-24 male 20-inch. Ben Lachlan, Mason Stills, Logan Clark, Zachary Arnold, Callahan Treadway as they come around into that first corner. It's the 98 out in front of Logan Clark. He's going to try and hold on to that first place as second place is hunting him down. Got a sniper scope out around that second corner. No, here we go. The battle is going to be on for first place as they come into the third corner. 5-4-1 is really making his move. Can he hold on to it? It's going to be a sprint all the way to the finish as they come down, as they say.
Snap, crackle, pop, ladies and gentlemen, it's 17-24. They're coming down here. It's Lewis Atkinson in the mix, and he's getting a nice little hole shot as he comes through there, screaming through. It's the Nelson boys racing in behind him, and it's a 361 looking real good. That's Angus Thompson from Taupo. Rowan McKinley in there, coming in strong with Cameron Lang from Dunedin. It's Noah Farrell all the way from Capital with Lewis Atkinson holding it down at the moment. But it's a 361 coming in. Angus trying to hold on to that number 2 position. He's getting breathed down real hard. Corey Wadlin in the mid from Sunset Coast trying to take it over. Lewis taking it to the top.
Here we go, 507, 17-24, male 20-inch. And as they come down here, we've got a few fast boys in here, but it's the NZ6 out in front already of Harry Fever. Behind him is Brock Harvey, Brian Tain, Hamish Earl, Hunter Hira, and Xavier Dunn. We've got a nice wee line. It looks like a train as they come down here, but they're not going to keep it that way all the way down because the 270 is going to try and chase with the 188 right behind them. So the 270 is Hamish Earl, and the 188 of Brian Tain. They don't want him to have it as easy as he thinks it is.
35-39 male 20-inch. As they come cruising down here, we got ourselves a couple of the Haroa boys looking like they're real strong. I mean, it's another Haroa race club day. They're going to be taking themselves out here if they're not too careful. These boys are trying to hold it, and it's a drag race as they come through here. They're holding a nice little line as they come rolling at. That's Robert Robertson all the way from Haroa with Jason Kelly from North Canterbury with Jade Peters in there from New Plymouth. Daniel Johnny coming from Haroa with Joe Hawk from Haroa in there as well. The Haroa boys laying her down.
And here we go, 40-44 male 20-inch. This is a stacked race as they come through. Nice big airway. These jumps to triple. The 117 there of Scott Silver racing. I remember him as a teenager. He was fast back then. He's just as fast now. He's holding on to his youth, I think, as he comes around that corner. Now he's trying to hold on to the number 1 just as he did to his youth. The 168 there in the 2s chasing him down. And behind them is Lee Holway, Grant Rennie, Dwayne Moritz, Adam Green, Daniel Cullen, Brad Andrews finishing off the race there.
45-49 male 20-inch. Nice little start in there in the middle of the pack. That's Tony Harvey coming in from North Canterbury. We got Nathan Cornelius coming in from Christchurch. It's a 1-4-2 at the moment. He's holding it strong. That's Nathan Cornelius from Christchurch. He's getting chased down by the Whitax boys there, Gareth Logland. And it looks like Nathan Cornelius is going to be able to hold on to this one as he's stretching out his lead onto that second corner. But Tony's in the mix as well with Mark Lewis and Brent McKinley all the way from North Avon in there. But it's a 1-4-2 plate at the moment. Nathan Cornelius from Christchurch holding it strong.
45, 49 male, 20-inch. Zane Alexander, Derek Guzma, Phil Gill, Andrew Badman, JT Napier. NZ1 out in front of JT Napier, but I know that Zane Alexander's not going to be happy about that. He's going to push him. So is Derek, Phil, and Andrew. They're all going to work to make sure that he has to pay the piper to get that first place. And as we come down, we've got the NZ2 of Derek in second place, and the NZ5 coming in there in a close third. They are working, and NZ5 and NZ2 fighting it out for second place, but it's going to stay the way it is.
All right, we've got 17-24 females as they come in here. They're heating it up, ladies and gentlemen. A nice rail in there by the 5-5-1. That's Rennie Savage coming through there. Well done, Rennie Sage. Done with a nice little push in there as they're coming through. As they go into that second corner, and it's a little bit of an argy-bargy as they go in there. Tight all the way through. It's that second and third position as they're running down here. It's a 1-1-9 with Zoe Hartwell coming through. And it looks like she's going to be able to open up the door, but it looks like the Christchurch. Megan Williams to staging. Megan Williams. If your name is Megan Williams, you need to go to staging ASAP. Megan Williams, urgently to staging. Megan Williams.
And here we go with the race 5-1-3, 17-24 female. And just so you know, the reason they're moving so fast is because they're trying to get down to get tickets for the raffle. The raffle is going to be drawn in the break, so make sure you head down and get your tickets because we want some of those, well, we want all of those prizes to go. Number 71 is going to be first. I reckon she's going to win the raffle. Close to with 3-5-6 and the 1-1-4. They are really fighting it out. They want to win the raffle. If you guys want to win the raffle, make sure you go down and get those tickets. Oh, did I get it the wrong way around? Sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Beautiful riding as we come through here. It's a 361 looking real sharp as they come and rolling through here, and it is a nice little rail as they come running down here. Looking good as they come down into that second corner, into that straightaway. Coming through here. As it comes through, it's NZ number 1 as they go through, and it's looking sharp as they come through here. It's Adam Cocker all the way from Hamilton, looking good, with Ben Walton coming through with John Hayes all the way from Hamilton. Richard Stratford from Hamilton.
All right, here we go. We got the 25-34 male 20-inch. And in this race, we've got Softy Wee, Lee Chapman, Hayden Stockman. But coming around is the 54 of Softy Wee. He's been trying to own it all week. He wants to own this track. He's trying to take his land back as he comes around the corner. Comes down nice and fast, but first, second, third, they are nose to tail all the way down. We don't know who's who, which, and through as they come around. They want to win that trophy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just had an announcement too. If you're feeling lucky, I'm always feeling lucky. That's what my wife says. You go down to the raffle and get yourself a ticket because all the proceeds go to the Hawkes Bay Club, and we want to make sure that they're holding on to as much money as they possibly can from today. We've got Tony James coming in there with Amy Martin out in the front. Tony James is just coming in from the Y-Tax. It looks like she's trying to find herself through to this Amy. Amy's been holding off on her all day, so this will be an interesting final. But it's Amy Martin coming through down that final straight into that third corner with Tony James in behind. Nice riding in there by Sam Vanderven as well from Hutt Valley.
All right, 40-plus female 20-inch. We've got Joe Coombs, Donna Head, Sonia Rennie, Lisa Anderson, Jeanette Davies, Nancy James, and as they come around the corner, we've got the 151 of Donna Head out in front, being followed very closely by my good friend Jeanette Davies. Go, Jeanette. We've got Nancy James, Sonia Rennie, Joe Coombs. They are all wanting to make that final so that we can see who's going to have the NZ1 plate. But as they come down, it's going to stay that way with the 151 and number 1. Jeanette at number 2, and the 424 of Sonia Rennie at number 3.
And the gate drops to the 50-plus males. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's going to be a white-knuckle ride as they come rolling through here. There's going to be more ups and downs on this one than a roller coaster ride. It looks like Lightning Lee is in that number 2 position. He's going to be battling 88 all day long with Mike Head from Christchurch. Matthew Allen from the Y-Taxer. He's coming in there with Darren Sue from Mountain Raiders. Lightning Lee holding on to the number 2, but he's trying to find his way through. Mike Head is shutting the door with some nice little jumps over top of these rolling section. 88's coming in. Looks like Lightning Lee's going to try and make a little bit of a pass on this one. He's looking for an inside line, but no, it's Mike Head holding on to it. Lightning Lee going to take it number 2.
And here we go, 50-plus male 20. We've got Greg Hughes, Derek Harrison, Ryan Gulliford, Carl Berryman, Warren Bogus, and Roy Leaning. And as they come down around that corner, I do believe it's the NZ1 of Greg Hughes. He's pulling away out in front. And the number 3, I do believe that is Ryan Gulliford. But I'm just going to have to call out who the number 2 is as we come down here. Greg Hughes is making a pretty easy work of this race here. But we've got the 100 in the number 2, Carl Berryman, and he's trying to make it in through there. Going to try and cut him down. Ryan holding on to his place as he comes down here.
All right, this one's locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. We got a stacked in rack gate as they come through here. This is a 12 girls, and they're arging and barging for that whole shot position. It's the number 2 position that's getting fought over. The door's been left open by the 149, and it's getting shut down at the same time. It's Maddie Newcomb from Rotorua coming in there, with Charlotte Zidred from Harrow looking sharp. Quinn Lindsay coming in through there. They're throwing themselves into that second corner like a washing machine. They're getting spit out. But it's a 149 in the number 1. The 247 looking for a way through. And that's Indy McCullum from Southland. She means business, but it's a little bit of a battle. She's got the outside line. She's back into it. She could hold on to second.
And here we go with the 13 girls. Sophie Penny, Taylor Mortensen, Courtney Smith. And as they come down around the corner, it's the NZ5 out in front. That's Sophie Penny following really close. All the other 3 girls. All right, and Sophie Penny looks like she's going to try and hold on to it, but the NZ3 is right on her tail. That's Asher Napier-Anderson, Taylor Mortensen, Courtney Smith, Sophie Penny. They are all fighting for this race. See who can be the
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the 13 girls as they come screaming through here. Now, I don't know if you're Tanya Hills, but you might want to go over and pick up your phone because they just called you on the line to pick that sucker up. So we got ourselves Abby Story-Farling coming in from Mountain Ray with Talia McFarlane, all the way from Waitakere in there. Holly Nielsen from Cambridge with Beatrix McCusker from Mountain Raiders. Lucy Penny looking real good, but it's a 1-1-1 from Holly Nielsen from Cambridge holding on. NZ number 2 coming in tight in behind with Lucy Penny from Tiatamu 2. Tiatamu 2 representing today, I'll tell you, as they come rolling through here.
All right, here we go, 14 boys, and there's a massively fast track. Now, the more it heats up, the faster it gets, but the NZ3 of Charlie Laser out in front, Ben Shaw, Sebastian Williams, Morris Rennie, Cameron Wallace, Mason Jagursma, they are absolutely pulling away. But the NZ3 is going to hold on to that place as he comes down here. The 196 of Ben Shaw in the second. They're going to keep it that way all the way down, but the battle for third might be on because we can see that the sprint.
Okay, this one here, ladies and gentlemen, is going to have more twists and turns than a slip and slide. It's out front. It looks like that's Lucas Martini coming in sharp. It is number 420. He's holding it strong. That's a Mountain Raiders rider, and they're holding themselves strong all day long out here. It's Nixon Pontoon coming in from TJ. That's Tauranga, and it's Caleb White coming in from Haroa. Cohen Leidman coming in. They're lining themselves up for that third corner. But that's 420. That's Lucas Martini holding it real strong. In that third place, it's Nixon Pontoon all the way in there from Tauranga. Brock Stedman from Christchurch looking good.
And here we go. We've got race 525. 14 boys as they come through here. And they're making it look like the track belongs to them as the 600 of Riley Smart comes around in first. And I do believe that might be Case Silver showing his dad what speed really is as they come around into that second corner. They're all hunting. They all want that place. They all want that first spot. The 237. Yes, that is Case Silver. Show your dad how slow he is. NZ5, Lockie Bartram in the third place there. But they are third, fourth, fifth, sixth. They are all looking really fast.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have race number 526 with the 9 girls. They're locked and loaded as they come into that first corner. Nice little bar to bar. NZ number 2 is holding on to the first position at the moment. That's Allie Campbell coming out of Alexander with the 285. Mila McCullen from Southland. Indy Smith is looking nice. She's taking a good race line as they come in through there with Serena Richardson from Hutt Valley. Now, out in the front, that's Allie Campbell from Alexander, NZ number 2. But she's getting squeezed in here, looking for that inside line from that 285. Mila McCullen is going to try and make sure she gets in this one. It'll be an interesting final for these 2 girls.
And here we go with the 9 girls. Again, we've got Aileen Lloyd, Georgia Poe Edwards, Hattie Barrington, Alicia Ashton, Perrine Rennie. And it's the 305 of Hattie Barrington out in front. The pink jersey with the cool pigtails. And then we've got the polka dots. Polka dot racing is always good to watch. At least you know where they are. They're all nice and bright out there as they come down. We've got we've got a battle on for first as the 301 and the 305 battle it out. That's Georgia and Hattie as they come around the corner. Georgia's taken first, but now the sprint's on. We're going to see who's got the power in the legs there as they come down.
All right, ladies, here we go. We'll see who's who in the zoo on this one. What's what in the truck. That's Addison Harrisfield coming through. Now she's Mighty 11's captain as she's coming down here. Chased down by the 134 as she's coming through with Boharu, with 506 Aria Breakoff Jenkins coming in through. But it looks like we have ourselves a beautiful championship run from Addison as she's coming down through this one. She's got to hold on to this one all the way through the end. But she got this one wrapped up tighter than a Mexican burrito, ladies and gentlemen. The 134's got this Boharu from Southland, and the 111 coming in nice and tight. Aria Sinclair from Hutt Valley.
And here we go. We've got 11 girls. Race 529. Nessie Rennie, Devon Smith, Lexi Silver, Nam Lloyd, Serene Hedges, and Kelly Mellor. But in the front, we've got the 919 of Lexi Silver, definitely showing her brother and her father that she knows how to ride a bike. As she comes down there into that second corner, we're going to catch up on who is second and third as they come down here. It's anybody's race still. As they say, it's not over until the fat tyre sinks. NZ2 is in second place. That's Nessie Rennie as she comes around the corner. Didn't quite catch who was in third, but they're really making a real good go of it.
All right, here it's race number 534. Beautiful jump in there. That's NZ number 1. That Deacon Connor looking good. But it's a 508 chasing Tane to Theory from Hamilton, looking like he's going to throw something into the mix. But we got Thess Martinis in the mix from Hutt Valley with Rory Lawson from the YTAC. Zeb Pickford looking strong from the Cambridge as they're lining through. But at NZ number 1, Deacon Connor's holding on to it. 508 battling down. Looks like Mason Robinson. Cameron Jago. Oliver Hammond and Cameron Jago to the championship staging.
And here we go, 15 boys again. We've got Lucas Treadaway, Brock Marshall, Thomas Brocksock, Connor King, Blake Moore, Riley Burley. And here we go. And there's some stylish jumping going on into that last jump on the second straight. But as they come down, it's the 309 out in front of Brock Marshall, followed very closely by Connor King. Go, Connor. And he's owning the track. He's going to hold on to that second spot. And the...
Here we go, it's the 15 boys, and we got ourselves a little bit of an argy-bargy there, ladies and gentlemen. They're throwing themselves hard into this corner. It's NZ number 2 at the moment, and he's holding on to it. It's Nico Cogan out front, but he's getting chased down by Bryson Joyce. Bryson Joyce from Mountain Raiders is in the number 2 position, looking for a little bit of a way through. Nico Cogan's trying to get a nice tight line. He's holding it at the moment as he goes into that 3, and it's the 3 corner, but Bryson Joyce is eyeing it up. He's following through, so it's a little bit of a tag and bag as they come through here, lining down that final straight.
One rider's up and making his way around the track. Good to see. We're just hoping that the other rider's looking okay. We've seen him holding his arm a little bit, so we'll see. Make sure that he's okay.
Now we've got a few comments coming up in through here on the YouTube there as well, and we've just had an announcement. Diego Haig and Oliver Hanman make your way over to the points hut there. So that's Oliver Hanman and Diego Haig. Make your way over there to the championship points hut. We have a few events coming up here. 3 weeks, we're going to be having the Adelaide Mighty 11s. And that's going to be the Traz Tasman rivalry. For those of you that are new to the sport, Mighty 11s, as we were talking about previously, is quite a big deal around here. We have the Aussies, obviously, against the Kiwis. And we put together a fantastic team here on Friday for the 11 boys and the 11 girls. They'll be racing in 3 weeks' time over in Adelaide. So you're going to want to make sure that you get and follow your team. It's sort of similar to the Bledisloe Cup. And the Mighty 11s have been established for over 30 years. One of the original founders of it was Earl Nelson. Earl Nelson was one of the founders that started the Mighty 11s as a memorial cup to one of the 11-year-olds that did pass away. And so they've put together a beautiful little challenge between the Aussies and the Kiwis. So that'll be quite interesting to see.
Like you say, it's like the Bledisloe Cup, except a better sport.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be pretty interesting to see. The Aussies have quite a sharp team, so the Kiwis are going to have to put some serious practice in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see how they go. They've got a really good team in here, so it'll be great to see the Kiwis. As we always love a good challenge, and we'd love to see the underdogs coming up on top.
We definitely love to see that Anzac rivalry. The Anzac rivalry's always been pretty good, and we want that Anzac rivalry to continue with the BMX.
As much as we love the Aussies, we love to beat them.
Yeah, it's like a sibling rivalry. I mean, you know, you've got brothers and sisters. You love them, but you hate them at the same time. So
Well, that's right. I've got 2 boys, and I mean, they go to bed fighting, and they wake up fighting. So I don't know if they're fighting in their sleep, but they seem to do a lot of fighting.
And the other thing is too, but they don't like anybody else to fight them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
Now
I'm
we
allowed
also
to beat
have
them up,
coming up
but you're not.
the UCI in April, the UCI
Yes.
World Cup.
Yeah.
And that'll be rounds 5 and 6. Now, we had rounds 3 and 4 just previously in
Yep.
Brisbane, and we had the rounds 1 and 2 in Rotorua.
Yep.
And
That's-
so
Did
this
you manage
is
to get down and have a look at that, or?
well, no, I did actually. I did. Did you see the Rotorua? It was
yeah,
beautiful.
well, I'm from Rotorua. That's
Yeah.
why I cheer for all the Rotorua riders. But yeah, no, it was absolutely amazing. And just like here, you know, we had great volunteers that helped out with getting the track ready, with getting everything prepared. And I think that Hawkes Bay have done an absolutely amazing job getting their track ready, getting things. But like, back to the UCI, mate, the racing, watching those guys race is just really impressive. And here we go. He's being stretchered off. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's in a really, really bad way, but let's just hope we put our hopes and prayers into him being okay.
Well, that's right. They want to take precautions here. So, and we've got the best, and we want to give a good shout out to the St. John's because they are here when we need them, and they are fantastic to have on side, and they do take 100% precautions any time that they possibly can.
And how
so
hard must it
Rotorua,
be being out in all of that gear and then having to carry people off the track? You must get really, really hot.
yeah, and so Rotorua, they did have the track looking amazing, and it's great to be able to see that in New Zealand that we have a track that's a world renowned. Now, I was talking with a few of the elite riders that day,
Yeah.
and they were astonished as how good and how difficult the Rotorua track was. And now they've been going around the world riding tracks everywhere,
Yeah.
and they've come to New Zealand expecting to think, oh, well, this is just, you know, what sort of track is this going to be? And the lippiness and the gait, it was just an
Yeah.
incredible, they said, it was one of the most technical tracks that they've been on, and it was just outstood amongst the tracks around the world.
Yeah, that's, I had the same sort of discussion. You know, they're talking about how technical the track is, how fast it was, and that was some of the problems they were having was because it was lippy and technical. With the amount of speed they were generating, you know, it's a lot harder to get the bike to go back down. It's easy to get it to go up, harder to get it back down exactly where you want it, and so you were sometimes having the wrong speed going into those jumps. But the other thing I thought was really interesting was that a lot of the coaches and the trainers were just amazed that the mountain biking tracks were right next door. So, you know, while their riders were practicing, you could see them get on their mountain bikes and go off and jump on some
It's
e-bikes.
pretty cool to be able to have this in our backyard.
Yeah.
And those points that they're trying to get, so the reason why we're talking about this and why it's so important is because you want to be able to have these elite riders coming back into New Zealand. And those points are all going towards the Olympics, which will be happening in Paris, France.
Yeah.
In July. So big deal, a big deal. And our Kiwi riders did amazing. I mean, the Greenhoffs were just amazing. We had Michael Bias in there,
Yep.
Rico Beardman. It was Penny was in there. It was just
Yep.
incredible riding from our Kiwi contingency.
Oh, definitely. Megan Williams was in there as well. And here we go. 15 to 16 girls. Jamie Davies, Aurora Herbert, Brooke Day, Ella Hybendale, Hazel Gardner, Tate Hancock. And as we come around, we've got the 2-1-1 out in front. That's Brooke Day. She's pulling away from the rest of the field. I didn't quite catch who was second, but I do believe that might be Jamie Davies in third place there. I heard some of the coaching first. There's lots of people going on talking about coaching and stuff. There's lots of coaching going on all day long yesterday as well. Look, the 800 is Ella Hybendale being challenged there. Jamie Davies just gave away all, but she's going to come back and they're going to challenge. Second place could be anybody's as they come down there.
Okay, here we go, ladies. It's 15 to 16 girls, and the crowd's going to get behind this one because they're going to be locked and loaded as they go into this corner. Who's going to be coming out on top? Who's going to have it? It's a 68 plate holding her own. It's Nikita Clark all the way from Waitakere. It's Molly in there from Te Atimutu looking real sharp. It's Natalie Gabian in there from Hamilton. It's Danica Barrington from Cambridge and Madeline Hunter from Mountain Raiders. But it's the 68 plate in the number one spot with getting chased down by Danica as they come rolling and steaming through there like the days of thunder.
All right, now we've got the 8 to 10 cruiser mixed. And they've dropped the gate on these absolutely fast big wheels as they come down through here. The Harrison Cullen, Kian Thompson, Enzo Torrens, Jordan Dawson, Stella Torrens, Jesse McLean and Tate Burden. But coming in around the corner is the 150 of Harrison Cullen. He's managed to pull away into the first spot as he comes through down into that second corner. I love watching these big wheels because they can actually move them around just as fast as the little wheels quite often. But as they come down, second place has just been taken by the number 300. No, 200 of Tate Burden. Tate Burden wants that. And the battle's on. First, second, third. They are pushing as they come down over that finish line. I'm not going to call that.
All right, we have Nelson Ultra in here. We have Kaylin McNabb in here. We got a nice contender out front. I think that's none other than Dylan Sazi coming in on that NZ number 2 cruiser, looking sharp. But it's a North Harbour rider taking in on that number 2. But that's none other than Kaylin McNabb. Jackson Carroll from Sunset Coast is in the mix. They're looking like they're bagging it up in there. But these boys are as loose as a goose as they come rolling through that little bit of that rhythm section. But it's Dylan Sazi coming nice and strong in there. And it's a 912 Tyler Cochran looking real good as he comes through on that Tauranga plate.
And here we go with 11 to 12 cruiser males. And I've got to tell you that these guys must really be tired because they're not just racing the 24s, they're racing their 20 inches as well. So they're double classing 12 heats they're doing. NZ1 though out in front of Rico Ryan. No surprises there, he's been pretty strong all weekend. But as they come down, the number 2 spot is not going to let him have it too easy. He wants to make him work for it, make him tired. So when they come into that final, he's maybe a little bit tired. But that's the NZ3 in second place of Ryder Wheeler. Third place is the 532 of Jared Rennie.
All right, the gate drops here on the 35-39 cruiser males. Motor number 6. That looks like that's Adam Coker coming in there on that number 1 spot as he's holding it strong, but he's left the door wide open and he's going to let that 990 come through. That's Adam Lawrence from the Hawkes Bay. Joe Perryman is a contender in this one as they're throwing themselves into this corner. And it's a nice little run on that 35-39 cruisers as they're coming down here. And it looks like Adam's pulling himself out. Could be a little bit of a saving grace for these other boys. Adam Lawrence coming through with Luke Anderson and Adam Cocker down in the mix. Could be a little technical issue as they come through, but it's a 990. Adam Lawrence from Hawkes Bay holding it strong.
Jade Peters, Scott Murphy, Ben Walter, Sam Torrance, Brad DeThery in 35 to 39 cruiser male as they come into that first corner. They are side by side. And he's pushing them up. The 135, Scott Murphy, making himself wide as a dump truck as he comes through the corner there, making sure that he's taking up the whole road. But he's coming around that corner fast. He went high, but he managed to hold on. But I think he's just been pushed back into second place by the 372 of Brad DeThery. Brad DeThery is going to go all the way to the end. He's going to make sure that he holds onto that spot.
All right, these boys will be slamming down the gate. That's Lance Dinsdale getting in a good aggressive ride out of the Funk Ray, and it looks like that's Brandon Tate in there on the number 2 Mountain Raiders with Lindsay Barrett from the Cycle Express in the number 3. Now these boys will be heavy hitters as they're pumping through here, but it's that Lance Dinsdale out front in the moment. Now anybody can ride a bike, but not everybody can ride her fast. It's Lance Dinsdale coming screaming down here in that NZ number 1, and it's a 598. It's that Brandon Tate in the number 2, and Lindsay Barrett closing in on that number 3. Beautiful riding. Looks like we got a rider down here as they come through on that final section of the third. Seems to be grabbing a few people.
All right,
as we come onto that next ride, just let these boys know that we have a rider down, rider down, rider down.
But as they come down around, they're trying to make sure that they stick to one side of the track as they come down so they don't interrupt.
Rider down.
They've slowed down because of the 30k sign that's come through there. Now they can go back up to the 90 as they come around on that first corner. It's going to make it nice and easy to just hold out. But it's going to make it easy for everybody to check up on that rider and make sure they are A-OK.
Okay, so now, as we were mentioning, we've got ourselves some serious contending, some racing action happening around the world and here in New Zealand. So we've hit the 3 weeks with the Adelaide, with the Mighty 11s. We have, in April, we have the UCI World Cup. And we also have in May, coming up, we have the World Champs, the UCI World Champs. Now, whereabouts are the World Champs being held? I'm sure everybody knows that one. They're coming up shortly in Rock Hill. Rock Hill, that's all right.
Oh,
Rock Hill.
Yeah,
World Champs. Yeah. So that'll be interesting. And in the World Champs, you know, Rock Hill, I've sort of grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, and so Rock Hill is just north of that in a beautiful little side of the world that people probably haven't been able to see. So it's a good place to get over and have a little look-see. Now, registration is closing and entries are closing for that. So there's still the possibility if you were thinking of going over to Rock Hill, to South Carolina, you want to get over there, and there's still a chance to do that. And I believe you have 1 week to enter.
Yeah, I think you're right. So another week. There's quite a lot of riders too going from New Zealand, and obviously it's a costly affair. So if you have anybody that's raising money to try and help them get over to Worlds because they have that belief that they're going to do well, and they probably will because in the past they have, make sure you help them out as much as you can. They'll probably run some fundraising. Yeah, fundraising.
And you know what is a good one is Rico Ryan. He did a nice one with the helmet. And you sponsor, say, $50, $100, or $150, and you put your name on the helmet. Yeah. So it's a good way to be able to, get your family and your friends and some sponsorships in behind. So if you're looking at raising money, and you didn't want to do a sausage sizzle, that's a great way. And it's kind of neat because then you get to see the helmet and you got your name on it.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. I thought that was pretty cool how they did that.
So in Rotorua, we've got a dad. His name's Scotty King. He's going to do Mankini car washes.
Okay.
He's going to Mankini car wash.
Are they trying to raise money?
To raise money.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
Yeah.
Okay.
But here we go. We're back to racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We've got ourselves a race, and it's 45-49 cruiser males. It looks like that could be Rob Higgins in there with Mark Hillfield coming through. Mark Hillfield at the moment, he's battling for that third spot as they come flying down here. But it's Stevens chucking skin all the way from New Plymouth coming in with Derek Jones-Meyer from Dunedin and Kevin Temple coming through. But it's a 77 played up. Stephen chucking skin all the way in there from New Plymouth, looking real good. Stevens in that line, but he's getting overtaken as he comes through there. Rob Higgins in the mix.
And here we go. 45-49 cruiser male. Andrew McFarlane, Zane Alexander, Matt Harvey, Wayne Shanks, Nathan Cornelius. It amazes me how well they can throw these bikes around at the size of them. Number 100, Zane Alexander, he's out in front already. And I'm pretty sure he was just on the track not long ago, but he's holding on to that first place like it belongs to him. He's owned it. He's going to own it all day long as they come down this second straight. But the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth is intense. 1-4-2 there in the second spot. That's Nathan Cornelius. He's going to own it. He's going to try and hold on to that all the way through there.
All right, 13-16 cruiser males as they come through here. Nice little run as they coming through. But it looks like that could be Mac Richardson in that number 2. Beautiful air time as he's ducking it through. It's a duck goose. These boys are loose. A little bit of a skid out as they're doing in here. Boys, remember to save yourselves for the finals as they're coming through here. But it's all air time. Is this a BMX show or is this an air show? I'm not quite sure what I paid for. Ladies and gentlemen, we got ourselves a race as they're going bar to bar. But that's Max out front for the North Harbour. He's throwing it down. He's a fighter in this one, I'll tell you. He's getting some pedals in over top of that tabletop. Beautiful riding as they throw her down in the 13-16 cruiser males.
And here we go, 17-34 cruiser males. Zachary Arnold, Brandon McRae. But out in front, it's the 541 of Zachary Arnold. He's been a fast racer all weekend, making sure that he shows everybody the skills as he comes through there. He's getting airtime just like those younger fellas. He's going to come down here through the last one. And in with the second place, we've got the 54 of Softy Wee. They've been racing together all day long. I'm not actually sure if he's still out in front, to be honest, but he's holding on to his place.
Snap, crackle, pop goes the gate, and these boys mean businesses. I mean, these guys are going to be throwing her down with some serious airtime as they go into that first corner. And they're bunching up tight, getting pushed out. It looks like that's Hamish Earl coming in there with Brock the Bomber Nelson coming in from Cambridge. It's a Nelson boys racing as they're lean and mean. It looks like that's Logan Clark from Christchurch, but Corey Waddle's in the mix. But it's a Cromwell rider out front at the moment, chased down by the 130, and it's Hamish McDonald from Harawa. And it looks like it's going to be a battle all the way to the end, and a drag racing at its best. Ladies and gentlemen, that BMX.
50-plus cruiser male, we've got Lee Stevens, Andrew Felhart, Clifford Wilson, Rocky Elmas, but coming into the corner, the 111, the emergency number of Greg Hughes. He's trying to hold on. He's been out in front most of the weekend. I think he's trying to make points for the club racing. There's club racing too. There's a club competition on, and he's trying to get us all those points. So off he goes. But the 100 in behind him isn't going to let him have those points too easy. That's Carl Berriman from the Hawkes Bay. He wants points for his team as well. So as they come down that last straight, he's not going to quite catch Greg, but he's going to get some points anyway.
Right, it's the 50 cruiser males. Now these boys will be looking for a little bit of a slipstream as they come flying down here. But he's out in the front at the moment. That's world number 5. That's Dion Newt. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen, because that's how you ride a bike. But we got ourselves a mountain riders in there. That's Darcy McCusker. And they're trying to rack them and stack them in that middle section. And they're going pound for pound, and they're going inch for inch at this moment. But it's Dion Newt at the moment. He's got a clear lead, and he's stretching it out. That's 56 in number 2's position. And it's the number 7, Arnold Harder, looking for a little bit of a way through. But Darcy's holding on to it strong. It's a mountain riders taking a number 2.
And here we go. We've got the 13 to 44 cruiser female. Selena Foster, Tony James, Jade Elmers, Taylor Arnold, Sonia Rennie as they come down the rear there. It's the NZ1 out in front of Tony James. Fast and furious as she wants to hold on to that spot. She wants to be the one in the final. I'm hoping that she's giving points to her team too in that Pocock trophy that's been put on the line today. But as we come down second and third, they are very close together. That's the 581 of Selena Foster. She's been first and second all weekend long, so let's hope they're all getting good points.
Race number 550, that's the 13 to 44 female cruisers, has come flying through here. It's the 67 and the 92, looking like they're just going to leave it all on the track. That's Amy Martin there out in the front. She's doing a nice little air time over top of that double. Beautiful air on that one as well. That looks like that's Kathleen Jorgantius coming out of Hamilton. But Amy Duckett's holding on to a nice little run as she comes through. That's Amy Martin at the moment in the number 1 place. Nice riding in there by the 320, Catalina Morris from the Southland.
And here we go, down the 45-plus cruiser female. They're coming down that first straight, cruising down like it's a dark desert highway. Cool wind in their hair as they come around that first corner. Didn't quite catch the numbers. Too busy trying to serenade everybody out there in the public. But as they come down into that second corner, we're going to see who's going to take on. Because it's Nikki Bonsall, Lisa Anderson, Sherilyn Anderson, Donna Head, and Nancy James. They're all out there trying to get the points, get the win. 151. That is Donna Head. She's been out in front of most of her races all weekend long. Owning it as she comes down. Nice wee whip over that tabletop there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give these ladies a good round of applause as they come screaming through here, because this will be the last of the Moto number 6, race number 552, 45 cruisers. And we have NZ number 1, Jeanette Davies from Rotorua in the number 1 spot with Steve Huck looking real good as she's coming through there from Mountain Raiders. Haley Puddle from Rotorua with Joe Coombs from Capital as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you give these girls a good cheer as they come through here. And it's NZ number 1, Jeanette Davies with, looks like that's number 128 with Steph Hook in the number 2 position from Mountain Raiders. Nice riding in there, ladies and gentlemen. And that's going to be wrapping up Moto number 6, race number 552, 45 cruiser females.
Okay, after some exciting racing there in rounds 5 and 6 of the BMX New Zealand 2024 National Championships. Eyes back up to the gates. What we're going to be having now is 10 minutes practice for our New Zealand Elite men. 10-minute practice now for our New Zealand Elite men. Followed that is a 10-minute practice for our Elite women. I think I might have got that the right way around, possibly the wrong way around. Regardless, there's a 20-minute break before we head round to quarters. It looks like it's our women out first for their first 10 minutes. This is the best of the best in New Zealand coming here to race for plates, just like and precision and priority, just like the rest of you. So great to see them here putting it up and showing us how to ride this track fast and hard. And that'll be coming up throughout the afternoon as we head into quarters and semis for our challenge class riders. So 20-minute break and we'll be back with you soon.
Hello, Brenton here again from BMX New Zealand. I'm wandering around here at the Hawkes Bay BMX Club and I stumbled across these two lovely ladies. Chelsea and Sharon, ladies, how are we this morning?
Yeah, good. Swarm. Awesome, thank you.
Fantastic. Now, you two have some very important roles here at BMX New Zealand. I'm noticing on the shirts there, Mighty 11 coach, Mighty 11 manager. I mean, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, we're just assessing our riders. They trialled on Friday, so we're just seeing how they go and cope in a race situation over nationals.
Fantastic. Now, Sharon, I mean, you've been involved with the Mighty 11s for a little bit now. What did you think of the racing on Friday?
Oh, the trials are always awesome and very close, especially the boys. It's always down to the wire. So, yeah, we've got a good bunch of kids to work together with, and, yeah, happy days.
Fantastic. I mean, I was lucky enough to see the racing on Friday, and it was hot, I tell you. So, Chelsea, when are they first up? How much time do you have to prepare these up-and-coming elite riders?
Oh, not much. We've got about 3 weeks to whip them into shape. We've got a big training weekend coming up this weekend coming. It's going to be great. Racing is 13th, 14th of April over in Adelaide, Australia. So, yeah, the kids are excited. They're putting the work in already.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for the dates, because I've got to clear my calendar as the official media entourage for the Mighty 11s. Signed off by Chris Greenoff. That's awesome. And now, Sharon, I mean, it can't be an easy feat corralling. Must be like herding cats, getting everybody organised for these trips, right?
Yeah, I've done it for a few years now, so I get them into shape pretty quickly. So, yeah, no.
And that's important, right? That's fantastic. So, no doubt, looking forward to seeing them in action. Hopefully they live stream the racing over in Oz. But thank you, ladies. Been great, and no doubt they're going to do some great riding today. So, back to you.
Hey, my name is Bennett Greenoff. I'm a New Zealand BMX racer.
Hi, I'm Megan Williams. I'm the BMX Elite Women National Champ.
Hello, my name is Rico Bierman. I'm the New Zealand Elite National Champion and currently ranked first on the UCI World Rankings for under 23 men.
We're here in Sakarya in Turkey for rounds 1 and 2 of the BMX World Cup Series, so looking forward to some racing here this weekend.
It's important to be in a clean and fair sport because it lies at the fundamentals of sport as a whole.
I think it's really important to maintain a good level of sportsmanship as well amongst the riders, so yeah, clean sport's an extremely important part of being an athlete.
Because I know it keeps me and my competitors on the same level and it's fair for everyone.
Because not only does it align with my values as a rider, but also as a person in terms of integrity and my general moral compass.
Yeah, because I know it comes down to nothing outside of the dedication and hard work you put in.
Maintain a level of confidence and knowing that I'm getting on the gate and that the best person is going to win at the end of the day. There's no external factors influencing any results out on the track.
Hi guys, Brenton here from BMX New Zealand as we are checking things out, getting ready for day 2 of the racing here at the BMX New Zealand National Championships for 2024. Listen, this live streaming thing, I tell you what, it looks easy. It just seems to pop up on the interweb, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. So we're just going to head on into the dark, the deep, where all the magic happens. So follow me, let's go have a quick look inside. And here we go. We are going inside, so be careful. There's some highly intellectual property in here. This is where it all takes place. Well, I tell you what, people are just, they say they're working hard in here, but to be fair, I'm just checking them kicking back, doing nothing. I mean, it can't be that hard, right? Just playing with some bits and pieces, but oh, wow, look at all that. And this is just the entry. Wait till we go further and deeper into all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So follow me. Let's keep going. Shh. Look at all this magic. This is where it's all taking place. I tell you what, some exciting stuff. These guys here, they are looking super busy. We got Clayton over there, and we got Dylan over here, and it's Daryl on the camera behind me. So some exciting stuff here. Loads of things going on. Oh, wow, there's me with Laura Smulders. How cool is this? This is where it's all coming to you. This is where it's coming together. This is where it's going out into the big wide world, and this is where the magic takes place. I'm not going to ask these guys to talk because I can tell they're super busy. Look at them. Those fingers are moving all over those keyboards. Lights are going on. Things are going up and down all over the place. So some exciting stuff. And it takes all this to get it to you.
So here I am, growing older all the time.
Good morning, it's Brenton here from BMX New Zealand, and I am lucky enough to be hanging out with one of the world's elite riders, Laura Smulders. Laura, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. All the better for seeing you here. Now, obviously, not under good circumstances. Rotorua didn't quite finish how you wanted, but hey, how cool is it for us that you're hanging out in New Zealand?
Yeah, well, I decided to stay a little longer as the weather here is still very good and at home it's cold. So I thought, you know what, recovering isn't that bad if it's sunny.
No, exactly. And I tell you what, New Zealand is putting the weather on for you. Last summer wasn't great. This summer's amazing. So thanks for hanging out. Now, what have you been up to while you've been hanging out in New Zealand? Anything exciting? Any special sites you've been visiting?
Well, it's been pretty much 3.5 months now, and we've been going to the beach on the weekend, recovering days or just rest days on the beach is nice, just driving around. I just really love this country and the people, so, I'd like to do this every winter, just escape home and come here for, training in summertime, which is way better. So, no, I've been enjoying it a lot, and hopefully I'll be back next year.
Oh, and we would definitely love to have you back. So hopefully that's exciting. I mean, you're almost a local now, right? 3.5 months. We might as well just give you a passport, right?
Yeah, well, that would be nice, actually.
I don't know many people. I don't have any strings I can pull, but I'll see what I can do for you, yeah?
Yeah, cool. No, yeah, I love it here. And I do feel a little bit like a local. Like the World Cup in Rotorua, did feel a little bit like a home World Cup.
No, fantastic. Now, have you managed to watch any of the racing yesterday? Because, I mean, there's rumours flying around that you're in New Zealand. All the kids out there, we want to see you. You're their hero. Did you get to watch any racing yesterday?
No, I was just here for practice and then we left. We had a little coffee and no, I didn't watch any of the racing, but I'll be watching today.
No, that's awesome. And no doubt all the kids out there will be super excited to know that you're watching over them. Now, any words of advice for them? When you're looking at that track, any words of advice for the younger riders?
I think it's a cool little track for the faster and the older kids. It will be a little bit on the small side, but I think the turns are very important. That's where a lot of the racing action will happen, I think, on this track. So definitely be aggressive in there, but don't forget to smile. It's national jams. I know it's very serious for some people, but smiling and enjoying the day is definitely important.
No, fantastic. Now, I'm pretty stoked you said that because I made that call yesterday. The corners are going to be where I don't ride a bike, so I was quite excited that I've been endorsed by Laura. Now, how's the recovery going for you? I mean, how are things looking? When can we expect to see you back on a bike?
Well, it's exactly 5 weeks now. Feeling pretty good. I've been doing a few sprints on the BMX bike again this week, so excited to be back on the bike. I'm flying home on Tuesday, and hopefully from next week I can start riding the BMX track again. So it's looking pretty good.
No, fantastic. So hopefully we can see you rounds 5 and 6 over in the USA, and obviously with the Olympics coming up, right? Some super exciting times. So, hey, listen, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Look forward to the racing, and the Hawkes Bay put on some beautiful weather for you. So great to meet you.
Thank you.
new satellite which brings into the realm of possibility all those wild science fiction stories of interplanetary travel. It's fascinating.
The world may never be the same again.
Precisely the kind of information do you want from the satellite? What do you want? What do you want?
Can we please get all quarterfinalists round to staging? All quarterfinalists round to staging.
All right, we are back into it, the pointy end of the day. This is where heroes are made, hearts are broken. It is quarterfinals racing time. Top four progress. It is cutthroat. BMX at its best. We're also going to be seeing the absolute best of the best in the form of our elite riders out there for their first moto. It is going to be somewhere where you want to be absolute trackside and nowhere else. So if you are around our facility here in the mighty Hawkes Bay, get yourself a bit of fence to lean on. You are not going to want to watch, not going to want to miss, this quarterfinals action. And if you are out there in YouTube land, get yourself comfortable, get your beverage of choice, cup of tea, whatnot, and get yourself ready for what is going to be a phenomenal afternoon's racing. Just a bit of a public service announcement out there to those here in Hawkes Bay with us. And Al Holloway, if you've lost your debit card, and you seem to be a little remiss when it comes time to buy the ice creams at the end of the day. Come and see us in the commentary hut. Someone has handed it in, and we want to make sure that you go home with the ability to purchase said ice creams at the end of today's racing. Also, if you are at home and you are looking just for that little bit extra, if you're like us here in the commentary hut, you're a bit of a sports fiend and wanting to get on top of the facts and figures and the ins and outs of what's happening. There's not only the race across the finish line, but there is races within the race. We've got timing loops installed all around this track, and there's all sorts of facts and figures that you can find on Scores. That's SQORZ. If you just Google SQORZ, and if you're at home, look for the BMXNZ National Championship. Go in there, have a bit of a poke around, and who knows, you might be able to get some wages or a little bit of fun happening with those that are watching at home with you, taking out who's going to be not only throwing down the fastest lap time, but a few other bits of information there. And that's what we love here at these big events. We are getting more and more technology, bring that to the viewers and make it more and more interesting. And so if you didn't miss it, if you are a quarterfinalist, if your age group has quarterfinals, you should be heading round to the pits for your quarterfinals. Otherwise, kick back, relax, and we're going to be coming back to you real soon with the hottest racing this side of the World Champs. All right, it wouldn't be a major meeting without some raffle winners. So if you have purchased raffle tickets, now is the time that you want to be getting your ears pricked up, ready to see whether you have been a winner. You want to head across to the Hawkes Bay shop within the next 10 minutes if you hear your name. Linda Ardern, you have won yourself a raffle hamper. Luke Williams, Rebecca Doones, Bryn James, Hudson Hislop, Lee Holloway, Tiangi Wiley, Michael Grace, Liam Goodwin, Amy Pickford, Jan Shrivashank, and Judith Sewell. That's Linda Ardern, Luke Williams, Rebecca Doones, Bryn James, Hudson Hislop, Lee Holloway, Tiangi Wiley, Michael Grace, Liam Goodwin, Amy Pickford, Jan Shrivashank, Judith Sewell. If you can head yourself around to the Hawkes Bay shop in the next 10 minutes, you will be able to collect your awesome raffle prize.
Okay, I'll tell you what, yesterday, Greg, a lot of birthdays in the house yesterday, and I'm aware of one today that I'm aware of. I mean, there might be a few more, but I am aware of one other, and that's Braxton Hook. So Braxton Hook, happy 12th birthday, mate. Big shout out to you. Another big shout out, I just want to, the sport is run on volunteers, and I just want to shout out to Tanya Arnold, one of our commissaires. Can't be with us today. She is no doubt on the live stream watching. Can't be here today, arm surgery, I believe it is. So rest well, Tanya. Look forward to seeing you. I'm quite excited. Tanya and Joe are going to be commissarying the North Island titles in Cambridge, mate. It's going to be an epic,
oh my goodness,
epic event.
Going to be absolutely fantastic. Is it too early to say just holler if you need a hand? No. Terrible.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. So hopefully Tanya's watching on the YouTube and enjoying the racing there over the weekend.
Oh my goodness, it is again. You can feel the tension starting to rise. This is what we absolutely love about our sport of BMX racing. It has been a 2-day slog. Some people have had to bow out, but they will be no doubt on the fences cheering the rest of their clubmates on. And this is where it gets to the pointy end of things. And this is where we get closer and closer to being able to crown this year's New Zealand champions. And like we say, so much of it is just like you've got to finish the race. It is a sport of obviously a lot of calculated risks, and it can be sometimes chaotic at best. And bunch of stuff can go wrong that not necessarily as planned. So just making it through thus far is an achievement in itself. So big ups to the riders that have got thus far. And just remember, at the end of the day, it's ultimately about having an absolute blast on your bike. What a difference the day makes. The wind has dropped. Sun is out. We're all in our short sleeves.
Yeah, mate. Sun's out, guns out. Don't forget, especially Chelsea, the Mighty 11's coach, slip, slop and slap. Get that lotion on you. Up on the gate, Greg, ready to rock and roll, ready to rumble, is quarterfinal 9 boys.
I'm going to take a stab. I think it is Dylan Johns that they are looking for in staging. Dylan Johns, if you are not already around in staging, you need to be there ASAP. Dylan Johns, round to staging ASAP.
Lock loaded up on the gate. This is exciting stuff. Green flag's up.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go. It's quarterfinal 1-9, boys. Out like a rocket. It's the East City rider of Jackson Ropani. He wants to maintain that NZ1 as he busts into the first corner there. In behind him, though, it's the 150 plate there. That's Harrison Cullen. This is his home track. He's here for business. He doesn't want to be left behind. Braxton Heist there, the NZ4 from New Plymouth, currently sitting in the 3 spot. Here we go as we come into it. It's Jackson Ropati, Harrison Cullen, Braxton Heist, Flynn Sutherland and Luke Buckley in the mix here too. Luke Buckley coming up the outside. He's making a go for it here. Round the corner too. What's Luke going to do? Jackson seems to be into the mix. Here we go. The pedals are going down as we roll over for quarterfinal number 1.
All right, straight into 9 boys, quarterfinal number 2. Otis Prepare, Ruben Thompson, George Wu, Aidan Jans, Lennon Hayes, and again it is quarterfinals racing at its best, banging bars through that first corner. We have to see who's in that top spot as they come back towards it and who's sitting on the bubble, but it is on like Donkey Kong as they come back towards us. It is the 156 of Otis Rivera in the 1, the 505 of George Wu battling it out for that second spot. And again, it is going to be 3 wide. Awesome quarterfinals racing. Who is going to be on the bubble? We'll have to go to scores for that one. All right, straight into 9 boys for the 3rd time, and it's Katie McDonald out in the top spot, the 772 of Hunter McConkey in on the 2, the 964 of Archer Brown in the 3 for now. Katie McDonald, though, he's got himself a bit of room to move, a bit of breathing space as he heads towards us on the 3rd straight. It looks like the 772's locked in on that 2 spot. But that 3, 4, 5, as per usual, this is do or die racing as they come back towards us. What is going to happen? 3 wide. Again, get on that scores, find out who progresses.
And we're straight back into a quarterfinal number 4 for our 9 boys. I tell you what, your rider at the front. Hendricks Kohokura out of Alex. That kid wants to fly home. He's been bid in the big air. In behind him is the Taupo rider there on the NZ3. That's Donovan Wallace. He's going into that second corner in the number 2 spot. As we come around there, looks like it's Jacob Crawford on the 131. Out of time, are getting funky with it. Oh no, this is not good. Riders are down, but there we go, the 356. That is Hendricks Kohokura out of Alex. He's on the mix. They back up. This is what it's all about. They got putting everything on it to try and get to those points. Here we go. Rounding out quarterfinal number 4. Final 9, boys. This is big. A big shout out to our riders. Big round of applause as they make their way back round to the finals.
Absolute BMX quarterfinal racing at its finest. If you've been it, you got to still get up to try and win it. Heartbreak though as they roll in for the last time. All right, back up to the gate, and we are in our 10 boys. All right, gate drops, and we've got Matatini Hill, Sam Maisie, Braden Prescott, Kobe Geese, and Liam McDonald. And again, none other than Matatini Hill, the North Harbour rider, going through in the whole shot position. NZ4, Braden Prescott tucks in behind with Liam McDonald in on the 3. Looks like it might be a little bit more sorted out in this one as they head back towards us. Matatini's got it locked and loaded for now as they head down that third straight. The NZ4 holding in the 2 for now. But look out, it is going to be a late run for these 3, 4, 5 going at it. They want to make sure they keep racing for the day. Oh, big stack on that outside line. Looks like he's picked up the 4th spot.
Here we go, into it, quarterfinal number 6. This is the 10 boys, we're into it. Looks like Dylan Johns made it to stage because that's the NZ1 out there at the moment. He's got the whole shot with Tate Burden on the NZ6 and behind him from Te Awamutu. Alongside him, though, Eli Sasivi, another Te Awamutu rider with the 51 plate of Casey Southey from Kapiti. We also got Travis Anderson, the 64 plate of the Waitakere Club. But here we go, Dylan Johns in the 1. It looks like it's Te Awamutu versus Te Awamutu. Into the final corner, what's going to happen here? They're throwing it down, they want a spot, it's all on here. Quarterfinal number 6, 10 boys.
All right, 10 boys again. Harley Logan, JD Pretorius, Sam Hickey, Caden McKenzie and Nixon Drew. And my goodness, it is 3 and 4 wide through that first corner. The 121, Harley Logan, the Harbour rider out in front for now. Looks like Pretorius in on the 2. Another maybe Harbour rider tucked there. No, sorry, it's a shark in the water. We got Sam Hickey locked and loaded in that 3 spot, but it has been happening every race so far. It just compacts as they head through this 3rd and final corner. What is going to happen? It is on for young and old. Who goes high? Who goes low? It's a drag race to the end. That is going to be another one for the scores.
And we're back into it, quarterfinal number 8. Another group of 10 boys. They're into the work early with Max Olsen from Rotorua on the 940, who's got the whole shot as well. And he's got company with the 782. That's the North Harbour rider there sitting on his back. That's Jordan Dawson. He wants a piece of the pie. In behind him, though, it looks like it's a North Harbour affair with Jake Pamari there on the 562. Currently getting funky with it. He's coming around the corner. Can he hang on? It looks like he doesn't make it, unfortunately, but it's the Triple A plate now. Into the 3 spot, that's Cole Hills. Into the final corner, Kyle Thompson there from Topor on the 699. Here we go, Heartbreak Hotel, though, for our North Harbour rider in the quarterfinals. Hopefully he's okay.
Oh, that's a tough break. And again, it is quarterfinals racing. Absolutely giving it your all. Throwing it down. All right, back up to the gate. We have Nico Meyer, Joshie Braithwaite, Sebastian Bassett, Tyler Cochran and Cooper Beck in this one. And again, it is 3 and 4 wide as they go through that first corner. Skinny digit, Nico Meyer is in the 1. Joshie Braithwaite, though, battling hard to get in that 2 spot. He's been riding a lot this weekend with the Mighty 11s trials on Friday. And it is going to be Nico in the 1 as they come back towards us. We'll pick up who's in that 3 as they come down towards this 3rd and final corner. The 104's got it for now, but the Harbour rider looking for a way around. What is he going to do? It is all on. It looks like the Harbour rider gets the nose in front. Can he pedal it out?
Oh, mate, I can hear the crowd going wild as they come into quarterfinal number 10 here. It's for 11 boys, and it's none other than Jai Martini at the front at the moment. He's the mountain raider looking for a piece of the pie. Alex Shanks from Hamilton on the 905. He's looking for some action too, trying to get the points up. Levi Hayward on the 271 out of Cup of Tea. The Sunset Coast rider there of Jackson Carroll on the 247. And Levi Hayward from Cup of Tea there. As they come, James Sinclair so from Taupo, but it's Jai Martini in the front. Oh, we've got 3 wide going into the last corner. What's going to happen here? Who's going high? Who's going low? It's a drag race. Here we go. It's anybody's guess as we get closer to the end. Oh, my giddy aunt. This is definitely finals racing.
All right, Brocky O'Neill, Jack Kelly, Ryder Wheeler, Tobias Dickinson and Finn Barrington in this one. And it is going to be the 118. Jack Kelly going through in the top spot. Brock O'Neill, though, he's banging bars to try and lock in that 2 as being his own. He's going to look for a way around. He wants the number 1. He wants to be the number 1 qualifier as they head back towards us. Again, let's just watch that 3, 4, 5 compress up into the third and final corner. The 666 bike still trying to make it nice and wide, but Tobias Dickinson looking for a way around. He's going to have to hold on. Late run from Barrington. It's going to be one on the line.
There we go. We're into the thick of it now. It's quarterfinal number 12 as they go racing into the first corner. Into the whole shot, though, is your NZ3. That's Finn Lawrenson from Hawera in the distinctive blue and yellow. He's busted a move into that second corner with Nielsen Urata, the 300 plate, Ala Rotorua. He's currently sitting in the number 2 spot. Dylan Smith from Hawera again on the 601 coming up in the 3. Here we go. The actions are playing with the 112 from Dunedin. Kano Goff, he wants to get some points up. In behind him, though, we've got Monty Gardner on the 161 out of Cambridge. They're throwing it down here as we round out quarterfinal number 12.
All right, 13 boys, Benny Anderson, Khalil Alexander, Noah Evans, Zildjian Colley and Reed McDonald. And it's going to be Benny Anderson going flying into that first corner in the whole shot. Got Khalil is right on his back wheel as they head towards that second corner. It is going to be our Rotorua rider of Noah Evans and on the 3, but Ben and Khalil got himself a bit of breathing room as they head towards this third corner. What is happening a bit further back in the pack? The 589's holding on. I think that's Zildjian Colley. He's right on the bubble as they head on to that 4 straight. Looks like Ben's going to lock it up. Khalil for the 2. And
quarterfinal number 14, another group of 13 boys here. Nixon Banks to the bottom of the hill first and looking like he's going to get the whole shot. In behind him, though, Katia Tinga black and gold. That's Blake Glover, on the 271. Oh, no, he's got a pass. It looks like Dylan Fox from Tauronga's got a mix in there. Jack Buckley currently sitting in the 4th spot, but he's got an undercut happening. Here we go, Nixon Banks, Dylan Fox, Blake Glover, Jack Buckley, and it's Liam King from Cromwell. But here we go, looks like Jack Buckley's got himself into 3rd. Can he maintain it as he pushes hard? Here we go, it's going to come down to the pumps and the rhythm as they round out quarterfinal number 14.
All right, 13 boys, Timothy Creswell, Xavier Bell, Lawson Gold, Callum Lyman, Felix Gardner. And it's going to be the Tauranga rider, the 414 of Timothy Creswell in the top spot. And again, it is on like Donkey Kong out the back there in the 345 as they battle on the bubble to see who progresses into the semi-finals. Looks like the Tauranga rider's got it locked and loaded as they head down towards us. But again, you watch it compress as they head into this third and final corner. Up and down, roundabout, they are going to be looking for a way round. And it will be going towards home. It looks like Tauranga going to lock it up.
I'll tell you what, these pocket rockets are going hard. Watching the elites in behind them. They want to get off this track. Thick and fast into the whole shot, though. It's just 700 plate. That's Taimana U. Thompson from the Hawkes Bay. This is his track, and he's owning it, that's for sure. As we get into that second corner, Taimana U. Thompson still out the front with Liam Clifford on the NZ4 from Tauranga in the back. Max Hay there sitting in the 3rd at the moment. Jesse Lundop on the 482 out of Hamilton and Arlo Rindle on the 126 out of Hawkes Bay as well. Trying to find a spot here as they go into that final corner. It's still too close to call. Anything can happen down this final straight as they round out. There we go. Quarterfinal number 16.
All right. Very, very exciting stuff. We are into Moto number 1.
Yeah, well, for our championship class, yes, this is our elite men up on the gate.
The absolute best of the best.
Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I want to call this. This is quite exciting. This is quite nervous. I don't know who's more nervous, the riders or me, mate.
Yeah, again, if you're not trackside already, get yourself a bit of fence space because tell you what, it is going to be one to watch. And make sure if you are watching at home, you are getting yourself right in front of the TV.
Rock, paper, scissors, Greg. You lost.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, and we're at some Moto 1 and charging out of 1. It is going to be none other than Rico Bierman going into the whole shot position. We'll see who's in that 2 spot. It's going to be the 358 of Rico Diavas locking in the 2 as they head down towards the seconds. It is going to be 1 that we need to pick up. Who is in the 3 spot as they come back towards us? Bierman's got the 1 for now. Diavas in 2. It is going to be the 422 bike of Dan Franks. Absolute legend riding in the Supercross. But it's going to be all Bierman. He'll take the first moto of our BMX New Zealand Championship for our championship class.
Up on the gate at the moment, we've got one gate of our women. This is our junior, under 23, and our elite, all riding up there. Full gate of them.
Just while we're getting sorted, a massive shout out to all of our wahine out there riding. It has been so cool watching women's BMX come from strength to strength over the past couple of years. And just a huge shout out to all the girls out there throwing it down. Absolutely awesome to watch such high quality racing.
Well, here we go on the gate.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And we're into the work early here as it is our woman elite into the mix though. Layla Walker, she's on the 250 from Cambridge. It looks like she's got herself out front and into the whole shot there. It's the 250 plate of Layla Walker. Megan Williams there sitting on the 273 plate out of Rotorua, currently in the number 2 spot as they come into that second corner. Here we go, around the corner, into it they go. Layla Walker 1, Megan Williams 2, Brooke Penny 3, Holly Oldham in the mix there too, alongside Hannah Mason, Emma Robinson, Olivia Levins and Lily Granoff as well. Pushing hard there, but it's going to be the drag race. Megan Williams versus Layla Walker. Here we go, all the way to the end. And that is some exciting racing for the women elite riders. And I just got a big call out over the head. Semi-finalists, I believe, just got the call round to the pits. Semi-finalists round to the pits.
It's back-to-back racing for our quarterfinalists, straight into semis.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, men's under 23, Jesse Jane Green, Oliver Hannum, Jack Grenoff, Jack Cowan and Bennett Grenoff going into that first corner. It is going to be, the 505, Bennett Grenoff in the one. It looks like the Grenoff brothers 1-2 as they head towards the third straight. Grenoff 1-2, and we'll pick up who is in that 3 spot, the 513, Jack Cowan. He's going to throw it down for 3 as they turn and burn for home. It looks like that will be the way it all shakes out in this first moto of our under 23 men's.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate is dropped in our junior men here. Full gate of into the work early. We've got a rider down, unfortunately. Into the first corner, though. It looks like it's into the whole shot. That's our rider, 802. That is Finn Cogan out of Cambridge. He's pushing hard. In the behind him, though, Nick Cowie out of Southland on the 976. There we go, Jack Gibby on the North Haven Canterbury on the 846 coming through. But it looks like Finn Cogan, Jack Cowie 1 and 2. Here we go, the moves up the 905 plate. That is your rider, Will Skipper. He's making a go for it. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Jack Gibby's going to hang on as they round it out for race number 4 for our championship riders. Big round of applause for Theo Ball from North Harbour. Unlucky to go down there, and that's Heartbreak Hotel there of racing. But some great work there from our men. Elite junior riders. Good effort. And we'll see you back shortly for semi-final riding.
Just a quick public service announcement. Just a reminder, Al Holloway, your Visa debit card is on its way to PR. Al Holloway, if you've lost it and you're looking to buy an ice cream or two, make sure you head around to PR and pick up your Visa debit card.
Hello, Brenton here again from BMX New Zealand. I'm wandering around here at the Hawkes Bay BMX Club and I stumbled across these two lovely ladies. Chelsea and Sharon, ladies, how are we this morning?
Yeah, good. Swarm.
Awesome, thank you.
Fantastic. Now, you two have some very important roles here at BMX New Zealand. I'm noticing on the shirts there, the Mighty 11 coach, Mighty 11 manager. I mean, what are you guys doing here?
Oh, we're just assessing our riders. They trialled on Friday, so we're just seeing how they go and cope in a race situation over nationals.
Fantastic. Now, Sharon, I mean, you've been involved with the Mighty 11s for a little bit now. What did you think of the racing on Friday?
Oh, the trials are always awesome and very close, especially the boys. It's always down to the wire. So, yeah, we've got a good bunch of kids to work together with and, yeah, happy days.
Fantastic. I mean, I was lucky enough to see the racing on Friday, and it was hot, I tell you. So, Chelsea, when are they first up? How much time do you have to prepare these up-and-coming elite riders?
Oh, not much. We've got about 3 weeks to whip them into shape. We've got a big training weekend coming up this weekend coming. It's going to be great. Racing is 13th, 14th of April over in Adelaide, Australia. So, yeah, the kids are excited. They're putting the work in already.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for the dates, because I've got to clear my calendar as the official media entourage for the Mighty 11s, signed off by Chris Greenoff. That's awesome. And now, Sharon, I mean, it can't be an easy feat corralling, must be like herding cats, getting everybody organised for these trips, right?
Yeah, I've done it for a few years now, so I get them into shape pretty quickly. So, yeah, no.
And that's important, right? That's fantastic. So, no doubt, looking forward to seeing them in action. Hopefully they live stream the racing over in Oz. But thank you, ladies. Been great, and no doubt they're going to do some great riding today. So, back to you.
Hey, my name is Bennett Greenoff. I'm a New Zealand BMX racer.
Hi, I'm Megan Williams. I'm the BMX Elite Women National Champ.
Hello, my name is Rico Behrman. I'm the New Zealand Elite National Champion and currently ranked first on the UCI World Rankings for under 23 men.
We're here in Sakarya in Turkey for rounds 1 and 2 of the BMX World Cup Series, so looking forward to some racing here this weekend.
It's important to be in a clean and fair sport because it lies at the fundamentals of sport as a whole.
I think it's really important to maintain a good level of sportsmanship as well amongst the riders, so yeah, clean sport's an extremely important part of being an athlete.
Because I know it keeps me and my competitors on the same level and it's fair for everyone.
Because not only does it align with my values as a rider, but also as a person in terms of integrity and my general moral compass.
Yeah, because I know it comes down to nothing outside of the dedication and hard work you put in.
Maintain a level of confidence and knowing that I'm getting on the gate and that the best person is going to win at the end of the day. There's no external factors influencing any results out on the track.
Hi guys, Brenton here from BMX New Zealand as we are checking things out, getting ready for day 2 of the racing here at the BMX New Zealand National Championships for 2024. Listen, this live streaming thing, I tell you what, it looks easy. It just seems to pop up on the interweb, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. So we're just going to head on into the dark, the deep, where all the magic happens. So follow me, let's go have a quick look inside. And here we go. We are going inside, so be careful. There's some highly intellectual property in here. This is where it all takes place. Well, I tell you what, people are just, they say they're working hard in here, but to be fair, I'm just checking them kicking back, doing nothing. I mean, it can't be that hard, right? Just start playing with some bits and pieces, but oh, wow, look at all that. And this is just the entry. Wait till we go further and deeper into all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So follow me. Let's keep going. Shh. Look at all this magic. This is where it's all taking place. I tell you what, some exciting stuff. These guys here, they are looking super busy. We got Clayton over there, and we got Dylan over here, and it's Daryl on the camera behind me. So some exciting stuff here. Loads of things going on. Oh, wow, there's me with Laura Smolders. How cool is this? This is where it's all coming to you. This is where it's coming together. This is where it's going out into the big wide world, and this is where the magic takes place. I'm not going to ask these guys to talk because I can tell they're super busy. Look at them. Those fingers are moving all over those keyboards. Lights are going on. Things are going up and down all over the place. So some exciting stuff, and it takes all this to get it to you.
Secure on your helm, growing old.
ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all getting excited. We're about to hit the first lot of the semi-finals with the 8 boys, and it looks like a really, really good lineup. The fast boys for the 8, and then there's 2 semi-finals for these guys. So here we are getting ready to go. It's quite exciting. I've been watching some of these kids warming up, and they've really, really got all that concentration on their face. Massive smiles as well, so let's hope they have a really good time out there. There's been some amazing sportsmanship I've seen out there as well. Absolutely fantastic, supporting other riders, whether they've been hurt, whether they're just a little bit upset that they didn't quite make quarters or semis. The support out there in this sport is absolutely fantastic, so great sportsmanship.
Matatini Hill, 2 staging immediately. That's Matatini Hill, 2 staging immediately.
Just a massive shout out for the amount of work as well that the tech wizards that have been helping us out with all of this absolutely awesome gear, where we can stand up here and watch the races live on a video screen, as well as all of the cameras and the speakers, everything set up around here. Massive shout out goes to Daryl. Daryl's done a great job setting it all up. Massive shout out to all the camera operators. Awesome job, especially live streaming it too. Absolutely live. That's pretty epic.
Well, you're right there, Aaron, and the technology for BMX is definitely far exceeding our ability, so it's pretty neat to see. They're throwing in some loops in here now, so we're able to see who's coming off first off the gate, who's coming off first into that hole shot position, and then we're able to see another loop at the finish line. So if you're watching this at home in your living room and you're seeing all of that come up on your screen, you're getting live feedback from all the hard work here happening in Hawkes Bay, New Zealand, and Daryl's throwing it down for everybody to do that. So really nice to see the next level of BMX, and we're sort of part of that evolution.
Yeah, it's nice to be part of that evolution, that new feeling of technology just building up. I mean, there's so much technology on the bikes, but now we've got technology out there so that people all around the world can watch what our racers here in New Zealand are doing. If you've got family and friends elsewhere in the world who want to watch your racers race, make sure you let them know that it's on the YouTube channel, the 2024 BMXNZ National Championships. If you search that up.
Well, we do. We've got some people. We've got Mason James coming in here. A shout out to Rico DeAnvers, a BMX lineman, a shout out to Brock Stedman. I mean, we've got some serious, they're coming from around the world here. It's just incredible to see. And Angela Inwood, let's go Sharks, show them who's boss. Elbow to elbow, semifinals. Wow, this is just going amazing out here. They're just hitting in, and they're just coming through one after the other. So showing their love around the world.
Have you met that elbow to elbow guy?
Yeah, no, I hear he's a good dude, and definitely the elbow, if you want to jump onto that, you definitely can. Just Google that and get onto the old elbow. There's some good racing in there and some really, really good interviews sort of behind the scenes, sort of like. And you get to see these riders sort of, what their day-to-day is and what they do to prepare. And it's nice to see sort of a back history of these riders, where they were, where they got to. And
there's lots of, they explain, training regimes on there, and they talk about how all their training goes to get them to world standards and New Zealand title standards, all that sort of stuff. And that's how you can learn. You can learn better.
Well, why reinvent the wheel?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
These guys are the elite, and they're the top of the top, and you want to just sort of follow in their footsteps of what they're doing. And they're taking some serious feedbacks from some elite riders themselves, and they're also taking some professional coaching, and they're passing that on to all of our next generation. And that's a great thing about BMX, is that we are quite open to make sure that our next generation are the next elite riders for the world. And the gate drops here.
And here we go. We've got race semi-final number 1 with the 8 boys. Matua Nui, Jolik Kale Hill's in there. Daniel Chen, Hugo Bassett, Kingston Hislop, Jack Napier Anderson. But as they come into the corner, it's Matua Nui who's got the whole shot coming down around through that first corner. making it down that first straight. All these fast boys. The semi-final is where it's at because these boys, the top 4 of this race, goes into the final race. But, they're challenging. They're all challenging for second place. And it's the 806, or 808 and the 622. That's Kingston Hislop and and Cameron Denson challenging for second and third. Didn't quite catch who's fourth, but we'll be able to look that up on scores. Make sure you check scores for the next thing,
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We got ourselves some serious semifinal action as we're going through here. It's Sorpiso at the moment, and he's out front. He's leading it from the front of the pack. He's throwing himself into that first corner, and it's 5:05, and he's staying alive. He's out in that second point, and it's Samuel Grubb in there on the second place with Jaden Barrett closing in hard and behind. Now these boys are fighting it for this final, and they're making sure that semifinal. Jaden Barrett does a beautiful undercut, and he's holding that number 2 at the moment. He's giving it a good run for his money. Thorpiso taking in number 1. Jaden Barrett in the number 2. And the Cromwell in the number 3 spot at the moment. And they're fighting for points as they go. But it's Thorpiso taking in number 1. Jaden Barrett in the number 2. And the Cromwell coming in on the number 3. And Samuel Grubb.
They've just dropped the gate on the 9 boys. We've got Jackson Ropati, Otis Ropiha, Harrison Cullen, Donovan Wallison. And coming in through there is Donovan Wallace side by side by the NZ1, Jackson Ropati. They are battling it out down that first. Donovan Wallace, go band. He's actually managed to stay out in first. He comes around that second corner. I know that he's off to the Worlds later on this year, so he's going to be representing New Zealand. But the NZ1's coming back up, passing Donovan Wallace in the 156 in the third. That's Otis Ropiha. That's the way they're going to finish up that one as they come down into that finish line. Nice wee manual over the finish line there.
There's just a public service announcement. North Harbour manager to PR. North Harbour manager to PR. As we resume into our racing, we have our semi-5 9 boys. Semi-finals, top 4 are going to be going through on these points here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Hendrik Kahu. He's taking a beautiful line as they're coming through here. And he looks like he's in the lead at the moment. It's Caden McDonald coming in on the number 2. He'll be looking for a little bit of a place, but he's driven drop back and a little bit of a tire fender bender as they come through here. And they're racing hard as they come through. But it looks like that's Hendricks out in the number 1 spot. And it looks like George Wu in the number 2 with Hudson McRae coming in on the number 3. Roman Thompson on the 4. And Caden's working hard to make his way all the way to the top for 3 position.
All right, we're just waiting on the gate for semi-final number S5, 10 boys, Matatini, Harley, Baden, Tate, Eli Sisevi, Cole Hills, Sam Hickey, Kean Thompson. But as they come around, it's Matatini all over that first spot. He wants to hold it. He wants to win every race he's in. And as he pulls away, he's going nice manuals all the way through, jumps into the second corner. If that was me, I'd be pooping in my pants because that's a scary looking jump going down there. NZ4 in second place, Braden Prescott, he's holding on as he comes around that corner. He's going to hold on to second as we come down that last straight with some nice manuals. Great work all the way down there.
Race number 6 here. We have the semi-finals final with the boys in there, and it's the 10 boys going hard. It's a Dylan Johns looking for that full shot position, and he looks like he's slamming her down, and he looks like he's got the pedal down to the metal, and he's got that at the moment. But Max Owen coming in from Rotorua close in behind. They're bunching up in that 3rd and 4th position, and they're trying to get their points. It's Caden McKenzie taking in on the 3, but it's open door as they come through here. It's Dylan Johns on that number 2, but number 1 position as they come strolling through. But it's a 940 plate of Max Olsen looking for a number 2 position, and it's a North Harbour holding it tight in the number 3. And that's Jordan Dawson, and he's streaming down there as he gets into that roll. But it's a battle for that 4th position, and it's to the line. Who knows who gets it?
And here we go with the 10 girls, Mika Wallace, Mia Grant, Ellie Morgan, Olivia Anderson. But coming into that first corner all day long, Mika Wallace, she's holding on to it. She's still going around the corner. Oh, we've got some wide taking there, but they've managed to pull it back onto the track. Not sure what happened there, but they all got pushed out wide.
That was Mia Grant taking a fall there from North Harbour, but it's Mika Wallace out in the front at the moment.
Mika Wallace is way out in front there. We got the 305 out in the second spot there. 205, Savannah Hogg. She's going to come in on the second. Didn't quite, but the battle for 3rd is on. 3rd and 4th. They're going to make it into the finals. That's the 4.
All right, up on the gate here we have race number 8. It's the semifinals for the 10 girls. We have Ruby Buckley in this race, and we have a bit of a crumble on that one here. We've got a takeout on 2 riders here. Out in that first, it looks like that's Skylar Hansen coming in there with Cameron Cohan, and looking like they're battling, and it's elbow to elbow, and it's bar to bar as they're pushing through. And it could be anybody's game as they go through on this one. Amelia DeTheory at the moment is in the number 1 position. She's riding out of the Hamilton, and it looks like it's bar to bar. It's 2, and then it's 2, and then there's another 2 in behind. So they're pushing her hard. But it's the NZ number 2 at the moment. It happens to be in the number 1 position, and it's Amelia DeTheory. But she's going to have to really put the pedal down as she comes through these last little bit of a roller. And it's all the way to the top to see who gets these ones.
North Harbour team manager. Can we please get the North Harbour team manager to PR? That's the North Harbour team manager to PR, please.
Big round of applause for our rider that's coming around there.
That's Skylar Hansen coming in there from North Canterbury, and Ruby Buckley that have gone down. So
great job to get back up on her bike and carry on. I do believe there might be a mechanical on the other bike that went down, so but still massive applause to them as well. They're up on their own feet and under their own steam.
Well, like we say, I mean, these girls are putting everything on the line for these races, and they definitely, you can see that by how hard they're pushing. So that's Ruby Buckley coming in there on that 78. So give her a round of applause as she comes through there, ladies and gentlemen, because she's been pushing hard, and that's Heartbreak Hotel, definitely. As we're into the next race here.
Is it me? 11 boys, Finn Lawrence, Joy Martini, Josh Braithwaite, Jackson Carroll, Sebastian Bassett, Dylan Smith, Cooper Beck, Kano Goff. They're coming down for the 11 boys around that second corner. They've gotten in there so fast. They're like lightning. Lightning McQueen's got nothing as they come down here, but it's the 104 out in front, followed by a whole bunch of really fast riders. They're so close together I couldn't catch their plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, really close. 5, 6, 7, 8.
On the grid, we have these semi-final 11 boys in there. Wham, bam, thank you, man. And they're throwing it down there, laying it on the line. And they're looking for that whole shot position as they go through. It looks like that could be none other than the Nico Meyer looking like he's real strong. And it is. It's Nico Meyer holding on to it. But it's Brock O'Neill in the number 2. And he's pushing it hard as he's coming through. They call him the switchblade. But it's Jack Kelly in there, Brock O'Neill in the number 2 position with James Sinclair in the number 3. Jack Kelly having to hold on to 4 at the moment, but Brock is looking for a little bit of an open door as they come through. They're pressing hard as they come through over top of that tabletop, all the way to the end, boys. Nelson Rota in there with Tobias Dixon holding strong, but taking it is Nico Meyer, Brock O'Neill in the 2.
Caleb White, if we could head down to staging. Caleb White, down to staging, please. As we come 12 boys, this is race 11 for the semi-finals, and we've got Rico Ryan, Charlie Withington, Jono Hansen, Dylan Zazi, Angus Morgan, Billy McRae, Kate Peterson, Jack Duckett. It's an absolutely loaded gate as they come down here, but out in front we've got the NZ1, and then the NZ2, and then the 157. That's Nixon, oh not Nixon, where am I at? Rico Ryan, Dylan Zazi, and Angus Morgan.
Rip it and stick it, ladies and gentlemen. This one is the semifinals to watch. It's the 12 boys as they rock and roll. Cooper Murphy gets a whole shot as they come through into this corner. But it looks like that's none other than the Reef Hendrick, the wild man all the way from the mountain range, holding it tight as he comes through here. Is he able to sustain the pain as the lactic acid builds up? It's Reef Hendricks in the number 1 spot. Cooper Murphy coming out of Christchurch, and another Christchurch boy in hard behind. That's Austin Strongwich looking good. Reef Hendrick just been passed. It looks like it's Reef Hendricks in the 2. Cooper Murphy in the number 1 position. Austin Strongwich coming in hard on the number 3. Taking her home.
Here we go. This is race 13, the first semi-final of the 13 boys. We've got Ben, Timothy, Dylan Fox, Xavier Bell, Noah, Lawson, Zildjian and Fergus. And in the first spot, I didn't quite manage to catch that number because they were moving around there faster than a leopard and I do believe it might have been Ben Anderson as they come down through here. 13 boys. We've got definitely the Ben Anderson, the NZ2, followed by the 205 of Dylan Fox. Go Noah, you got the 4th place there, didn't quite catch number 3. But there we go, the first 4 decided for the final.
Slip, slop, slap, baby, here we go. We've got ourselves a game changer here. It's semifinals, 13 boys. Nixon Banks taking her home all the way, and he looks like he's throwing himself back into his... Slipped out by Nixon Banks, and he looks like he's going to have to hold back at the moment. And it could have been commentator's curse on that one. But it looks like Tame to Theory, Thompson coming in from Hawkes Bay with Blake Upner and Kyle Alexander. It's Kyle Alexander coming in from Hawkes Bay with Tame Thompson coming in on the number 2. But it's the NZ number 7, holding it tight on the number 1 position as they roll through on that third corner. I mean, that's a hard work by Nixon because he was slamming it down and he was putting everything he possibly could. That's Calais Alexander from Hawkes Bay taking the 1. Tainemo Thompson coming in on the 2 with Jack Buckley taking the 3.
And that is pretty hard on Nixon Banks as he's, come back from that crash earlier on today.
Nixon Banks is an amazing kid.
Yeah.
Just an absolutely awesome personality. Huge round of applause for this kid because it's just an amazing what he's put himself through.
And here we go with the 16 boys. Tom Coleman, Tyler Dinsdale, Jackson Lawrence, Jacob Shaw, Flynn Harrison, Jack Stanley. And as they come around that first corner, as the NZ2 out in front, that's Tom Coleman. He's owning it at the moment, but 2 and 3 are right on his tail. They're chasing him down like a foxhound on a fox hunt. As they come through, I'm going to catch the numbers. The 185 is in the second place. That's Tyler Dinsdale, followed by the 108 of Jackson Lawrence coming around. I didn't quite catch the number 4. Well, I don't know who the number 4 is because they were racing, but we've got a man down. They were racing elbow to elbow, handlebar to handlebar. I do believe that might be...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the semi-final 16 boys here. Looks like Jack Young is taking a nice line, but it's Regan Smith in the number 2. It's Jack Young, it's Regan Smith taking it underneath, and he's pushing him out. It's a little bit of a crash on that back end. It's the Nelson boys out, and it looks like they're throwing themselves onto the bike with the Fungaray boy taking it up first, but the Nelson boys is trying to get back. It's a Regan Smith now. He's taking the number 1 position. It's a Jack Young in the number 2, and it's Jamie Wallace all the way from the Hamilton taking the 3, but it's a push to the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Isaac Thompson had a little bit of a fall, and Timo Ana coming in from Tiaramutu. Give them a round of applause as they come through there, ladies and gentlemen. That's Isaac Thompson from the Fungaray and Kahu Timoana from Tiaramutu.
Kaya putting on a bit of a show there as he comes down that third row. Getting some nice air time, doing some whips. There he goes. Nice and high over those jumps. Always cool when they can still get up and put in some time in the air. And here we go. We've got 17 to 24 male, 20-inch. This is race semi-final 17. We've got Logan Clark lining up there, Corey Walden, Zachary Arnold, Ronan McKersey, Hamish Earl, and Brock Harvey. Now it can be a little bit tactical on which gate you choose, so we'll see how that works out for all of these guys.
We're picking the gate on this endless.
And here we go. They're off and they are racing. And down they come down the first straight. Oh, the nice jump and the nice triple there. It's the 98 of Logan Clark out in 1 at the moment. Flew from Christchurch and he's still flying as he comes down that second run. In second place, trying to chase him down, we have the 112 of... Where are we? 112 of Corey Walden. He's coming down. Oh, but it's going to be a battle to the end. They're drawing swords and trying to stab each other as we come over that last line.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is 17 to 24 male. It's Angus Thompson out of the Telfo that's getting the hold. But it's Lewis Atkinson being able to do a little bit of an undercut from the East City. He's racing the Nelson boys, and it looks like it's going to be a battle all the way to the top. It's another rumble in the jungle. But Lewis Atkinson is able to just stretch it out a little bit as he comes through this rhythm section. This is where his home at, and he loves this rhythm section with a little pop in there. But it's a 361. Angus Thompson holding his own as he's looking for a little bit of a high line. But Lewis Atkinson is holding on to it. A pass on the jump. Oh, my goodness.
All right, we've got 14 boys here. This is race semi-final 19. We've got Riley Smart. We've got Case Wicksilver coming in from Te Awamutu, Lockie Bartram, Nixon Poynton, Ben Shaw, Cale Smith. We've got the 600 out there in Smart. Riley Smart holding on to that. That looks like Case Silver coming in really close on his tail. Case putting in some nice air time. I've seen that boy jump, and boy, he gets some air time. But as we come down, we've still got the 600 out in front, Riley Smart. The NZ5 is coming in the third place. That's Lockie Bartram. He's going to be challenged, though, for that place. And fourth is going to be a real battle as they come down. I don't know who's going to call that race.
Semi-final 14 boys. Well, the crowd is just filling in, and it's just packed to the rafters here, just right around this whole track. The grandstands are full. It's just you could feel the anticipation, and you could cut it with a knife. Just the electricity and the buzz in the air. It's just fantastic to see.
It's absolutely awesome. It's so tightly packed. Yesterday there was a great crowd here, and I thought that was amazing. But today, they're lined up along the fences. All of the
grandstands are just
and everything are packed out. All of the race areas, you know, you've got...
and we're here, and we're going, and it's live racing in. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, we got Lucas Martini. And it looks like he's got that whole shot position, and he's going high. But he's leaving the door open, but he's able to shut her down just as quick. But that's Charlie Leisler coming in there from Cromwell. And that Lewis better look over his shoulder and not look too hard, because he's going to have a little bit of a race on his hands if he slows down. But that's a 3 and 4 position that's getting lost in that one, and it comes through into that third corner. But it's Lucas Martini that's going to be able to hold on to it, with Charlie Leisler coming in on the number 2, with Cohen Ludman looking hard and fast in the 3.
Here we go, 15 boys. Oh, we've had a crash off the gate, but we'll see who that is. Unfortunately, that's a real unfortunate thing. It happens every now and again, but NZ1, Deacon Connor out in front. We've got Zeb Pickford, Brock Marshall, Tane De Theory, Mason Robinson, Case Van Hooven. But as they come down through here, the top 4 is going to be, again, NZ1, Deacon Connor, but he's got a lot of work to put in, because the 309 of Brock Marshall and the 508 of Tane De Theory are trying to work up, and there we go. Third place is going to be the Battle Royale for 3rd and 4th, but the 195 of Zeb Pickford. Hard luck on that crash on the gate there, buddy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there in TV land, this one you're going to want to watch. It's the semifinal 15 boys. These boys are fighting it hard right to the finish line. It's a semifinal, but they're leaving nothing on the line as they come flying through here. That's Nico Kogan, and he's been holding down, but he's getting chased hard by Bryson Joyce. What's going to happen on this corner? Are they going to hold it steady and just follow each other through? Or are they going to push it to the end? No, they're pushing it to the end. And Bryson Joyce looking for a little bit of an inside, and he's got it. Nico Kogan's going to have to do his work, because it's cut out for him. And it's Bryson Joyce pushing it hard all the way to the end, with Nico Kogan taking it 2, Levi Banks taking in the 3, and that's Riley Burley coming in on the 4. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our semifinal, locked and loaded.
And here we go. We've got the big guns coming in now, setting up on the gate, getting ready for the first race of the men's elite. This is race 5. We've got Cameron Jago, Rika Danvers, Rico Behrman, Cole McConey, Liam Goodwin and Daniel Franks lining up on the gate. A little bit of a stretch, warm up, bouncing up and down up there, trying to get all of the lactic acid out of their muscles.
Well, that's right. You'll probably hear in behind us and see that we have a little bit of maintenance happening on the track. Now, these guys are coming out of the gate with such speed and such aggression that you got to make sure everything is nice and smooth and ready for these guys to ride. And so they're just going to make sure that this track is tip-top shape prior to these riders hitting the mix.
There's so many things I could say about that blower, but they're all not really things that I could say at a race meet.
Well, I'll tell you what is blowing, and that was the wind yesterday, because it was quite chilly. Compared to today, I mean, Hawkes Bay is bringing it out, and it's perfect timing for us to have the beautiful weather. And I have to say, just beautiful scenery around here. Hawkes Bay is just, if you haven't ever been to Hawkes Bay and you're close in the area, if you're far from the area, or if you haven't been into sort of the apple orchard or the vineyards, this is the place to come down to and enjoy, because it's beautiful.
Most definitely. Like, I stayed in a glamping last night in a vineyard, and it was amazing. Absolutely sensational. Toasted some marshmallows on a fire.
It is nice down here, and you definitely have to come to this neck of the woods. They've got some beautiful scenery, so come check that out. On the gate, we have ourselves the
men's elite.
Men's elite.
Yeah, men's elite.
First.
They're lining up there. And here we go. They're down. And look at how fast they go. Acceleration is the name of the game. These guys have brute deep power. And around the corner, they are three wide. But man, that was so fast. You notice they're going over the pro line. Those jumps are a lot bigger than the smaller ones that the challenge riders going. Oh, we've had a crash down there. Man down. But 248 is out in front. That is Rico Behrman. No surprises there. He is the New Zealand Elite Champion. I didn't quite catch who was behind him, because they are lightning quick. And when you're struck by lightning, you can't see anything. Oh, he's up. Hopefully he hasn't had a mechanical.
That was Rico DeAnvers there that took that fall.
Oh. Just having a chat with the officials to make sure everything's okay.
Next up on the gate is moto number 2 for the Women Elite. Full gate, racked and stacked. Now this will be a combined gate, so they'll have all the elite riders here, but there'll be 3 different classes in this one. So you might be coming second or third, but you'll be getting your points in towards your category.
And it is a stacked gate for the Women Elite. These girls are so fast.
And the gate drops and they're off. These ladies mean business as they come rolling through here. It's like the days of thunder. And they're out in the front. And it's a beautiful little hole shot position as she's going high into this one. And she's leaning into it with a nice little push up. But it looks like that's Megan Williams from Rotorua holding it up with Leo Walker coming in on that number 2. But Brooke Penny is trying to push it hard. But Megan Williams is holding it tight. But it's going to be bar to bar as they come through this roller section into that third corner. It's Megan Williams and Leo Walker giving it a bang for the money. And it's all the way to the top. It's bar to bar action as they push it. It's going to go all the way to the top to see who grabs this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Leo Walker could have just pimped her at the post. Megan Williams taking the 2 and the Brooke Penny on the 3.
Oh, that was amazing. I love watching them race. And here we go. We're lining up now for the men under 23 elite. Then we've got Jack Kuhn, Bennett Greenoff, Jesse James Green, Oliver Hannum, and Jack Greenoff as well. Now, these brothers did really well up in Rotorua at the UCI. And here they come down the race. And I love how there's no love lost between the two. They will fight it out, but they'll be best friends when they get off the track. And we have, I can't even see the number on that one. They're going so fast. But over that big jump they go. I was told that it's quite hard because these jumps, some of these jumps are really short. So you've really got, it's quite technical coming down this track. But as we come down, can I catch who that is on the thing? No. Like Graham White is a hard one to catch. But they're coming down. We'll have to go to scores.
That's Bennett Greenoff taking it with Jack in on the number 2, with Jack Cohen coming in on that 3 position from Christchurch. The Greenoff brothers throwing it strong. Men's junior.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate drops, lickety split. These boys are quick as they come through here. A little bit of a technical issue, it looks like there from the Theo Bowl, but it looks like that Finn Cogan taking in the number 1. He's going high, looking for a nice little line. Beautiful apex by Finn. I mean, with a hot knife, you could cut that butter. He's so smooth. It's that Finn Cogan taking in the 1. Cooper Ferguson looking for that 2 position as they come riling through there. But it's Will Skipper holding on from Tauranga, looking for a 3 with Nigo Coe coming in from Southland. Jack Ribby, Theo Bold coming in on that 7. Last position at the moment, but it's Finn Cogan taking in the 1 with Cooper Richardson taking in on the 2. Will Skipper taking the 3. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up moto number 2 for our NZ National Championships.
Some amazing racing.
That was quick. That was fast. Oh. Now that's our elite riders, and they're looking good.
Yeah, they're so fast around this track that I actually struggled to catch up and see the. Don't know if that's my eyes or because I'm getting old, or if the fact that they're moving like lightning.
No, they definitely will be moving fast. So we'll just give you a public announcement here.
Just going to do the draw and come back to the time right now before finals.
All right, so we're going to have a little bit of a break now before they do the draw for finals to see how we go, see who's in what gate and where in the finals, and then there'll be a wee bit of a break. So go and grab yourself some food, go and grab yourself some of those donuts and Mr. Whoopi. I know the lines are really big, but Mr. Whoopi's definitely worth it. Go and visit those bike shops down the end there, get yourself some parts. There's been some crashes in today, so there's probably going to be some new parts being needed by some of those riders.
Well, that's right. You can go down there and you can talk to Bruno and talk to Richard and get some new kit. I mean, they got a lovely amount of gear down there, shining brand new. So spoil yourself. Get in there. Buy yourself a new set of armor, a new shirt, a new tops, a couple cranks or some grips, you know what? Just go in there and just get a new bike.
Oh, I reckon get in. And if even your parents, maybe your parents might want to go in and get yourselves a new bike because you've seen how cool this sport is and you want to give it a go. Definitely want to give it a go. I think it's You don't have to be really, really fast. It does help, but you don't have to be really, really fast. You can just go out there and have a bit of a toddle around the track, and you'll catch the bug, and all of a sudden you're here at Nationals racing away.
Aaron, you're exactly right. For all those TV lovers out there that are watching on their sofa and you're thinking, you know what, I need to get some exercise, get out there, get a bike. Doesn't have to be a flash bike. Get anything that you possibly can and get out there riding with your kids. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, come down, ride with your kids. Most BMX tracks around the country are, free entry. You can get in here, ride around, I think. Give it a go. Even the dirt jumps, and there's some pump tracks that get you even some practice for when you're racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a good little wrap-up there for us as we roll into the finals. So we'll just get the draw come through, and once we've had the draw through, we'll see what the finals are for the elites and the finals for the end of the day. Hold tight, hold fast. This is the time to go get your coffee and your milkshake.
Yeah, a lot of you are going to be long drives home, so make sure you get that cup of coffee in, drink some water, and take it easy. Make sure you get some donuts. Fill up on some sugar.
And you know what a good one is we do have to give a thank you to all the volunteers, all the AV that has been out here helping us, all of the track volunteers, and also the ambulance in St. John's. And they've been telling me, just make sure that you remind everyone to stay hydrated.
Yes.
Right? And that's with water. That's with water. Don't be mixing it with anything else. No Kool-Aid. And you want to also make sure that you slip, slap. So keep that sunscreen on you, keep that shade, keep in the shade, and keep the hat on the head, and make sure that you're covered up.
Definitely. We're into the hottest part of the day now, so make sure you do slip, slap. And I think that might be us for now, JD.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with everybody a little bit later on.
All right, welcome.
Okay, I tell you what, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Riders to staging. Riders for finals to staging.
All right, here we go, finals racing. This is what gets me excited, watching all of these people coming for their titles.
It's all come down to this. 2 days of hard and fast racing. I think it was something in the vicinity of 600 riders. I think we counted about 35 to 45 different age groups, and there can only be one New Zealand title holder in each of those age groups going home this afternoon. But the good thing is, the redemption thing is that it's not all about titles around here. It is about having an absolute heck of a weekend out there on the track, on the bike. And we couldn't have done it without the awesome support, especially of the Hawkes Bay BMX Club. Feels like we haven't shouted them out anywhere near enough for the duration of the weekend. They have put on an absolute spectacle. Cool facility here. It has been lots of warm hospitality extended far and wide. And we know that these major meetings are no mean feat. And like we've said so often, it is all undertaken by volunteers. And that in itself is just a huge thing that we make sure that we do the virtual hat tip to. It is no small job putting on this kind of event. So thank you one and all at Hawkes Bay BMX. We would be absolutely lost without your dedication and support to our sport.
Yeah, and obviously we need to be going a big thank you to whoever it is that has the contact with Tawhiri Mātia, the god of the weather, because they've really turned it on, and which means that from up here the views are actually quite lovely. There's trees, hills, you can see everything. It's been a great clear day. I'm glad I'm under a little bit of cover though, because I'd hate to be going home red instead of brown.
It is nothing worse than going home from a weekend's racing with a bit of sunburn, I guess, in tow. My advice would be if you have slip-slopped and slapped, there are still a few spaces available up in our trackside grandstand. And I don't know about you, mate, but I am pretty certain that it is going to be action aplenty down that first straight, heading into that first corner. If you haven't already done so, make sure you pull up your piece of fence or grab your seat in the grandstand, because this is what it all comes down to. Finals racing and banging bars, hopefully not taking away too many scars, and going for glory at Hawkes Bay BMX Club.
Well, you know what they say, no scars, no proof. So if you are going to crash, you better make it look really impressive. At least it's on live TV, and we're going to have some proof that you've done it. But it is fast down this track here. They're going to get down the end of this line here, and it's going to be pretty intense coming into that first corner. Everybody wants to be on that top step. But as you say, it is all about fun and having a really enjoyable time. And look, to be fair, the other thing I was going to mention earlier on is not only is it BMX Nationals this weekend, but during this week, there's a lot of riders out here who are also really good mountain bikers, and they're probably going to be heading up to Rotorua to check out old Crankworks. I know last year there was a whole heap of BMXs there, and they did really well. They definitely made the mountain bikers work for their money. So make sure if you've got some time, head up, check out the old Crankworks. Wednesday, Thursday is free if you can prove that you're from Rotorua. If you can't, just give me a call. I'll get you in. It's all good.
I love it. And again, a huge shout out to our Mighty 11s team heading across to Adelaide in a very short space of time. And I also know for a fact that there is a strong contingent of New Zealand riders heading over to Rock Hill to the World Cup event. I think that's in May. It's coming up pretty soon. Yep. Rock Hill, that is a spectacular track. Had the absolute privilege of heading over there in 2017 when it was over there the last time, and it's just an absolute next level experience. The Americans sure know how to do it, and that is going to be awesome to see those Kiwi riders throwing it down, representing, flying the fern nice and high. And I don't know about you, but between you and me, I think there's a couple of at least finals contenders in the mix as well.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. There's I know probably 3 or 4 at least personally that are going to be doing pretty well, and probably definitely have the capability to make it into those finals. So, you know, I expect to see next time we're racing, we're going to have some W1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, right through to 8 there, and it's going to be awesome.
It's always exciting. I think the one thing we have to not, it's not really the elephant in the room, but one of the things that I think we love to hate and hate to love, or whatever it is about BMX is that we can't underscore just how much of an achievement it is making it through to the finals. You can try and ride the perfect lap, but when you got 7 other riders on the gate trying to do exactly the same thing, a bit of chaos can ensue. So I guess to the riders that have bowed out thus far in the day, again, hat tip to you. It is one thing to just come and represent and put it all on the line trying to get through the finals. To those that have made the finals, well done. And that's what makes finals racing so exciting, because really all bets are off. And we just want to see an absolute spectacle of BMX racing here over the next probably 60 minutes or so as we burn through these finals motos.
And it's going to be awesome. You can see that the racers are up there. They're up at the ramp already, and they're starting to get excited about racing. They're all chomping at the bit to get out there. But if you are a finals racer, you should already be up at staging. If you're a finals racer, you should be up at staging. I'm guessing that most of you are there already.
All right, we are getting locked and loaded. Ready to go for the first of our 8 boys. We are into finals racing. And all right, we've got 8 boys locked and loaded for finals racing. We're doing the final checks, and we want to be introducing our finalists in repping the 351 plate from Hamilton, Thor Piso. The 622 plate, throwing it down for East City, Kingston Hislop. The 589, the pocket rocket riding out of Mountain Raiders, Jaden Verrett. All right, the 111, the BMX Emergency out of the North Harbour Club, Matanui Hill. All right, and the 808 out of Christchurch City, Cameron Dennison. The 115 throwing it down for North Harbour, Daniel Chen. And the 505 plate out of Cromwell, Samuel Grubb. And the 199 New Plymouth. We got a shark in the water, Leo Charlton.
Mika Wallace to staging. Mika Wallace staging.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, and we are into an 8 boys final, and it is on like Donkey Kong. Thorpiso trying to get that inside line, but Matsui Nui Hill, he's going to take out the whole shot as they go through. And it is going to be shake and bake as they turn onto that second straight. The North Harbour rider out there in the top spot. Thorpiso locking it in on the 2. It looks like the East City rider is going to go low, trying to take back that 3rd position, but it is all Matsui Nui Hill. He has got bike legs to burn as they turn for that 3rd and final corner. Thorpiso, he's going to be holding it in the 2. Hislop looks to try and hold on to that 3, and it is going to be one for the ages as they come in. 8 boys throwing it down. Awesome first up final here at the 2024 BMXNZ Nationals.
I'll tell you what, mate, check up that replay there on the big screen. That is looking epic. There we go, all the action. So for those of you that are around the grounds, check out that big screen. Jump on YouTube to check out those replays.
Absolutely awesome. And here we go with the finals, number 2, 8 girls. And on the one gate, we have the 611 of Isla Reed out of... and then on the 2 gate, we've got the 624 of Matilda Burley from Taupo. On the 3, we've got the 128 of Greta Z, Mountain Raiders. Here we go. Next up, 93, we've got Stella Torrens. And next, here we go, the 822, Dita Hodua, Southland. And here we go, the 454, Asher Probin from New Plymouth.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And they're off. They've dropped the gate and they are away, leaving everybody else behind as they come down through this first straight, nice and fast. We're coming in through the corner, and in the number 1 spot, we've got the 611 of Ida Reid. Ida Reid all the way. She is going to take it away down the second straight, but she might not be able to hold on to it all the way around the track. We're going to have to be waiting for my old eyes to adjust to the light as they come into the third straight. I'm going to call it as the 822 of Dita. And then we've got the 93 and third of Stella Torrens coming around in the 3 spot. But they're battling it out for number 3. The sprinter's on. I'm not quite sure who's got that. You are right. I do believe might be the 454. Might have just taken that away.
Here we go. Some epic racing here for finals. Okay, back up to the gate, sitting in lane 1. Your current NZ1 from East City, Jackson Rupari. Sitting next to him over there on the 356, out of Alex Hendricks Kaukura. Across from him on the NZ3 at the moment from Taupo, Donovan Wallace. Over in lane number 4, the 505. That is George Wu out of Hamilton. Sitting over in lane next to him, the 772 out of North Canterbury, Hudson McConchie. Over there on the 156 out of Capital City, Otis Rapia. On the 115, the local lad, let's hear it for Roman Thompson. And over there in lane number 8 out of New Plymouth, the current NZ4, Braxton Hayes.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate is dropped and those boys are down there like you can't believe. Into the first straight they go. It looks like it's the pocket rocket, the East City rider, the NZ1 at the moment. Jackson Ropane, he wants to keep that title for sure. Hendricks Kahakota sitting in the number 2 spot at the moment. The 356, although he might have dropped to 3. George Wu from the 505 at Hamilton looking like he's in the 2 as they come around the second corner. Yes, I can confirm it's Jackson Ropane, George Wu, Hendricks Kahakota with Otis Rapia in the number 4 spot. Jackson Ropati into the last corner. As he goes around, he's going to put it down to Bird. George Wu is sitting in the number 2 spot. The battle's coming up the right-hand side. Down the final lane. Oh, there we go. We're going to have to go upstairs to see that result.
All right, absolute masterclass putting on by these 10 boys.
It's on, all right. It's on like Donkey Kong, ladies and gentlemen. These are our finals, so you want to make sure you're getting behind them. And when we come up here, I want to hear some big cheers out there, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves Tate Burden representing Tiadamo 2. Let's hear it for Tate. On the NZ number 4, it's Biden Prescott coming from Tiadamo 2. And it's none other than the 5'6" from North Harbour. It's Matthew Deloitte, the Cowhill ladies. Let's hear it for the one, the only NZ number 1 Mountain Raiders coming out of Mountain Raiders looking sharp. It's Johnson, Dylan. It's 940, Rotorua. It's Max Olson. It's a 1-2-1, Harley Logan, North Harbour. It's a 7-8-2, North Harbour, Jordan Dawson. It's a 182, Christchurch, Caden McKenzie.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Rip it and stick it, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking for themselves for a whole shot position. It's elbow to elbow as they're pushing through there. But it looks like that's none other than Mata coming in and taking a nice lead. But it looks like Dylan's getting caught up in the back section there. But it's Tate Burton taking in the number 2. And Baden Prescott in the number 3. But it's Jet and Jock in 4 position. As it looks like that Dylan's able to squeeze his way through. And it's Dylan in the number 2 position at the moment. And it looks like Mata's going to have to put the pedal down as he comes strolling down here. Dylan's looking for a little bit of action as he comes through there. NZ1 trying to hold on to his plate. But it's Mata. Mata's never held an NZ1 plate before. It could be his day. It could be a championship ride. It's Mata taking home number 1. Dylan Dodds taking home a number 2. Well played, boys. Excellent racing.
They don't call them pocket rockets for nothing. The 10 boys throwing it down. Oh my goodness. Skills to pay more than their fair share of bills, I tell you. All right. We are back up to the gate very shortly, and we have the 10 girls locked and loaded. The World 6 riding out of Taupo, Mika Wallace. The NZ2 riding out of Hamilton. It is Amelia DeTheri. All right, the 337 riding out of the Mountain Raiders, Olivia Foss. The Westie Express throwing it down for Waitakere, Savannah Hogg. All right, the 251 out of the mighty Mountain Raiders, Cameron Calhoun. All right, and the NZ6 throwing it down for North Avon Canterbury, Ali Morgan. All right, repping North Harbour, the 68 bike of Lily Hansen. And finally, out of lane number 8, the 210, throwing it down for the Mountain Raiders, Olivia Anderson.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops. 10 girls are off like a shot, and it is out of the middle. Comes Mika Wallace, the W6, looking to try and pick up the whole shot. Back to Ali Morgan in the 2 with Amelia DeTheri looking to go on the inside line to pick up the 2 as they come out of that. First corner into the second. Cameron Calhoun throwing it down in the 3 for now. It's all Mika Wallace out the front. Amelia DeTheri in 2. Cameron Calhoun, though, she's come to ride. She wants to pick up that podium spot as they come back towards us on the 3rd straight. Mika Wallace in 1, Amelia DeTheri in 2, Cameron Calhoun for 3, Olivia Foss throwing it down in the 4th spot. Turn and burn, and it's going to be a race on for that 2nd and 3rd spot. What is going to happen? It's going to be DeTheri holds on for 2. Calhoun will come home with the 3.
Absolutely awesome racing from those girls. And look how fast Mika's coming down that 3rd straight there. She's pulling away as she comes into that final corner. Absolutely blistering speed. I know she's one of the riders heading away on the world to the world. So, but look at these girls here. They're all bunched up. They're so fast. It's so good to see. All right, we've got 11 boys up here and in the 1s.
Okay, up on the gate at the moment in lane number 1, it's the 281 representing Te Awamutu, Cole McConey. Sitting next to him, North Avon Canterbury on the 422, Daniel Franks. Beside him on the 358, representing Cambridge, Rico D'Anvers. On the 253 from North Canterbury, Liam Goodwin. On the 453 out of the Mountain Raiders, Cameron Jago. And then on the 248 out of North Harbour, Rico Bierman.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate is dropped, and here they come down the first straight. It looks like we might have had an issue out of lane one, but into the whole shot it looks like it's Rico Bierman. He's into it with the 422 of Daniel Franks in behind him. Here we go. It was Rico D'Anvers in the 3 as they come into the second corner. Rico Bierman still sitting in the 1. Daniel Franks in the 2. Rico D'Anvers in the 3. Liam Goodwin in the 4. Here they come into the last corner. This is how it's going to play out. How are we going to do it? We see Rico Bierman throw the pedals down into the thick of it. Liam Goodwin in the 4 and Rico D'Anvers in 3. And there we go. Men Elite Final.
All right, here we go. Coming up on the gate now, it's the Women Elite Final race. Final for Moto 3. Those boys go around so fast you can hardly keep up. All right, and up on the gate we've got the 522 of Brooke Penny out of Taumudu. Next to her, 273, Megan Williams Rotorua. Sitting next to her, the 250 of Layla Walker. Next to her, we've got the 749, Amber Robson. Bringing it up next, we got the 508, Olivia Levens. Out of Company Coast there, 817, Hannah Mason from Tauranga. 570, Holly Oldham from Alex.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And here we go, out of the gate like scorched earth. They come down, making it down the way. I'm not even sure who's in front. That's how close they are. It is the 250 of Layla Walker. She's out in front, being chased out really closely by Megan Williams. But as they come around in their second corner, it's the way it's going to stay. As they come to these guys are so fast that I can't even keep up with what's going on. Megan making a challenge. And in the third, we've got the 522 of Brooke Penny. But it's all Megan and Layla as they come over the finish line.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, rolling up to the gate. It's Moto number 3. It's men under 23. Hush goes the crowd as the anticipation builds. Plate number 500, Cambridge, Jack Greenoff. Plate number 505 out of Cambridge, it's Bennett Greenoff. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause as they come rolling here. It's a 559.
Okay, riders, random
Mountain Raiders, Oliver Hannon.
riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate drops, ladies and gentlemen, and these boys mean business as they come striding in here. And they're ripping and they're roaring as they come. It's spoke to spoke. In the number 2 position, it's all business as they roll it down into that pro section. They're coming flying through. But it's Bennett Greenoff taking home out on the number 1 at the moment. Close in behind is his brother, Jack Greenoff. Is he able to hold on to it as he comes pushing through? Jack is looking for a little bit of an opportunity as they come through that rolling thunder. But it looks like it's Jesse James holding on to the 3 as they come strolling down here. But it looks like points are over and it's Bennett Greenoff taking the 1. It's Jack Greenoff taking the 2 with a Jesse James coming in on that 3 position. Jack Cohen coming in 4. Oliver Hammond.
Okay, up on the gate now, our Mean Junior. So eyes up on the gate, get yourself trackside. Sitting over there on the 801 out of the North Harbour Club, Cooper Richardson. Sitting beside him, riding out of Cambridge on the 802, Finn Cogan. On the 942 out of North Harbour, Theobald. From North Haven, Christchurch, the 846, Jack Gibby. On the 976, riding out of Southland, Nick Cowie. And on the 905 out of Tauranga, Will Skipper.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, and the gate has dropped on the final for the men's junior. They're into their work early with Finn Cogan down to the bottom of the hill. He's looking for the hill shot, but he's got Nick Cowie up him. Out on the 801 behind him there. That is Cooper Richardson looking like he's now in the number 2. We look for the pink socks of Cowie into the corner. And it's still Finn Cogan though out in the front. Cooper Richardson in the 2. Will Skipper in the 3. Cowie in the 4. Theobald in the 5. Jack Gibby in 6. Here we go. Nick Cowie making a move up there in the final corner. It's being thrown down. Pedal to the middle. Here we go. Finn Cogan, Nick Cowie, 1 and 2. Battling for 3 and 4. We're going to have to go upstairs for that. That was intense. And there you have it. Our championship riders out here in New Zealand.
All right, awesome to see the next generation coming back into the gate now. We've got the 11 boys up, stacked, and racked, ready to go. All right, the 104 plate out of North Harbour, Sebastian Bassett. Throwing it down the skinny digit, New Plymouth, Nico Meyer. Throwing down the NZ7 out of Te Awamutu, Brock O'Neill. All right, riding the NZ3 plate out of Harvard, Finn Lawrence. Ripping the 149 out of Taupo, James Sinclair. The 142 from the Mighty Mountain Raiders, Josh Braithwaite. And the 88 plate, also from the Mountain Raiders, Jai Martini. And throwing it down for Rotorua, Nielsen Urata on the 300 bike.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, and they are off like a shot. Martini's going hard on that inside line. Can he get the whole shot as they come into this first corner? It is going to be Jai Martini looking to try and come out in the top spot. Nico Meyer goes bar to bar. Bassett's in there as well as the Nelson Brothers Racing rider, but it is all Martini out in front as he goes into that second corner. Nico Meyer wants a piece of the action as they come back towards us on this third straight. Jai Martini working hard, trying to get Meyer at bay as they turn and burn for hope. What is going to happen? Can he get it on the inside line? It is absolutely on for Young and On. What is going to go on? Jai Martini, he is going to come through. He'll pick up the 1. Meyer for the 2. Absolute awesome racing, 11 boys.
Absolutely split racing right there. They made it entertaining for everybody. But here we come up. We're coming up on the 12 boys. But if you watch, you can see how close it was. I wouldn't want to call that 3rd and 4th there, I'm telling you now. All right, 12 boys, and on there we have NZ2. That is Dylan Zazi from North Harbour. In the 2, we've got Rico Ryan from Tauranga. NZ1. Here we go. We've got the 690 of Reeve Hendricks, Mountain Raiders. 134 representing Cooper Murphy from Christchurch. 157 John O'Hanson from Cromwell. 264 Austin Stronach from Christchurch. Here we go. We've got the NZ5 Charlie Withington out of Tauranga. 347 Coulter Joyce Mountain Raiders. They are ready to go.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And it's anybody's race as that gate drops. They're flying along. They are side by side as they come down that first straight. But it's the bright red bike of the NZ1. That's Rico Ryan. He's pulling out in front. But the 134, that's Cooper Murphy. He's not letting him get away. He is chasing him down in through that second corner. Back behind, it's a battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. But we've still got the NZ1 in front, the 134 at the moment. It is the 690 in the third spot, but the battle is on as they come down that last straight. Rico Ryan holding on to his NZ1 plates.
Oh, and a massive shout out has to go to the Flying Moulet. That was first corner sharper than his haircut. He came through, shot into that third spot.
There'll be people asking for his hairdresser's name.
Okay, and here we go. That replay, Rico Ryan pumping the air. No doubt well deserved to finish there. He's been working hard for that. But over now, up on the 77, lane number 1, Noah Evans, Rotorua. Next to him on the 414, out of Tauranga, Timothy Creswell. Out of Tauranga on the 205, Dylan Fox. Your current NZ2 out of East City, Ben Anderson. Sitting beside him on the NZ7 out of the Hawkes Bay, the local lad, Kahul Alexander. Over on the 700 plate, another local lad here, Taimanahu Thompson. Next to them on the 88 plate, riding out of the Mountain Raiders, Jack Buckley. And your current NZ4, Tauranga rider, Liam Clifford.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate has dropped on final number 8. These 13 boys, they're into the work really early. Ben Anderson getting to the bottom of the hill first. It looks like he may have the whole shot as he hangs on. He's got company though, the 205. That is Dylan Fox. He's behind him with Kahul Alexander making a move. But coming up the outside, I think that might have been, I don't know, we're about to find out soon. Ben Anderson, Dylan Fox, Kahul Alexander, Noah Evans. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go, the 414 though, Timothy Creswell. He's making a move. He's heading up the inside there as they come flying around. Ben Anderson, the 1. Dylan Fox, the 2. Kahul Alexander looking like he's going to take the 3. So well done, boys. Final for the 13. I tell you what, boys, I don't know who's louder. I saw the crowd. This is absolutely insane. Great to see the crowd getting in behind the finals racing here.
Well, it sure is, ladies and gentlemen, and the weather out here is definitely heating up, and so is the racing. Now up on the gate is the 14 girls final. We have ourselves plate NZ number 1 out of Cambridge. That's Beth Walker. With the license plate of 123 out of Christchurch, that's Holly Treble. With the 406 coming out of the Waitaki, it's Lucy Laudner. With the license plate of 555 out of Hamilton, it's Nicole Mapu. With the 198 out of Mountain Raiders, it's Sophie Cohen. The 320 plate out of Southland is Catalina Morris. And the NZ number 6 all the way representing from the Gizzy side, it's Rena Neepaw Anderson. And the license plate of 166 representing Waitaki, it's Isabel Anderson.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate drops on the 14 girls. Who's going to be at that hole shot? Who's got that aggressive line coming out through there? It looks like that's a beautiful line in there from Beth Walker as she's coming through there. And she had the nice hill start. And she's holding down, but she's been run down, and it looks like she's out of the race at the moment. But it's Sophie coming in on that number 2 position as she's coming through. It's a Hakuhan Mountain Raiders all the way to the top. And they're throwing themselves like ragdolls into that second corner. And it looks like it's Sophie Cohen out of that second corner, and she's on top at the moment. She's pushing it strong. But it's Catalina Morris coming in on the number 2. And it's Holly Treble. But it's Sophie. Oh, we've got ourselves another spill. It's Sophie taking the 1. It looks like it's Catalina taking the number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, they're throwing everything they possibly can on that back onto the bikes. But it's Sophie Cohen coming in on that number 1 spot with Nicole Mapu coming in on that 2. Up to the top to see the rest.
I tell you what, boys, looking back at that replay, that is Heartbreak Hotel there for those girls.
Absolutely, that is going to be one to watch. Up on the gate, the 303 bike, we have Regan Smith out of the Mountain Raiders. And throwing it down the NZ2 of Tom Coleman out of Kapiti. The 559, that is going to be Jack Young out of Hamilton. 108, Jackson Lawrence out of the Hawkes Bay. The NZ5, James Wallace out of Hamilton. And the NZ8 of Max Richardson out of North Harbour. The 747, the Jumbo Jet, Jack Stanley riding out of Cromwell. And the 185 of Tyler Dinsdale throwing it down for Whangarei.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate drops and they are out, and it looks like it's going to be a strong start from Smith out of the 1. It's going to be Regan Smith, the Mountain Raider, and on the hole shot position. Can he hold it on the way out? The NZ2 tucks in behind him. Tom Coleman is tucked, looking to try and pounce. We got the 108 in on the 3. Can Regan hold it down? Gets to that outside line that he wants to hold all the way down the 3. 303, Regan Smith doing the work. He is going to go into that final quarter in the 1 position. Tom Coleman charging hard down that through and shake. Can Regan hold it as they go towards the line? Regan gets the 1, Tom for the 2.
I now understand what Brenton meant by us being louder than the crowd.
Absolutely great stuff to hear.
Awesome racing, though.
I know Regan is going to be over the moon about that one. He has worked hard all year.
They've all put in so much training, to get to where they are, and they've done. It just goes to show how much work they've put in to get here. But hey, right now, up on the gate, we have number 98, Logan Clark from Christchurch. And in the next one, we have the 112 from Sunset Coast, Corey Walden. Next to him, we've got the 361, Angus Thompson out of Taupo. Give it up. And then we have the 151, Lewis Atkinson from East City. The 541, Zachary Arnold out of Tauranga. Number 82, Cameron Lang out of Dunedin. NZ6, Harry Fever up from Howrah. And with the 421 plate, Ronan McKersey out of North Haven, Christchurch.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And here we come down Highway 66. They're heading down as fast as they can do. 66, that's pretty quick. Down around, but we've got in the front the 98. And that will be Logan Clark. He's taking it away. He's actually pulling away from everybody else. But the number 2, 3, 4, 5, they are going to hunt him down this third straight. We've got in the second spot the 112, then the 151 and the 361. That makes up your 1, 2, 3, 4. They are going to battle it out all the way to the end. But I do believe that it's all in the bag
Oh my giddy aunt, that is some action-packed racing there from our 17 to 24 male.
Mouth can't keep up.
Nah, it's all go.
All right, up on the gate we have the 323, Jason Jolly out of North Canterbury. The 666 bike of Rob Robertson out of Harwater. And moving on, we got the 177 of Joel Hook, also out of Harwater. Moving across, we have Daniel Johnny out of Harwater. And the 235 out of New Plymouth, Jay Peters.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And there we go, the gate has dropped on this 35 to 39 male 20-inch final, and they're into their work. Jade Peters doing it early as they come into the corner number one. Here we go, it's Harwera 1, 2 and 3 by the looks. As they come into it, it's the 177. That's Joel Hook out of Harwera. I'll tell you what, they're getting funky out there as they come into it. Joel Hook still hanging on the lead. He's here for business. That 666 plate though of Rob Robinson. He's pushing hard with the 323 coming in there. Out of Harwera, Danny John. We've got 2 323s. I think that was Jason Jolly as they push hard there for final number 12. Moto number 7, 35 to 39 male 20-inch. Quick public service announcement too while we check out the replay. Can we please, all people who've borrowed transponders, if you borrowed transponders, please return them to PR. Okay, up on the gate now, we got the 343, Adam Green out of Whangarei. Sitting beside him on the 168, we got Glenn Richardson, Hutt Valley Thunderbolts. Sitting beside him, his clubmate 198, Hutt Valley Thunderbolt, Dwayne Moritz. The 297 plate of the Hawkes Bay rider, Lee Holloway. Sitting beside him, the 117 at Aotearoa Mutu, Scott Silver. The Hamilton rider on the 81 plate, this is Grant Rennie. The 222 plate all the way from Whangarei, Brad Andrews. And the 180 rider, the local lad, Daniel Cullen.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate has dropped into it here. I tell you what, these guys, let's not forget, have to go to work tomorrow. But it's the 117 on Scott Silver from Te Awamutu. He's getting out and funky with it. Into the mix he goes. The 222 plate there of our Whangarei rider, Brad Andrews, sitting in 3 at the moment. Glenn Richardson in the number 2 spot from the Hutt Valley Thunderbolts on the 168, but it looks like it was all Scott Silver. Glenn Richardson in the 3, Brad Andrews in the 3. Here they go. Into the mix, the 198. That is Dwayne Moritz, the Hutt Valley Thunderbolt. He's pushing hard as the crowd goes wild. They round it out. Race final number 13, 40 to 44 male, 20-inch.
And here we go, 45 to 49 male 20-inch. Oh, is that what we just had? No. 45 to 49 male 20-inch. Coming up next after this replay. That was some great racing. Scott Silver needs to pedal more though. But here we go, up on the gate, we've got JT Napier, NZ1 from Gisborne. NZ2, Derek Jalgursma from Dunedin. Next to him, we've got the NZ5 coming in from the Hawkes Bay, Zane Alexander. He travelled a long way. Next to him, Nathan Cornelius with the 142 plate from Christchurch. We have the 124, Gareth Lachlan from Waitakere. Phil Gill with the 511 from Gisborne. Tony Thornley, 246. North Avon. And Brett McCursey, 423 from North Avon, Christchurch.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And here we go, they've dropped the gate and it's side by side as they come down that first line. We are looking at coming into the first corner with a clear leader for the whole shot of the NZ1, JT Napier. Very fast rider, all been out front all weekend long, but he's going to be fighting pretty hard because I can see the person in second is going to really want to come in and take that away. That's the NZ2 of Derek. NZ5 and 142 coming in the third and fourth spot. They are going to be fighting it out, third and fourth, all the way down to the end. They're going to drag race, but it's going to stay the way it was.
45 to 49, male 20ish, throwing it down, showing us how it's done.
That's why I don't race, because that's my age group, and I would just get my butt kicked every time.
All right, back up to the gate, and we have the 17 to 24 female 20-inch, the 356 out of Harwood, Maya Watkins. The 581 bike out of Mountain Raiders, Selena Vista. All right, throwing it down on the 551 out of Hawkes Bay, Renee Coleman-Savage. All right, the 71 bike out of the Mountain Raiders, Ali Biddick. The 955 out of Christchurch City, Brooke Keown. The 119 out of the Mountain Raiders, Zoe Hartwell. The 114 out of Talbot, Abby Hurst. And the 396 out of Tauranga, Kira Waite.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, and out of the middle comes the Christchurch City rider, charging hard. But it is the 551 of Renee Coleman-Savage looking to go into that corner first. A few doors are left open. The Christchurch City rider though comes through in the second. We'll have to see who's who in the zoo as we get into that second corner. It is all Renee Coleman-Savage as they come back towards us on the third straight. What is going down in the 345? We've got the 955 in the 2, the 356 in the 3. Selena Pfister charging hard in the fourth spot. Ali Biddick there in the 5 as well. But it is all Renee Coleman-Savage. She'll go through, take the 17 to 24. Female 20-inch for 2024.
Tell you what, those women were throwing it down. That was some impressive racing there as we headed into final number 15. And looks like we're back up on the gate already with the 768 out of Tauranga, Carl Thurston. The 68 plate sitting in beside him. That's our rider out of Hamilton, Richard Stratford. His Hamiltonian club mate on the 361, that's John Hayes. Sitting on the 122 out of Cambridge, Tim Ferguson. On the 120 plate out of Capital City, it's Ben Walter. And riding out of Hamilton, your current NZ1, Adam Coker.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And here we go, they're off like a pot of yogurt in the sun at the moment. They're into the work early though. Tim Ferguson getting out front into the whole shot by the looks. Adam Coker's up on his side alongside the 768 plate. That's Carl Thurston, he wants a piece of the pie. Adam Coker's not giving it up, but it looks like Tim Ferguson has got himself out front into the second corner. Adam Coker coming in through the middle line. He seems to have got it perfect. Here we go, no he doesn't. The 68 plate, that's Richard Stratford. He's got himself into the number 2 spot. All the action's behind Tim Ferguson though. Adam Coker throwing it down, here we go. Rounding out final number 16.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're up on the gate. It's a final 25-34 male 20-inch. Locked and loaded. It's number plate 337 out of Christchurch. That's Lee Chapman. Plate number 54 out of the Waitaki. It's Softy Wee. Plate number 86 out of the Waitaki. It's Brandon McRae. Plate number 747 out of Hamilton. It's Hayden Stockman. Plate 320 out of Cambridge. It's Scott Donaldson. 433 representing New Plymouth. It's Alex Swell.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Slamming it out of the gate, but a beautiful start in there. A nice little raw line as they're coming through, but it's Scott Donaldson with a beautiful start as he's trying to make his way for that whole shot. And he's pushing high, but he's pushing hard. But it's Softy in there on the number 2 at the moment as they're coming through. But it's Scott Donaldson from Cambridge holding on to that number 1. And he's stretching out a lead. Softy's looking for a way through, but they're pushing it hard as they come through here, down through that rolling section. But it's Hayden Stockman in the number 3 position. In the number 4, it's Lee Chapman. But it's Scott Donaldson holding on to the number 1. But it looks like it's Softy looking for a little place to sneak through. But no, it's Scott Donaldson holding on to 1 with Softy coming in on the 2. Hayden holding 3.
All right, that was really good racing to watch. They are pretty quick, especially considering. But here we go, 25-34 female. Up we have the World 6, Tony James from Waitakere. We have the 92 of Caitlin Gurgentis from Hamilton. And next door to her, we've got the 351, and I do believe it's her sister, Jodie Gurgentis from Hamilton. That'll be an interesting car ride home tonight. We've got the 67, Amy Martin from the Hawkes Bay. Home track advantage right there. And with the 354, Sam van der Veen, Hutt Valley Thunderbolts.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And they're off like a light switch down through that main drag. Coming down, we've got a clear runner out in the one spot of the 67. That's Amy Martin. She's making it all her own, but she's going to have to work for it because in the 2 and the 3 spot, they aren't far behind at all. They can reach out and touch each other as they come around the second corner. We've got the World 6 in number 2. That's Tony James. And then the 92 of Caitlin in the 3rd. They are making it interesting. I do believe it's Jodie in 4th. But as they come down, it's going to stay the way we just mentioned it.
All right, throwing it down. They are... And we are into the 40-plus female 20-inch final. Up on the gate, the 424 out of Hamilton, Sonia Rennie. All right, the 96 bike representing Waitakere, Lisa Anderson. The 91 bike, the Westie Express, Nancy James. The 151 from Christchurch City, Donna Head. The 88 bike, throwing it down for Rotorua, Jeanette Davies. And the 146 out of Capital, Joe Coombs.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, and it looks like it is going to be. We'll pick up who's come charging hard out of the middle. It is the 88 bike. Jeanette Davies into the whole shot position. The 151, Donna Head from Christchurch City in the mix, as well as Sonia Rennie from Hamilton. These ladies are throwing it down all weekend. They want to make it round. Get the finals done and dusted, but it is Rotorua right out in front. 88 coming down that third straight in the top spot. 151, Donna Head in the 2. The 424 of Sonia Rennie. Looks like she's going to come through. Keep it rubber side down. She'll take the 3. The 40-plus female 20-inch wraps up the 2024 BMXNZ National Championship.
I tell you what, as we jump back up to that replay, look at that first corner. Just absolutely stunning lines. Then into the second corner there. Just some beautiful corners. And that's what I was talking to Laura Smolder, earlier on today. And we both agree the corners are where this is going to be made won and lost. Absolutely stunning racing out there. But back up to the gate, we've got our 50-plus male 20-inch. Currently on gate number 1, we got Greg Hughes from Rotorua. Beside him on the NZ6 out of New Plymouth, Aaron Hotter. Sitting there next to him on the 88 plate out of Christchurch, Mike Head. Then the Westie, the 999 plate of Lee Lightning Wilson. The 100 plate, the local out of Hawkes Bay, Carl Berryman. Next to him is the 167 out of Rotorua, Ryan Gilliford. On the 998, the Mountain Raider, Darren Sue. On the 51 plate, the man, the myth, the legend, Golden Wheels, Warren Boggess.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate is dropped on this final, the 20-inch 50-plus male. And it's all go. It looks like it's none other than Mike Head out the front. He's into the whole shot and getting his job done early. In behind him, though, is the NZ1. That is your Greg Hughes out of Rotorua. Lee Lightning Wilson was sitting in the 3. Looks like he might have dropped back to the 5. Not sure what's going on as we come into the second corner. We got Mike Head, Greg Hughes, Carl Berryman, Aaron Hodder and Lee Wilson pulling in there with Warren Boggess sitting in behind them. Ryan Gilliford in the number 7 position. Looks like we lost Darren Sue earlier on in the pace. But there we go. Mike Head for the 1. Greg Hughes for the 2. As we roll out the final for the 50-plus male 20-inch. Big round of applause there for our rider Darren Sue as we see him go down on that first corner on that replay there. Mike Head just showing us the lines to get around this track as fast as we can going.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, up on the plate there, it's the 12 girls. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be rolling here. It's the license plate of 257 out of Harrow. It's Charlotte Zellwood. In the number 2 spot, it's a 129 out of Tiaramutu. It's Lily Rose Morhew. License plate 399. It's Tiaramutu. It's Jasmine Kane. The 247 out of Southland, it's Indy McMullen. And it's a 793 out of Cromwell, Quinn Lindsay. With the 149 representing Rotorua, it's Maddie Newcomb.
Oh, Maddie.
NZ number 2, looking for some plate. It's a Whangarei rider, Chloe Dinsdale. 174 Waitakere, Grace Lander.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Boom, and the gate drops, and they're looking wild as they come through here. Nice line as they're ripping it through. But it looks like we got ourselves a clear contender with Maddie Newcomb coming in on that first line. Looking like she's going to rob them as they come through. She's schooling them at the moment, and it looks like they're lining up to try to knock down her door. But it's Indy coming through on that second place. She's looking for a spot as she rolls in there. They're pinning themselves, and they're throwing out of that second corner. But it's Maddie Newcomb, and it looks like she's going to represent Rotorua at this stage. She's doing a championship run. And nice line as she's looking for that apex coming through. It's Quinn Lindsay in the third, but it's Indy, and it looks like it's a real battle as they come through here. It's a push to the finish line, up to the top to see who takes it.
Absolutely awesome finish on that race, and they were side by side. They've been side by side most of the racing all weekend, so it's absolutely awesome to watch them.
Mate, look how close they are coming around that first corner there on the replay. Only there on that second corner did Maddie get out in front by a long shot.
Yeah, and then Indy caught up to her coming around this corner number 3. But here we are. We're up on the race here, 13 girls, and we've got the 111 Holly Nelson out of Cambridge. Then we've got the NZ5 sitting there, Sophie Penny from Te Awamutu. Right next door to her, NZ2, Luca Penny from Te Awamutu. Next, we have the 303, Courtney Smith, Mount Raiders. 695 there, Talia McFarlane out of Waitakere. Next up, we've got the 398, Abby Story Frayling. Next to her, we've got the 702, Taylor Mortensen of Atopo. And coming in, NZ3, Asher Napier Anderson from Gisborne.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And as the gate drops, these girls come flying down that first straight, and they are side by side, neck and neck. There's 4 or 5 contenders for that whole shot. But no, it's the 111 of Holly Nelson. She manages to take it. She's going to pull away. In behind her, they are close and furious as they come around that second corner into the third straight over the Holy Rollers. We go, and in the second spot, we've got the NZ5, Sophie Penny. She's bringing in the 2. Do believe it might be her sister coming in 3. And that's the way they're going to take it all the way to the end.
Oh, mate, what a race. Hopefully we catch it on the replay. If we look back up to the big screen, Tyler McFarlane clipped a pedal here on the second straight, but manages to hang on and cap up and ended up with a decent result too after that. But some epic riding there from the girls. Skills for thrills.
Just goes to show anything can happen.
Back up to the gate though, lane number 1, out of North Christchurch. It's Lockie Bartram. Sitting next to him out of North Canterbury, the 600 plate of Riley Smart. Beside him on the 420 plate, the Mountain Raider, Lucas Martini. Your current NZ3 out of Cromwell, Charlie Lacer. The 237 from Te Awamutu, Kay Silva. The 313 out of Taupo, Cohen Lottam. The 79 plate out of Tauranga, Nixon Pointon. And Caleb White on the 822 out of Hawera.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And there we go, the gate has dropped on final number 23 here for the 14 boys. They're into his work early, Riley Smart. This is where he's been all day out in the front. He's got company though, the 420. That's Lucas Martini, he's pushing hard. Case Silva there in the 3 as they work into the corner. So right now, Riley Smart, Lucas Martini, Case Silva. 1, 2, 3 for the 14 boys final as they come back down towards us. This kid, Riley Smart, he knows what to do with it. The 420 plate there of Lucas Martini, the Mountain Raider. He's hanging on to the number 2 spot. Cromwell rider sitting in 4. That's Charlie. He's pushing hard as we round out final number 23. And we jump back up to that replay there. Absolutely epic racing. Look at that gate. It was fast, but that boy Riley Smart, he was out by a long shot. Into the whole shot he went and just kept pushing that lead as he went round the corners, round across to the finish line.
All right, back up to the gate. We have the 9 girls and the NZ2 of Elliot Campbell out of Alexander. The 3:05 bike of Hattie Barrington throwing it down for Sunset Coast. The 3:01 for the Mountain Raiders, Georgia Poe Edwards. The 2:85, that is going to be Mila McMullen out of Southland. The 6:35, Alicia Ashton out of Cambridge. The 9:08 of Ashlyn Lloyd out of the Mountain Raiders. And the 2:15, Perrine Rennie out of Hamilton. And the 1:10 bike of Indy Smith out of Sunset Coast.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate drops in and they are off and out of the middle. Comes Ashlyn Lloyd, throwing it down in her first final. And it's going to be Georgia Poe Edwards in on the whole shot. Hattie Barrington trying to mix it up as well. Georgia Poe Edwards comes out in the top spot. And we've got Cambridge rider there in the 4, but it is the Polka Dots who have got a couple of bike links on Barrington in the 2 spot as they come down towards that 3rd rhythm section. It is Georgia Poe Edwards in the 1, Hattie Barrington in the 2, the 2:85 in the 3, followed by the 6:35. Throwing it down in the 4 is the 9:08. But it is all Poe Edwards, start to finish. She is going to come through. She'll take the 1, Barrington for the 2. And the 2:85 of Mia McMullen from Southland will take the 3.
Oh, mate, that was some epic racing. Jumping back up there to the replay. Look at those girls out the gate like a rocket. But Georgia Polka Dots Poe Edwards, she was out like a rocket into that first corner and kept on coast to coast, I believe they call that.
Excellent. As we head back up to the gate, we're talking about the 11 girls. And here we go, the 711, Devon Smith from... And next to her, we've got the NZ2 of Nessie Rennie out of Hamilton. And right next door, knocking on the door, Addison Herfield, NZ1, Mountain Raiders. There we have the 134 of Bo Hodua from Southland. 919 Lexi Silver out of Te Awamutu. That's the fast silver up on the gate. NZ4, we've got Kelly Mello from Christchurch. 945 Siren Hedges, North Harbour. And the 111 of Ala Seika, Hutt Valley Thunderbolts.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And as the gate drops, Addison Herfield and the NZ1, she's going to be trying to hold on to her plate. So she's going to come down. And I think she's managed to take the whole shot. But right on her tail is Lexi Silver out of Te Awamutu. She's gone hunting as well. The 3 and 4 are right on Lexi's tail. So she's going to have to really work. And maybe she can make it up into the first spot. But I do believe that Addison is managing to hold on to her NZ1 plate. She wants to keep hold of that. The 919 Lexi Silver, though, she's making spaces. The NZ2 behind her is Nessie Rennie. She wants that 2 plate again. But I do believe that Lexi's going to hold on to that. Nessie's going to come in 3rd, but it's all Addison Herfield as they finish up the race.
Beautiful riding there from the girls. I mean, they're just laying it down as we go through this replay. You can see it's a nice line that Addison takes, and she gets that whole shot position. She's just maintaining that speed through that corner. She's holding it through that rhythm section. She's taking it home for the win with silver in that second. Nice work, ladies. Up on the gate now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 15 boys. In lane 1, it's NZ number 1. That's Deacon Connor representing North Harbour. It's a plate of NZ number 2 out of Cambridge. It's Nico Kogan. With the plate of 522 out of Hamilton, it's Levi Banks. It's a plate of 108 Mountain Raiders, Bryson Joyce. It's a plate of 309 representing North Avon, Canterbury, Brock Marshall. With the 508 all the way from Hamilton, Tane DeTheory. And the 242 out of Taupo, Riley Burley. And the plate of 233 from New Plymouth, Mason Robinson. 15 boys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Like a rocket ship there out of that gate, and they're going bar-to-bar action, looking for that whole shot position as they're racing through there. But it's Deacon out of the moment, and it looks like he's got that number 1 spot. He's holding it tight, but he's going real wide, opening the door. Almost half of them are on that pro section as they come through there. It's Brock Marshall holding the number 2, but Nico Kogan coming in on the number 3 position, and it's switching back. It's Deacon in the 1, it's Brock in the 2, and it's Nico Kogan in the 3. It's Levi Banks looking for a spot. Bryson Joyce taking the 4. It's a real battle for that 4th position as they come strolling down that finish line. Drag race to the end. Well done, boys. Racing at its finest.
Oh, mate, absolutely stunning racing. And just a quick PR announcement. Janice Ardman. Janice Ardman, please report to PR. So if your name is Janice Ardman and you're around, please head to PR.
All right, back up to the gate. We have the 68 bike of Nikita Clark representing Waitakere. The 515 of Danica Bergensen out of Cambridge. The 706 of Madeline Hunter for the Mighty Mountain Raiders. The 211 of Brooke Day out of Carpety. It is the 878 of Nadia Gabbiani out of Hamilton. The 505 of Amber Bell for Capital. And it is the 97 bike Molly Inia Diawamudu. And we have a shark in the water. Tate Hancock from New Plymouth.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
15, 16 girls are away and charging hard in the middle. It is going to be 3 and 4 wide as they go through this first corner. Who's going to come out in the top spot? It is going to be the 515. Turns and burns. Danica Bergensen, she takes the 1. And it is on for young and old as they come down the second straight back towards us on the 3rd. It is Danica for 1, but it is the 68 bike of Nikita Clark. Working hard up into that top spot. The 515 in the 2, the 505 in the 3 of Amber Bell. Coming back into the pack. It is still race on for everybody else, but it's going to be the Waitakere rider. Nikita Clark will take out the 15, 16 girls.
Wow, what a race. I believe she managed to keep her NZ1 plate 2 by the looks, so no doubt we'll check out scores to check that out. But what a race. That was too hot, too trot. As we look at that replay, I tell you what, Nikita Clark on the second corner, that was fantastic riding. As we watch them cross that finish line again, we make our way back up to the gate for the 8 to 10 cruiser mix sitting in lane 1. The Te Awamutu rider on the 200 plate, Tate Burden. Sitting on the 777 plate beside him, the local Hawkes Bay rider, Jesse McLean. I'll tell you what, here on the 93 plate, Stella Torrens out of Te Araha. This could be an interesting ride home for the Torrens family on the 125. We've got Enzo Torrens out of the North Harbour Club on the NZ4. Jordan Dawson. The 699 out of Taupo. Kane Thompson. And another local lad, the 150 Hawkes Bay rider, Harrison Cullen. You would think we're in the Hawkes Bay.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And there we go, the gate has dropped here on the final number, 28. 8 to 10, cruiser mixed. Into the work early was Harrison Cullen. That's the local rider on the 150. But it looks like it's Jordan Dawson on the NZ4 into the whole shot. Tate Burden now sitting behind him on the 200 plate at Te Aumuru. Although that looks like it's changed as well. I'm telling you what, not even the computer can keep up with these kids. They're going so fast. But there we go, Jordan Dawson on the 1. Harrison Cullen on the 150, back into the 2. Tate Burden on the 3 on the 200 plate there at Te Aumuru. Here we go, the battle's on for 4 and 5. The 125 plate there. That is Enzo Torrens from Te Aroha. He's hanging in there. Oh, but it looks like the Taupo rider. Kyle Thompson managed to get a nose in. It's going to be a drag race as they cross that finish line for final number 28.
Absolutely awesome riding there, and like on those fast wheels, they're still just as quick as the little wheels, eh?
Oh, mate, Harrison Cullen, Tate Burden mixing it up there in those corners. Some excellent skills there for that 8 to 10 cruiser mixed, as we can see on the replay. And they're recrossing that finish line. The glory of the finish there.
I know, and some of them are double classing, but here we go, up on the gate at the moment, we've got the NZ2, Dylan Zazi from North Harbour. Right next door to him, NZ1, Rico Ryan from Tauranga. Then we've got the NZ3, Angus Morgan, North Avon Christchurch, Canterbury. NZ1, Rotorua, right next door to him, Nelson Uirata. Tyler Cochrane, the 912 from Tauranga. We've got the North Harbour rider, Kaylin McCabe, of number 210. NZ3 from the Hawkes Bay, Ryder Wheeler. And the NZ4, Jago Haig, Waitakere. We've got all the NZs up there.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the big wheels come down and off the gate and they accelerate like you wouldn't believe. I do believe that's the red bike of NZ1, Rico Ryan in first. But they're all battling back in second, third and fourth and fifth for that 2 spot. As Rico Ryan starts to pull away from everybody else, he makes it known that he wants that plate. But in behind him is the NZ2 but Dylan Zazi, and then the NZ3, I think, of Angus Morgan, but I couldn't quite be sure. And then fourth and fifth are battling it out, but second and third, what a battle to the end. Just came down to that last manual, I think.
Brock Nelson to staging, please. Brock Nelson, get your shimmy on down to staging, please. Okay, as we make our way back up to the gate, it's our final 30, 35 to 39 cruiser male. It's the 372 out of Hamilton, Brad the Theory. Sitting beside him, let's hear it for the local lad, Adam Lawrence. And then next to him on the 135 out of Christchurch, Scott Murphy. On the 420, the Mountain Raider, Luke Anderson. From Capital City on the 120 plate, Ben Walter. Out of Hamilton on your NZ1, Adam Coker. The 235 out of New Plymouth, Jade Peters. And from Hamilton, the 474 of Joel Perriam.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And there we go, the gate has dropped on this final number 30. And they're into their work early, and Adam Coker's out to the front. He looks like he's going to get the whole shot. But up behind him, there's the 120 plate. That's Ben Water out of Capital City. He's pushing hard, but he's got the 990. The local lad, Am Lawrence, he wants a spot at the podium. Here they come around the corner, down the finish line, into the rhythm straight behind us. And it's Adam Coker out the front, Ben Walter in the 2. Adam Lawrence in the 3rd as they go around. Here we go. Drag race on for the 2. Here we go. Looking high, looking low. Here they're going to go. We might have to go upstairs for this one. It is too close to call. I'm going to have to look at scores, and so should you. I'll tell you what, look at that. Adam Coker showing the styles that got him to where he is at NZ1. At the front from the start to the finish, into the whole shot. Rounding out that finish line. Super stoked not out with that result after a hard weekend of racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the 40 to 44 cruiser males up on the gate. License plate number 95 out of Waitakere. It's Tim Martin. Plate 588 out of Mountain Raiders. It's Brendan Tate. License plate 986 out of Waitakere. It's Kim Fay. 198 out of Hutt Valley Thunderbolts. It's Dwayne Martez. 589 Mountain Raiders. Lindsay Verrett. License plate 81 representing Hamilton. Grant Rennie. 298 out of Cambridge. It's Pete Macy. NZ number 1 taking the lane at 8. It looks like it's a Fungarade. Lance Dinsdale.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Oh, here they go, and it looks like Lance getting a nice gate run. He's going to have to push himself wide, but it's a good run out through there, and it looks like that Kim's got in the number 1, but it's Lance being able to cut it through, and these boys, just like any good law firm, these boys are shredding it. It's Lance Dinsdale holding into the number 1. It's Kim in the number 2 as they come strolling through there, and it's Brendan Tate from the Mountain Raiders holding on to the number 3, and it looks like that could be Dwayne Martese coming in on the number 4. But it looks like it's Lance Dinsdale pushing it strong. Kim coming in on the number 2 with Brandon Mountain Raiders holding on to the number 3. But he's going to have to push it hard because it's hot and heavy. Dwayne coming on the number 4 position. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done. 40 to 40, cruiser males. Let's see that replay.
Oh my goodness, they are absolutely throwing it down like they're 11 and 12 again, those lads. We always say fast enough to be dangerous, old enough to know better, but they are certainly advocates on how to ride a bike fast, to tell you that much. Back up to the gate, we've got the 77 of Steve Schmansky from New Plymouth. The NZ1 of Derek Jugglesmart from Dunedin. The 100 bike of Zane Alexander from Hawkes Bay. The 171 of Kevin Tamipol from Taupo. The NZ4 of Wayne Shanks representing Hamilton. The 142 bike of Nathan Cornelius from Christchurch. And the 152 of Marky Mark Harrowfield from the Mountain Raiders. 199, Rob Higgins throwing it down for Hamilton.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops in, charging out of the middle. It is going to be KT, but it is going to be the 77 bike. Steve Schmatsky wants to get the whole shot. And it is going to be the skinny digit of Greg Hughes trying to find a way round. Sorry, Derek trying to find a way into the 2 spot. Zane Alexander, he's locking in that 3. Who's back there in the 4 as they come back towards us on the 3rd straight? It is the 77 bike of Steve Schmatsky throwing it down. Zane's looking to try and hold on to that two-spot as they turn and burn for home. What is going to happen? Can Derek get a nose ahead? It is going to be Steve, then Zane, then Derek. Great racing from the 40 to 45 to 49 cruiser male.
The old guard showing everybody how it's done. That definitely give the youngins how to a show on how to make sure that you keep your bike rubber side down.
Efficiency at its finest.
Yeah. We're too old not to be efficient, to be fair. But here we go. Up on the gate, we've got the 146 of Liam King from Cromwell. Next to him, the 646 Braden King from Cromwell. We've got the 247 of Tyler Dinsdale from Whangarei. .437 Louis Sanders from Tauranga. The 787 Max Hey. Sunset Coast represent 131 Liam Clifford from Tauranga. The 431 Ron Hurley from North Avon, Canterbury. And the NZ4 of Max Richardson, North Harbour. This is a 13 to 16 cruiser male.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And as they come down the gate, they will show you that they've got the skills to pay the bills. They just don't have the jobs yet. But, oh, that's airtime. He's looking up, being told off by the Air New Zealand Air Force. As he comes down into that second corner, I didn't quite catch the number, so nice and high up around that corner, so he maintains his speed as he comes down. He wants to hold on to that plate. And it's the 247 and then the NZ4. So the 247 Tyler Dinsdale, the NZ4 Max Richardson, that's 1 and 2. But the battle is on for 3, 4 and 5. We're not sure who's going to make that because it's always a drag race to the end.
Just a quick public service announcement. If you have a lone transponder, these are generally blue in colour. Please return them to PR. Please return them to PR.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, up on the gate, we have ourselves 17 to 34 cruiser males. It's getting hot out here. It's a 5-4-1 out of Tauranga. It's Zachary Arnold. Heating it up in lane number 2. It's NZ number 1. Sunset Coast, Corey Walden. 270 out of Cromwell, Hamish Earl. Plate 98 out of Christchurch, Logan Clark. 54 representing the White-Tax at Softy Way. 130 out of Haroa, Hamish McDonald. The 316 out of Hutt Valley Thunderbolts, it's Casey Walker. NZ number 2 out of Cambridge, it's Brock, the Bomber, Nelson!
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Boom, and the gate drops, and these boys are out of the gate fast as fast could be. I'm telling you, they're getting a nice little lead in there, and that's Logan Clark getting a nice run as he's slamming it down. He's pounding the pavement as they rip shredded through this one. It's Softy Wee taking the number 2, but Corey Walden's in the mix. It's a real bombshell as they come throwing in here in that 3-4 position, but it's Logan Clark representing it as he's stretching out his lead. He's taking it home, but it's in for the money. It's Corey Walden coming in NZ number 1, but in behind him it looks like it's a serious race as they push it through. It's a 2-3 race all the way to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, Logan Clark taking the 1, Corey Walden in the 2. Beautiful racing, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, they are getting through these finals. Don't go anywhere too, though. We've still got another few finals up our sleeves, even if you're getting packed up for the weekend. Make sure you stay trackside. And let's see this all the way through to the end. Back up to the gate, we got the NZ7 of Aaron Hodder out of New Plymouth. All right, the World 5, Dion Youth throwing it down for Rotorua. All right, the 111 of Greg Hughes also representing. And the 100 bike, Carl Berryman from Hawkes Bay. The 56 bike of Darcy McCusker, Mountain Raiders. The 133, Liam Drew from Capital. And the NZ2 of Andrew Fallett from Carpety. The 723, Clifford Wilson, Mountain Raiders.
Tracy Wolf, can you head to PR, please? Tracy Wolf to PR.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, gate drops, 50 plus cruiser mile, and it is Dion Youth out of the middle. He has got Greg Hughes right on his inside shoulder as they go through. Who can come out in that whole shot position? It's going to be Youth in the 1, Hughes for the 2. I think it's Berryman in the 3 as they head into the second corner. We'll have to figure out who's the best of the rest further back in the pack, but it looks like Youth's got this one under control as they head towards the third corner. It's going to be Hughes in 2, Berryman for the 3. The NZ7 of Aaron Hodder, New Plymouth. And these guys will make it through another national champs in one piece. Dion takes away the NZ1 for 2024.
And as we watch that replay, you do realise why Dion Youth made it to World 5. He was World 1 the year before, but it just goes to show. And that emergency number, Greg Hughes, mate, he puts in a lot of time and effort on that bike. So you can tell by the way the lines they've taken and just how fast they get around that track on those big wheels.
Effort and reward for sure.
All right, and here we go. We've got the 581 of Selena Pfister up from Mountain Raiders. We've got the 67 of Amy Martin from the Hawkes Bay. Next to her, we've got the NZ1 of Tony James out of Waitakere. Knocking on her door is the 140 of Amy Duckett from Rotorua. Next door to her, we've got the 92 of Caitlin Georgantis out of Hamilton. We've got the 320 of Catalina Morris from Southland. Coming in beside us, 424 Sonia Rennie out of Hamilton. And we've got the 459 of Jade Elmers out of Gisborne.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And these women are all giving it their all as they come down on this last final race for the 13 to 44 cruiser female. But in the lead as we come around that corner is the 67 of Amy Martin. In third we've got Selena, but I haven't quite caught who's in number 2 spot. But as they come around, Amy's going to have to work for it because we've got the NZ1 right in behind her, and then Selena is battling it out for the third spot. But there's going to be Amy Martin all the way, followed.
Well, those two have been battling it all day long. That was Amy Martin in there with the Tony James in the number 2, with Selena taking the 3. But they've been battling all day long, and they've been laying it down hard. Now up here for the final race, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 45-plus cruiser females. On the gates. Plate number 96 out of Waitakere, it's Lisa Anderson. Plate number 151 out of Christchurch, Donna Head. NZ number 1, Rotorua, Jeanette Davies.
Yeah, Jeanette.
4-3-1 out of Gizzy. It's Sherilyn Anderson. 1-2-8 out of Mountain Raiders, Steph Hook. 1-4-9 Rotorua, Haley Puddle.
Yeah, Haley.
License plate 1-2-3 out of North Harbour. It's Nikki Bonzel. 1-4-6 out of Capital. Joe Combs.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
And the gate dropped on these girls as they're coming out of here, and it looks like a nice little line as Jeanette Davies is taking the lead. Nice manual over top of that double, and she's throwing herself into that first corner. But it's a real push as they come back in the middle of the bag. It's a little bit of a back and forth toss as they come through there. But Jeanette Davies is holding on to it with Donna Head coming in on the number 2. And it looks like they're holding hard, but Donna Head's going to have to push it hard to get into that number 1 position. She's stretching it out as she pushes harder into that third corner. And it's a nice run. To the victor goes the spoils. It's Jeanette Davies trying to take her home. Donna Head holding on to number 2. Sherilyn Anderson representing Gizzy trying to take the 3. Steph Hook coming in on the 4 position. Ladies and gentlemen, that's racing. 45 cruiser females. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, taking it home. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our finals, and we'd love to have you stay here and chill out. We've got ourselves some prize giving, and that's the 2024 BMX New Zealand Nationals. I'd like to pass it over to Brenton, who's down on the racetrack at the moment. Brenton, take it away.
And there we go. A big thank you to everybody involved here at the 2024 BMX New Zealand National Championships. What an epic 2 days down here. The Hawkes Bay have come out. They've put the weather on. We've had 2 great days of racing, joined by our championship class riders today. Absolutely stunning. I don't know about you, but I'm going to be going back and I'm going to be watching those YouTubes and I'm going to be watching the replays. So absolutely stunning. Big shout out and thank you to BMX New Zealand. Massive thank you to the Hawkes Bay BMX Club and all the other volunteers that have made these 2 amazing days happen. Till the next time, look forward to seeing you at prize giving. Take care.